Uwu test, please. Uwu? Are we doing okay, guys? My bitrate is just a dot. A dot. Hello, guys. Are we back? Okay, let me do a counter really fast. Okay, let's say on the count of 3, type 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. We are perfect. 3 Omega lol. 420. 420 blaze it. Okay, we're good. Sorry about that. Internet death. So I was AFK. 420! Hope you guys had a great 420, by the way. That was a while ago, but you know. Do you celebrate Cinco de Mayo? I don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo, no. No, I don't. And it wouldn't be good to rely on it too much. So what they just said is, Kirie-san said that the chessboard thinking is not something you should rely on too much. Chessboard thinking.
昔本で読んだゲーム理論というものを私なりに解釈したものよ。
Is my own interpretation of something called game theory, which I read about in a book long ago.
とても面白い学問だから、バトラ君も大学に入ったら挑戦してみるといいわよ。
It's a very interesting subject, so you should tackle it yourself when you get into college, Battler-kun. Oh, Oyana got the first, even though Kotelri got the first.
ぜひやってみたいっす。
I really want to try it. It's not just a theory, it's a game theory. Game theory shit can ruin friendships.
それを勉強して、チェス盤思考をもっと鍛えたら、どんな相手の手の内も読めるみたいで楽しいじゃないですか。
If I could study and perfect my chessboard thinking, it'd be fun to be able to read onto any opponent's moves, wouldn't it?
でもね、盲信しちゃダメよ。
But you can't believe in it blindly.
ゲーム理論は非常に奥深く複雑な学問なの。
Game theory is a very deep and complicated subject.
チェス盤思考はその上辺だけを私なりに解釈した考え方に過ぎない。
Chessboard thinking is just my interpretation that skims the surface of game theory.
バトラ君が想像するほどに相手の手の内を読み切るには相当の勉強が必要よ。
In order to thoroughly read your opponent's moves like you're imagining, you need to study your opponent.
しかもチェス盤理論は応用の利く便利なものではあっても完璧ではない。
Additionally, while chessboard theory is convenient and practical, it isn't perfect.
便利ではあっても弱点が多い。
It has many weak points despite its convenience.
弱点
Weak points?
ええ。
Yes.
チェス盤思考の基礎はゲーム理論。
Chessboard thinking is founded upon game theory.
ゲーム理論は突き詰めると数学に行き着くの。
When you thoroughly investigate game theory, it boils down to math.
数学の弱点は何か知ってる？
Do you know what the weak point of math is? Do you guys know what the weak point of math is? I don't. Prisoner's dilemma? His voice is Caster? I wonder. Oh, it is. Interesting.
ノイズよ。
It's noise. I wouldn't have guessed that. In math, when you write 1 plus 1 equals 2, that process will always result in 1 plus 1 equals 2 no matter how many billions of years passes. Nothing more, nothing less. That's because there's absolutely no noise mixed in. But, for example, unlike math, the Japanese language has noise mixed in. Kanji are a good example. Old kanji and new kanji are slightly different, which represents an introduction of noise created by changes between time periods. Isn't history the same? There are dozens of policies that seem foolish in the modern era, but were meaningful at some point in the past. Because the rules of chess are fixed, when a pair of experts are discussing one particular layout, it's possible they could reach the same conclusion, whether they're from 100 years in the past or 100 years in the future. However, if the rules of chess has gone through a massive changes over time, it's possible that a discussion about the same layout would have changed as well.
その通り。
That's right.
人の世の事象は本来ノイズだらけなのよ。
Events in the world of humans are normally full of noise.
人の感情だってそうでしょ？
Aren't human emotions that way?
全く同じことが起こったからといって 人は必ず決められた反応を示すとは限らない。
Even if the exact same thing occurs more than once, there's no guarantee that humans will always act in a predictable fashion.
それを数学の理論で当てはめ、相手の行動を読もうとする時点で、
The moment we try to use a math-based theory to predict someone's actions,
すでに理論には弱点と限界があることを知らなければならない。
we must be aware that our theory has built-in weaknesses and limits.
手っ取り早く言うと、チェス盤思考はノイズや気まぐれ、そして誤解、認識ミスに非常に弱いの。
Simply put, chessboard thinking is extremely weak against noise and fickleness, as well as mistakes or incorrect knowledge. Dude, my fucking mouth is so dry. This is unbelievable. Isn't that how you get cavities with dry mouth?
Drink water.
Yeah, thanks for the water. I don't know why my mouth is so dry. Hi, Wolf. Smoothie time? Smoothie time so soon into stream. It's been not even an hour yet. Maybe.
Drink water, you dehydrated.
Dry mouth, I can help. Drink a beer. Drown. Thank you, Wolf. Drink a beer. Stop it, I've got some tea right here.
Drink water, you dehydrated.
Okay, I'll drink one more water. Thank you, guys. I think it's just like chemo. I cannot tell you guys. Every single thing I have, it's just like, oh yep, just chalk it up to chemo. Haha. And then one time it wasn't, and then that was when they found out it was my gland problem. But anyway. Anyway, it should go away in like a day or two. Stub your toe, must be chemo. Exactly! Whoopsies. Ow, my toe hurts. Oh, must be the chemo. Sometimes I tell the doctors, I'm like, you know, I had this really weird symptom the other day, and they go, oh, must be chemo. I'm like, okay, cool. Cool, I guess. My plane got canceled, must be chemo. Yep. I'm like, all right, that's cool. It's like they don't want to fucking listen to me. It's like they don't want to listen to me. I'm like, yo, my arms and legs hurt like a real bitch, and they're like, oh, must be chemo. And I'm like, really? Okay, I believe you. Okay, anyway. That's right. Kiria-san definitely said that. Chess has always been a game where both sides play by the same rules and fight with the same conditions for victory. That's why it's possible for both sides to predict the other's moves. It's possible to read your opponent because you can always suppose they'll make the best move they can find. Maybe you'll develop superpowers? Meow, meow. I would love that. I would love that. Give me the ability to fly, please. That's the ability that I've always wanted in my whole life, is the ability to fly. Chess has always been a game. Chess is always a game. She turns into a cat girl. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait a second. If I had to choose between being a cat girl and flying, oh, that would be hard. That would be hard. I would love... Oh, no. That would be hard. I don't know. Maybe I'd go cat... No, I'd have to go flying. I'd have to go flying because if, you know... Ability to twitch act? What does that mean? What does that mean? Maybe being a cat girl would be fun. She got that already? What does twitch act mean? There's no way you're debating this. Oh, there was though. You're twitch acting right now? What the hell does twitch acting mean? Someone explain what twitch acting means. Cat girl, omega lol. Cat girl. I was debating whether I should be a cat girl or able to fly. Acting on Twitch. You know, I don't really like act on Twitch. This is my personality. This is my fucking personality. If you don't like it, then you can fuck off. Amaya is so good at Twitch acting. Am I? Damn, she's good. I don't fucking understand. Damn, she's good. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Go talk to Natasha Nanners or someone else, okay? Go talk to, I don't even know, fuck who. But she was more shy about 2 years ago? You're right, I was. You're right. You're right. Woof knows. Woof knows. Go talk to someone who actually Twitch ass. Step on me, mommy? What the fuck? What the fuck? We got weirdo in here. We got weirdo in here. When chat is Twitch acting harder than the streamer. I'm trying to read the game. I'm trying to read the game. Let me read the game. We're talking about chess, guys. Chess, I know it's for nerds. I know it's hard to concentrate on chess because chess is for nerds. But listen, we gotta read the game. But what if your opponent is fickle or a bit tired? And makes a move that can hardly be called the best? Or what if this game actually has a special rule? Some unknown thing that only the enemy knows about and can use? In fact, what if the opponent actually has some goal other than victory? Think from your enemy's perspective. That's the basis of chessboard thinking. Which means if you misread your enemy, the answer you draw from this process will be complete rubbish, useless. So far, I've used chessboard theory to get several vague bits of information about the culprit hiding behind this case, or so I think. However, I don't know anything about the culprit. Am I just playing around in a labyrinth of thought? Pawn to e4. Is roasting chat Twitch acting? That's a good question. Is it? I think it might be. 4D chess. It's 5D chess with multi-dimensional travel. She's in your walls. So you just have to read people in chess. Yes, exactly. If Kiria-san were here at a time like this, she'd probably be able to notice something with her much, much sharper thinking ability. Until the very last moment, Jessica resisted moving into grandfather's study. But in the end, Aunt Natsuhi persisted, and we decided to move there. Everyone was completely wrapped in paranoia by now. Kumasawa-san had prepared dinner at one point, but during the time we were discovering the death of George Aniki's parents, both the kitchen and the parlor had been left empty. Someone suggested that the food might have been poisoned while we were gone. Because of that, we were unable to even touch the food that Kumasawa-san had taken the trouble to make for us. The manner in which the first 6 were killed was still unknown, but it certainly could have been poison. Certainly, that would allow even a single person to carry out the murder of 6 larger adults. Furthermore, this idea made it easy to imagine there being only a single culprit, one who'd be afraid of Aunt Natsuhi's rifle, and this was very good for our emotional stability. But the fatigue and hunger were even harsher than what we'd imagined. Then Kumasawa-san made a proposal, and we all went together to the kitchen. There we gathered some canned food and other things that'd be hard to poison to take in with us. All of Kumasawa-san's efforts to reward us with just a little dinner on the savage day regrettably came to nothing. The food piled up on the serving cart looked just a little sad. We all started climbing the stairs. Aunt Natsuhi, who was in the lead, warily stared into the darkness with both eyes and the barrel of the gun. Blah, blah, blah. Once we dragged ourselves up to the 3rd floor, just as Aunt Natsuhi had warned us of beforehand, there was a mixture of a chemical smell and a sickly sweet aroma, a stench hanging in the air that felt like it was eating into our heads.
なるほど。こりゃ一晩もこもったら頭痛にでもなりそうな匂いだな。
I see, this kind of stench probably would give you a headache if you were shut in with it for a whole night.
今更ながら、じい様の書斎に反対したジェシカに賛成だぜ。
I know it's a little late, but I'm with Jessica. I vote against going into grandfather's study. It felt like the stench was floating out from this magnificent door. It was the door to the forbidden study, which should defend against any who enter. While Genji-san unlocked the door, Maria stared at the door and the doorknob with great interest.
Oh, すごいドア.
Ooh, incredible door!
古くいかめしくて冗談の通じなさそうな、いかにもじい様の書斎にふさわしい扉だよな。
It looks old and strict and like it'd stop any jokes cold. A perfect door for grandfather's study.
霊的な悪意を退ける力がとても強く込められている。
The power to ward off spiritual menaces is strongest here.
多分、ベアトリーチェはこの扉を開けられないね。
Beatrice probably couldn't open this door.
お？それどういうことだよ？
Oh, what does that mean? Maria pointed at the doorknob. A scorpion crest. No, a design like a magic circle arranged around a scorpion was inscribed there. That design. That's right. Isn't it just like those keychain charms Maria gave Jessica and me yesterday?
火星の5の魔法陣は強力な魔除け。
The fifth magic circle of Mars is a strong ward against magic.
しかもこの魔法陣は相当丹念に作られていて、力がよく満ちている。
Additionally, this magic circle was very diligently constructed and is full of power. Maria's still alive? Yeah, of course she is. Hello, Nanas. Thanks for coming by. Hi, hi.
魔の者であるベアトリーチェにとって、この魔法陣はとても厄介だろうね。
Such a magic circle can be quite troublesome to beings of magic like Beatrice.
それは心強いじゃねえか。
Isn't that comforting?
この部屋ならベアトリーチェのマッシュから逃げられるってことだろ。
Are you saying we can even escape Beatrice's clutches in this room? Not crutches.
うちの魔女様は実に頼もしいぜ。
Our little witch here sure is reliable.
ならベアトリーチェはどうやって中のおじい様を？
Then how did Beatrice get grandfather out?
バトラが推理した通りだよ。
Just as Battler reasoned.
ベアトリーチェは中に入れない。
Beatrice can't go inside.
でも彼女には魔法があるし、使い魔だっている。
However, she has both magic and familiars.
それらを使って、おじい様が自分から書斎を出てくるように仕向けることはできるかも。
Using them, she might have been able to get grandfather to leave the study of his own accord.
ああ、漫画で読んだな。
I've read about that in manga.
吸血鬼は十字架が怖くて近づけねえけど。
I've seen a bunch of scenes where vampires were frightened of crosses, so they couldn't get close.
使い魔たちはへっちゃらなんで、使い魔に襲わせるみたいなシーンを読んだことがあるぜ。
But their familiars were just fine, so they made their familiars attack.
バトラたちに昨日あげたサソリのキーホルダーのようなお守りも、この火星の5の魔法陣だよ。
Those scorpion keychain charms I gave you yesterday also had the fifth magic circle of Mars on them.
込められている力は微々たるものだけど、この島を出るまでの間を守ってくれるだけなら十分だった。
The power dwelling within them was weak, but they should be enough to protect you until we leave the island.
なくしちゃったそうだけどね。
Although it sounds like you've lost yours, right?
サソリのキーホルダーのお守り？
Scorpion keychain charms.
ああ、昨日私が母さんに渡したお守りはマリアにもらったものだったんだよ。
Yeah, the charm I gave you yesterday was something I got from Maria.
ドアノブにかけると魔除けになるとか言われて、私より母さんの方がいいかなってあの時は思って。
I heard it would repel magic if you put it on your doorknob, and at the time I thought maybe it'd be better if you had it.
そうでしたか。
Is that so?
ジェシカにしては変わったものを持っていると思っていました。
I thought it was an odd thing for you to be carrying around.
夏日おばさんがあれを
And Natsuhi put that
ドアノブに
on her doorknob?
ええ。夕べそう聞き、寝る前に扉の内側のドアノブにかけました。
Yes, last night after hearing about it from Jessica, I hung it from the doorknob on the inside of my door.
なら、夏日おばさんはとても幸運だよ。
Then Aunt Natsuhi, you're really fortunate.
そうだったなら夕べ、ベアトリーチェは夏日おばさんに指一本触れられなかっただろうね。
If you did that, Beatrice probably couldn't even lay a finger on you yesterday.
ベアトリーチェはさぞや悔しがったと思うよ。
I think Beatrice must have been really annoyed. Beatrice, annoyed? Couldn't lay one finger. Natsuhi thought back on that eerie scribble she'd seen on that morning, as though someone had been tearing at the outside of her door with blood-soaked hands, and gasped in surprise. Could it be that this witch who called herself Beatrice tried to enter through the door into Natsuhi's own room? But the magic-repelling charm had been hanging from the inside, so she couldn't break through the door. So she was annoyed. She scratched at it. The laugh of an angel.
よせよ、そういう話。
Quit it. Don't talk about that.
魔女なんかいないぜ。
witches don't exist.
いるのは犯人。
The culprit does.
それも私たちと同じ人間だ。
And they're human, just like us.
それを確かめる必要があるってなら、八つ先にして血が赤いかも確認してやろうじゃねえか。
If you need proof, why don't we just dice her up and see if her blood's red?
くそ。くそ。
Damn it. Damn it.
よくもカノン君を。
How could you do that to Canon-kun? Click. Genji unlocked the door. 8 people entered Kinzo's study. We finally went into Kinzo's study, guys. Maria's so cute. Jessica on that hard copium, for real. Guys, we've made it into Grandfather's study. I'd heard rumors about it beforehand, so I wasn't that shocked. He had done nothing more than fortify it thoroughly with his occult hobbies. If Grandfather's hobby had been chasing after pop idols, these walls might have been buried beneath idol posters. Even if I didn't understand it, I did realize that this room was a bundle of all his pastimes. Even so, I couldn't help but remain dumbfounded by the smell of his creepy medicine and the sweet stench that seemed to melt my head. When the door was closed, it automatically made a clunk. I see. This is the auto lock that's activated whenever the door is closed. And there were only 2 keys that could open this door from the outside, both of which were in this room. In other words, it had become a closed room. The shutter, the receipt, the chain, and now the auto lock. This 4th door had the most magnificent lock yet, and this was doubtlessly a closed room. Just to make absolutely sure that the room was secure, we checked all over for ways in or out. The window was tightly locked. That should have been enough, but just in case, we tried knocking all over the walls. After all, we had talked about there being a hidden door in this room, but we couldn't find anything suspicious. Grandfather's study was very large. Even though we called it a study, it wasn't really a single room. It could be divided into 4 basic sections: a study section, a bedroom section, a toilet bathroom section, and a section for cooking that had a sink. I see. This study really does have enough to live in. Now I see how Grandfather could live his whole life in this room without ever leaving. It seemed Grandfather wasn't in the habit of watching TV because there was no television or even a radio in this room. We can't do anything except pass the time listening to the sound of the rain until tomorrow morning. Dr. Nanjo looked closely at the chessboard that sat on the table in front of the sofa and muttered. It was apparently the partially finished chess match he'd been playing with Grandfather until yesterday. The black had the white pretty well cornered, and it looked like checkmate would be reached within a few moves, the last part of the endgame. Even though checkmate had almost been reached, the endgame had been rushed, and in the end was never completed.
金蔵さん、やはりこの勝負は決着がつきませんでしたな。
Kinzo-san, it seems we weren't able to see this match through after all. The perfect neat hole. You've got everything you could ever want in here. Honestly, very nice. It's kind of like a little apartment in a big house.
南條先生。
Dr. Nanjo.
わしは長く金蔵さんの友人だったが、金蔵さんのことを知っているのは半分だけでしかなかった。
I was Kinzo-san's friend for a long time, but I never knew about more than half of him.
金蔵さんにはいつも聡明な金蔵さんと何かの狂気にとらわれた金蔵さんの2人が同居していたように思う。
I believe 2 Kinzos existed, a wise one and one trapped by some madness.
わしは金蔵さんのことを何も理解してはおらんかった。
I never understood anything about him.
特にベアトリーチェ様のことになると人が変わったようでしたっけね。
Especially when it came to Beatorichi-sama, it would seem like his personality changed. In the direction of Kumasawa-san's upward gaze, a portrait of Beatorichi could be seen. No video games? You gotta bring your own! BYOV! BYOV, guys. BYOV. BYOC as well, being your own computer. It wasn't massive like the one hanging in the entrance hall, but small, made for this room. Grandfather probably spent every day in this room, and so much of his time talking to the witch in that portrait. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. Oh my goodness. Hello! That's why you said get ready. I was like, get ready for what? Hello, thank you so much for the shout out, Cotelry. Thank you so much for the raid.
This is my Dead Cells 2 boss cells boss attempt. We're not talking about anything, we're not talking about animals, we're talking about video games, you know? These crazy kooky, these demons, these
Thank you for the
ghouls,
follows.
these zombies, these gas, they're trying to cause trouble, dude. Sea Drake. Yeah, this Alucard skin, dude.
How are you guys doing? How was Left 4 Dead 2? How was it? How was it? Thank you so much for the raid, Kage. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the follows, Jeebus and Heraclitus. Hello, hello. Kage is always a blast. Of course, I agree. Prez, thank you for the follow as well. It was fun. We were just chilling and talking. Looking forward to the end of chapter
Drink
1.
water, you dehydrated bitch.
Thank you for the water, B-Rain. My mouth is very dry. My mouth very dry. Not my throat, but my mouth. That's like how you get cavities and stuff, right? Isn't it? When you have a dry mouth? I don't know. I realized I was a bit thirsty too, so I used it. Yes. Please drink all the water. Whenever I get reminded to being a thirsty bitch, you guys also need to drink some.
Dehydrated
Thank
bitch.
you for some more water, Oyana. Kage Raiders not even using Kage emotes? Are they not? There's no raid rules, just don't be weird. It's true. I agree with that. That's a good rule. Feather wiggle. Using Kage emotes and then you're using them. How could you not use this little stinker? It's a cute little kitty. But yeah, we are currently in the middle of the final part of Mineko. We're finally there. Everyone is in the study who is still alive. Yeah, everyone's in the study. Everyone's basically waiting until the next day because there's a typhoon. You can hear the rain. Yeah. Cavities are just caused by bacteria getting into holes in your teeth. Oh. I don't know why, but I felt like a dry mouth like influenced the bacteria and made it worse. I don't know. I'm gonna make a smoothie at some point during this stream. Can you explain Umieko using yourself and Kage as replacements? So basically, Kage will be the witch and I will be the main character. And as the main character, I don't believe that Kage exists. I don't believe Kage exists in the slightest. But for some reason, all these people keep dying around me, and it almost seems like Kage should exist because Kage is the only way that these people could have died, literally, like, but for some reason, I still don't believe Kage exists. So we're trying to figure out if there's another way these people have died and stuff like that. Because Kage is not real. Yeah, Kage is not real. To me. He is the nameless one. Yes. I think I saw the anime for this ages ago. Apparently the anime sucked. And the visual novel is good. I've never played or watched the anime. So this is the first time I'm being introduced to it. But I did watch Higurashi, and so I know a little bit about Higurashi. Excellent explanation. I wonder. Anime's ass. Visual novel is peak, manga is great. Excuse me. Anime is poo-poo. Kage was fake the whole time. Yes, he was, Patch. Yes, he was. Anime is poo-poo, guys. You've heard it first from Chloe. Anime is poo-poo. Who was Beatrice to Grandfather in the first place? So we don't know that. At least the main character doesn't, but I think that as readers, we kind of know. But you guys, everyone from the raid, if you guys need to go chill, you know, go take a break, go get some food, go to bed, please feel free, no problem. Appreciate the raid. It was really nice. Thank you. Right now, you couldn't just explain it away by saying it was a story made by the parents to frighten children away from wandering into the forest. While eating the canned food we'd brought from the kitchen, we talked together about who Beatrice was. Whether the culprit was Beatrice herself or someone pretending to be her. Whether they were a witch or a human, that was besides the point. The woman in the portrait was strongly related to the roots and background of this case. You couldn't talk about this case without talking about her.
そうだ。母さん、エヴァおばさんたちの部屋で犯人の手紙を拾ったんでしょ？
We forgot about this. That's right. Mom, you picked up the culprit's letter in Aunt Ava's room, right? I'm gonna head out to bed. Y'all have fun. Good one. See ya, B. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night.
ええ、まだ開けていませんでしたね。
Yes, I still haven't opened it.
開けてみましょう。
Let's give it a try. Aunt Nazi took out that Western envelope. Geji-san pulled a paper knife out of a drawer in the study desk and handed it to her. While watching her open it, George Aniki grimaced slightly. After all, it was a letter left at the site where his parents had been murdered. There was a good chance its contents would say something unbearable to Aniki. Aunt Nazi also seemed to realize that. So she glanced over the contents first without reading it aloud. We were all a little frightened that she might grimace after reading something shocking, but she just frowned unhappily.
内容は何と？
What does it say?
不愉快な一文があります。
There is only one unpleasant sentence.
私たちを挑発するつもりなのでしょう。
It must be trying to provoke us. Natsuki, after deciding that the contents could be shown to the children, set it openly on the table. Everyone stared at it at the same time.
我が名をたたえよ。
Praise my name.
なんだよこれ。
What the hell?
うっせえぜ。
That's annoying.
ベアトリーチェの勝ち名乗りみたいなものだろうね。
It's probably Beatrice declaring herself the victor.
くそ。
Damn it.
大方また怪しげな魔法陣でも出てくるのを期待してたんだろう。
I bet you were hoping another weird magic circle would show up.
魔法陣ではなかったけどね。
It wasn't a magic circle.
想像は裏切られなかったよ。
But my expectations haven't been betrayed.
どういう意味でしょう？
What could it mean?
自分の存在を誇示したいのでしょうか？
I wonder if she wants to tout her own existence.
そう考えるのが妥当でしょう。
That seems reasonable.
この手紙で初めて私たちは昨夜の手紙の主が犯人であると理解できる。
With this letter, we know now that the author of last night's letter is the culprit.
ここに書かれている内容よりも昨夜と同じ封筒でというところに意味があるものと思います。
I think the identical envelope is more significant than what is written here.
封筒も風浪も間違いなく親方様が使われていたものです。
Without a doubt, this is the type of envelope and sealing wax that the master used.
おお、
Oh,
もう私には何が何だかわかりませんよ。
I don't know what's going on anymore.
こんなことは後ろ宮のお家にお仕えして以来初めてのことです。
This is the first time I've seen anything like this since I started working for the Ushiroimiya family.
昨日の手紙の言う通りならベアトリーチェは自称じい様の最古の腹心だ。
Going by last night's letter, Beatrice is claiming to be grandfather's oldest confidant.
じい様も常々そう口にしてたんですよね。
Grandfather often said the same thing in the past, right? I spoke to Genji-san and Kumasawa-san, who nodded together.
ってことはじい様の次に詳しいのは源氏さんと熊沢さんってことになる。
Guess that means you two know more about her than anyone except grandfather.
話してくれないっすか。
Could you tell us?
私は長いことわざと耳にしなかった話です。
For a long time, I've purposefully avoided this topic.
ですがこの後に及んでは そうも言っていられません。
But now that it has come to this, I can no longer do so.
源氏、知っている限りを話しなさい。
Genji, tell us everything you know. Finally? Genji-san didn't answer. Excuse me, Genji-san, please answer. The mom looks like they could be sisters with their children. Oh my god. Did he remain silent despite his knowledge, or did he know nothing at all? Still, I had a good guess. Oopsies. Sorry, I forgot to plug in my iPhone. Because I'm dumb like that. Whoopsies. The ghost story of the witch Beatrice had long been deified among the servants. Deified, sorry. He had probably been very close to grandfather in his occult hobbies. So there was a good chance that he'd been indoctrinated with even weirder things, and had increasingly come to deify the witch. As grandfather's most trusted servant, who had sworn loyalty to him, he might be the most influenced by the illusion of the witch that grandfather had created. So there was only one reason for Genji-san to remain silent. He could speak, but it would definitely cause a backlash, so it was better if he kept his mouth shut, and it wasn't like we'd believe him anyway. Genji's a weirdo. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Something along those lines. A short while ago, Maria had been more than willing to speak bluntly and unrestrainedly, and that had earned her a scuffle with Jessica. It was natural for Genji-san to keep his silence. Was she father's concubine? What's a concubine again?
Concubine.
A woman who lives with a man but has a lower status than his wives. A mistress. The mistress. Oh, Genji is an expert in keeping his silence. Yeah, he is. His concubine. That could be possible. For ordinary poor people, polygamy isn't only viewed negatively from a moral perspective. Blah, blah, blah. It's also an unmaintainable financial situation. But that isn't the case for the very rich. It's possible for them to have another lover in addition to their real wife. Blah, blah. We can't deny the possibility that grandfather had another woman in his life besides grandmother. Maybe. When grandmother was still alive, I heard she was pretty sure of it. She thought he was cheating on her. I always thought she meant grandfather's imaginary witch. Now this is getting really interesting. You told me, didn't you, Genji-san? You said Beatrice has been working for grandfather since before the mansion was finished. I heard that the construction of the mansion was completed in Showa 27.
ってことは、ベアトリーチェという人は30年以上も
Yo,
昔から
a year!
おじい様と連れ添っていたということになるね。
A year! Thank you so much for that 1 year, monks! A year, fucking a year! It's been a year! Thank you so much, monks! How you doing? Thank you for that year-long sub. Big celebration. Thank you. How you doing, huh? Genji's an expert in keeping his silence. Genji's a little bit sussy-wussy. Doing alright? Yeah, it was good talking to you earlier a little bit. That means this person called Beatrice was in a relationship with grandfather since at least 30 years ago. Hello, Shin Masaki. Imagine if Amai was really a golden witch. I barely spoke. I mean, still. Genji has an impregnated Beatrice. What? What?
その30年前の愛人、もしくはその縁者や隠し子が何かの恨みがあって 何らかの復讐を企んだ。
Could that concubine of 30 years ago, or maybe a relative or hidden child with that person, hold some kind of grudge and be planning revenge?
なるほど。洋館ミステリーっぽいありがちなストーリーになってきたじゃねえか。
I see. This is starting to sound just like your standard Western mansion mystery.
汚らわしい話ですが、一番納得できる筋書きです。
It's a filthy topic, but it's the easiest line of reasoning to accept. That was creepy. Do it again. I don't know if I can do it again. I make a fool of myself if I do it again. By the way, guys, I just looked again. We reached 2,500 followers. I have to say a big thank you, guys. Big thank you. I'm thinking I want to do something before surgery, before my mom comes here. Maybe we'll do like a 12-hour stream to celebrate or something. So maybe we'll do a 12-hour stream before my mom gets here. Within the next like week or two, we'll do a 12-hour stream as a thank you. Butler's fucking insane, laughing about this shit where there are corpses all over the mansion. Yes, he is. Sounds tight. Yeah, let's do it. 2,500. 2,500. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. All the support. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway.
どうですか、Genji?
What do you think, Genji? Next VR chat meetup when? I'm not so sure right now. I'm not sure.
おそらく親方様に恋愛の感情は終わりになられたでしょう。
The master surely had feelings of deep love for her.
亡くなられた奥様より愛しておられたに違いありません。
There could be no mistake that he cared for her more than his late wife.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだよ。
Who is this person called Beatrice?
そして今はどうしてるんだ。
And what's she doing now? Ooh, creepy.
お屋敷ができるより前にお亡くなりになったと聞いています。
I have heard that she passed away before the mansion was completed. Is he telling the truth? New next cheap date when? We kind of had a bit of a cheap date yesterday.
すでに死んでいる?
She's already dead?
はい。
Yes.
親方様は大層深く悲しまれ。
The master was deeply stricken by grief at her loss.
ベアトリーチェ様を蘇らせる方法として黒魔術に傾倒なさっていったのです。
And he devoted himself to the art of black magic as means to revive her.
親方様はベアトリーチェ様を心の底から愛しておられたのです。
The master loved Beatrice-sama from the bottom of his heart.
このような狂気に駆り立てるほどに。
It was that madness which drove him to do all that you see here. As Genji-san said this, he spread his arms as though asking us to look at this room, filled with the signs of grandfather's madness. Genji's a weirdo. Are you new to Umineko? This is one of my favorite stories. I've got all the books for it. Yes, I am. I am new. I'm excitedly and happily reading it. We were all at a loss for words. Normally, black magic seems like it'd just be creepy, and it's really hard to imagine why someone might be so enraptured by it. Since Kinzo was just an eccentric, who had restored the Ushiromiya family amidst his madness, nobody had tried to understand him. The only thing on grandfather's mind had been the loss of a beloved woman, and his inescapable sorrow. Earlier, this room had seemed creepy, but in an instant, it had changed into something we could understand completely. The creepy books, the magic circles, the medicine, all of it. It all existed simply because he wanted to revive the face of a single woman who had left this world over 30 years ago.
一度だけ深く酔われた親方様にベアトリーチェ様のお話を聞かされたことがあります。
The master only told me about Beatrice-sama's story once, when he was very drunk,
詳しいことは忘れてしまいましたが。
Although I have forgotten the details.
それはもう
It was
女の私が聞いて羨むような深い深い愛情でございました。
a deep, deep love, enough to make a woman like me jealous.
金蔵さんは後宮家の当主を継いだ時、
When Kinzo-san succeeded the headship of the Ushiromiya family,
当時まだ生き残っていた後宮家の長老たちの意向で亡くなった奥さんとの結婚を決められたのです。
his marriage to his late wife had already been decided by the few surviving family elders.
つまり後宮家にとって得になる女性との結婚を強制された。
So he was forced into a marriage with some woman who would benefit the Ushiromiya family?
さようです。
That is correct.
金蔵さんはお家復興のためだけに当主に据えられ、全ての重責を背負わされたのです。
Kinzo-san was installed as the head who would revive the family and had to bear the entirety of that heavy responsibility.
そんな金蔵さんがどこでどういう経緯でベアトリーチェと知り合ったのかは分かりかねます。
I do not pretend to know the details of when or where Kinzo-san first met her.
それ以上語るのは無粋だな。
Guess it'd be rude to say any more than that. Kaori-chan, konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Genki? Hello, hello. You got a smoothie? Oh, I'll get a smoothie in like 10 minutes. 今日また海猫やってます。Minecraft Pro is here? Kaori-chan Minecraft Pro? そうだね。That was when grandfather truly fell in love for the first time. Just how deep was his affection for her? That was easy just to see by looking around us. This room was covered with piles upon piles of things having to do with black magic. And grandfather spent every day shut in here, immersed in his research and isolated from the outside world, never regretting 1 minute of it. You couldn't help but recognize the depth of grandfather's love for Beatrice.
私誤解してたよ、ケンジさん。
I had it all wrong, Genji-san. 元気だよ、よかった。かおりちゃんってマイクラプロだね。マイクラのプロだね。と言われた。Casually saying their grandmother was just a child mill? Oh my god. It's true, it's true, they did say that. She produced 4 heirs.
何をでしょうか。
What do you mean by that?
私、使用人の人たちが魔女を問診するのは、じい様の気持ち悪い黒魔術趣味に感化されてるからじゃないかってずっと思ってきた。
I've always thought that maybe you servants believed blindly in the witch because you were influenced by grandfather's creepy black magic hobbies.
違ったんだな。
But that's not how it was, right? By acting as though Beatrice's soul at least had been restored, and existed inside this mansion, they might have hoped to soothe grandfather's heart. With closed eyes and the expression of one remembering something from the distant past, Genji had broken his long silence. In making that confession, he probably felt like he was betraying his one and only master, in the most serious way, even though that person was already dead. Beatrice had revived as a witch, and she is in the mansion even now. Genji had said it. Had believed it. Had made people believe it. And would take that with him to the grave. This might have been the last service he could offer up to his master. The legend of the witch, the mysterious tale of Rokenjima that was still whispered amongst the servants. Its true nature was a sad lie. No, it was an act of kindness towards grandfather, who had lost the person he loved above all else. I feel like this is a bunch of baloney. This is all a bunch of baloney. マイクラ全然できないよ。どういうこと？めっちゃやってるだけど、めっちゃやってるだけど。For grandfather and his one true love, I feel like this is a bunch of baloney.
私はお父様の前で
This is all true.
魔女を否定する
I don't
話
believe you.
を何度か口にした覚えがあります。
I don't believe you. I remember denying the witch's existence in front of father on multiple occasions.
今ならそれがどれだけお父様を傷つけていたかわかります。
Now I finally understand how much that must have wounded him.
今の僕にならわかるよ。
Right now I can understand very well.
シャノンを蘇らせる方法が黒魔術だというなら、
If I thought I could revive Shannon using black magic,
僕は今すぐにもこの部屋の次の主となって研究を始めるよ。
I'd immediately become the next owner of this room and start researching.
兄貴。
Another strand of tears dripped from George's eyes. Maybe his tears were infectious. Tears rose to Jessica's eyes too, and she sniffled.
ベアトリーチェは言っていたよ。
Beatrice has said it.
もうじき蘇ることができる。
Very soon, she will be able to revive people.
会うことができるって。
You'll be able to meet them, she said. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. In the promised land that glitters gold, the souls of all the dead will be resurrected, along with the love that has been lost. Then I will sleep in a world of peacefulness for all time.
そう言ったのか。
Did she say that?
マリアに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは。
The Beatrice who gave you the letter?
信じないよね。
You don't believe it, do you?
ここにじい様がいたならきっと喜んだろうな。
If only grandfather were here, I'm sure he'd be happy.
もうじきベアトリーチェが蘇ることにさぞや踊り上がって喜んだろうな。
I'm sure he'd be jumping for joy now that Beatrice is about to be revived.
なら俺は信じたぜ。
In that case, I believe. He believes!
じい様が半生をかけて研究したことで蘇り、愛した女の魂が蘇ったと信じて寿命を全うできるって言うんなら俺も信じたぜ。
If grandfather gave up half of his life for this research, trying to resurrect the soul of the woman he loved and spending the rest of his life believing, I believe too.
バトラー。
一人の女性をずっと愛し続けた気持ちが
When you love a single woman for so long,
周りにも伝わり真実となる。
the people around you catch on to it and it becomes the truth.
それを気遣いと呼べばそれまでだろうけれど、
Maybe you could say they're just being polite for the sake of your feelings.
今の僕はあえてそれを魔法と呼んであげたいね。
But right here, now, I'd like to call that magic.
気遣いじゃないよ。
It isn't just being polite.
本当に魔法だよ。
It really is magic.
魔女だよ。
She's a witch.
やっぱり誰にもベアトリーチェの姿は見えないんだね。
It looks like nobody can see Beatrice after all. Some time passed. マイクラ上上手い人はもっと上手い。そうなの？でも結構上手いと思うよ。私たちにとって。私たちにとって。かおりちゃんが一番上手いと思う。You dumb. Balor gonna fuck it all up. I know. When you stop thinking and using logic, magic becomes real. It's true. Umai equals amai equals yummy. Umai? Am I umai? Am I? Mayhaps. Don't lick at me. No lick at me. No lick at me. Ihi arigato. いやいやいや。真実だから。Some time passed, and we listened to the sound of the rain. We considered what kind of love and madness must have possessed the owner of this room as he spent half of his life here.
女の私から聞けば、お父様の純愛の気持ちも少しは理解したいところですが。
If you ask me as a woman, then while I'd like to be understanding of father's feelings of true love,
それではお母様の立つ瀬があります。
it did leave mother in an awkward position.
同感だぜ。浮気は浮気。
Ha, I agree. Cheating is cheating.
綺麗事にされちゃかなわねえよな。
No way to make it pretty.
それもそうだな。
Yeah, that's right.
ばあ様が気の毒になっちまうぜ。
Gotta feel sorry for grandmother.
それでベアトリーチェとおじい様の間に子供がいたなんて話はある？
So, have there been any rumors about a child between Beatrice and grandfather? The keyword Beatrice has been hidden in every corner of this case, so it's natural to suspect some relative of hers.
いえ、そのような話は聞いたことがありません。
No, I have not heard of anything like that.
仮にいたとしたら最愛の人の忘れがたみとしてきっと全ての愛情を注ぎ込んだだろうね。
If there was one, a memento of his most beloved person, he surely would have given them all of his affection.
それがなく黒魔術に没頭していったなら子供はいなかったと考えるべきなのかな。
Since he ended up immersing himself in black magic instead, maybe we should assume that there was no such child.
そういえばこんな噂を聞いたことがあるぜ。
Come to think of it, that reminds me of a rumor I heard.
知ってるだろ？
You know it, right?
じいさまが福音の家っていう孤児院に莫大な援助をしてるって話。
That story about how grandfather heavily supported an orphanage called Fukuin House?
よしなさい。それはお父様を冒涜する中傷に過ぎません。
Enough of that. That is nothing more than slander which would desecrate father.
教えてくれよ、夏日おばさん。
Tell us that, Natsuhi.
隠し事はなしなのはおばさんもだと思うっすよ。
I think everyone, even you'd agree that there is no time to hide things from each other.
くだらない話です。
It's a worthless story.
お父様はその施設に莫大な援助をし、社会勉強の一環として当家の使用人雇用枠を開放していました。
Father made massive donations to an orphanage and had some orphans employed as servants at the head family to give them some on-the-job experience.
それをお父様に汚らわしい趣味があると吹聴する愚か者がいたというだけの話です。
The story in question is simply some drivel spread by fools who claim that father was using the orphans for some filthy hobby.
一時期それが黒魔術の生贄にするためだみたいな噂になってさ。
For a while, some guys even said he was collecting human sacrifices for his black magic.
実際いつもこの部屋で怪しげな実験や儀式を繰り返してたわけで、私も半分は信じてたところがあったぜ。
And he really is doing weird experiments and ceremonies in this room all the time, so I half believed it myself.
その福音の家出身の使用人ってのは？
And these servants who came from the Fukuin house are...
何人かいますが、親族会議中のシフトではシャノンとカノンの2人でした。
There are several of them, but Shannon and Kanon were the two scheduled during the family conference shift. これ、どうやって読む？
生贄。
生贄、そうだね。生贄がありそうだけど、真実かどうかわかんないね。There are several of them, but Shannon and Kanon were two of the scheduled during the family conference shift. To resurrect Beatrice, he brought in servants from an orphanage as human sacrifices?
確かにじいさまが使用人として選ぶのはいつもシャノンやカノン君くらいの若い子ばかり。
After all, everyone grandfather selected as servants was young, about the same age as Shannon or Kanon-kun.
私だってじいさまには妙な趣味があるに違いないって信じてたぜ。
I was sure it was because grandfather had some bizarre hobby.
ジェシカ、言葉を慎みなさい。
Jessica, mind your words. When Aunt Nazi scolded her, the atmosphere instantly went sour and everyone fell quiet. However, something was tugging at the back of my mind. Sacrifices. Sacrifices. Human sacrifices brought over from an orphanage. What is it? Freaky words like sacrifices don't pop up often. And yet, I've seen or heard that word recently. Some part of my memory is tugging at me. Hey, Beatrice, what do you know? I had arrived in front of the portrait of Beatrice. It wasn't as massive as the one at the entrance hall, but that portrait, which must have been drawn by some famous painter, was still just as intimidating in this smaller size. Below it, just like in the entrance hall, was the epitaph that supposedly hinted at the location of the hidden gold. He just realized.
生贄
Sacrifices.
だ。
Here.
なんだよバトラ。
What the hell, Battler?
急に気持ち悪いこと言うなよ。
You're creeping me out.
生贄を6人。
6 sacrifices. Both of my eyes were as wide as plates. Everything's been predicted right there from the very beginning. No duh! No duh, no duh. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be screaming. Everyone crowded around. And the same expression of shock rose to all of our faces. That's right. It's right there in the epitaph. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as a sacrifice. There's no doubt.
最初に死んだのは6人だ。
6 people died in the beginning.
そしてシャッターに書かれた魔法陣じゃねえ、ヘブライ語でも生贄を捧げると書いてあった。
6 people died in the beginning, and even on the shutter where the magic circle was drawn, no, where the Hebrew was written, it mentioned the offering of sacrifices.
私は最初からそう言ってる。
Ooh, I've been saying that from the beginning. That's right, Maria said it right at the start. Right after we found the 6 bodies, when Maria was in the parlor watching TV, she said it. The culprit isn't human. It's just the sacrifices chosen by the key.
これは黄金の隠し場所なんかじゃねえ。
This has nothing to do with the location of the hidden gold.
黒魔術か何かの復活の儀式の手順なんだ。
It's the instructions for a resurrection ceremony using black magic or something.
確かこの碑文には大勢の死が必要になるはず。
After all, this epitaph requires a large number of deaths.
確かに。
It sure does.
ざっと読むだけでも6たす2たす5で。
Even reading through it quickly, there'd be 6 plus 2 plus 5.
13人は死ななくちゃならないことになってるぜ。
13 people who must die.
普段はこの島には何人いるんですか？
How many people are normally on this island?
使用人のシフトにもよるでしょうが、お父様、夫に、私にジェシカ。
It changes depending on the shifts for the servants, but there's father, my husband, Jessica, and me.
そして使用人が2、3人。
And 2 or 3 servants.
昨日今日は5人いてもらってますが、普段はそこまでいません。
Today and yesterday there were 5 of them, but there are normally not that many.
ってことはだ。この儀式を実行しようとしたら、普段じゃ生贄が足らないってわけだ。
Which means that normally there wouldn't be enough sacrifices to carry out this ceremony.
いや、じいさまは福音の家から不気味な儀式の生贄にするために使用人を取ったという噂。
No, wait. There's that rumor that grandfather was collecting servants from an orphanage to be used as sacrifices in some creepy ceremony.
つまりなんだよ。
So what does this mean?
生贄の人数を増やすために使用人を増やし、さらに人数が集まる年に一度の親族会議を。
He increased the number of servants to increase the number of sacrifices, and waited for the annual family conference when even more people would gather?
この儀式を執り行える年にたった一度唯一のタイミングだったってことじゃねえか。
Isn't now the only time of the year this ceremony could be held? When Jessica screamed this, Maria broke out in that creepy laugh, looking truly pleased.
人は運気を試すためにある種の確率に願掛けをすることがない？
Haven't you ever heard of people making bets to test their fate? Like throwing a sandal and saying that if it lands right side up, tomorrow will be sunny. Or saying that tomorrow will be a good day if a coin lands heads up. There are many little superstitions like that. Sometimes when your luck is down and you get bored and you roll the dice and get 3 6s, you want to believe it's a portent of some miracle. I don't know this word. When flipping a sandal, you have at worst a 50% chance. Even if you get it right side up, it's not worth much. But if you carelessly roll 3 dice and they all come up 6, you might think that that's a small miracle.
魔術にもそういう考えはあるんだよ。
Magic works the same way.
限りなくありえない出目を期待してひたすらに祈祷を続ける。
You must pray earnestly for an extremely unlikely result.
そうして蓄えられた祈祷の念は奇跡の出目が現れた時魔力を持って具現化される。
Then the feelings from all those stored up prayers gain magical powers and become incarnate.
おじいさまがしようとした魔術は多分そういうもの。
The magic the grandfather was trying to perform was probably like that. Can you do a Maria laugh? Not really. What might this portend?
鍵が無作為に選ぶ生贄の抽選。
The key randomly selects sacrifices in a lottery.
それに万が一自分が当たることがないようにこの島に最も人が多くなる日を選んで儀式を実行した。
So to reduce the chance that he himself was selected, he chose the day with the greatest number of people on the island to carry out the ceremony.
バカバカしい。これらが全て怪しげな魔法の儀式の過程で起こった事件だと言い出すのですか？
Ridiculous. Are you saying that this entire situation was caused by a mere ceremony of some bizarre magic? Natsuhi yelled. She couldn't quell the fear that a scorpion charm might be the only reason she was still safe. If I hadn't received that charm from Jessica and hung it from my doorknob, would I have been killed mixed in among those 6? And the strangest part is, even though I hung the charm from the inside of my door, they couldn't get through that door. The culprit noticed the charm from outside the door and gave up trying to open it. A human couldn't have perceived that. A charm meant to stop something that was not human had done exactly that. Impossible, impossible, impossible!
だが夏日さん、確かに碑文の内容はその後もなぞっとる。
But Natsuhi-san, the epitaph certainly does continue to fit even after that.
第二の晩に残されし者は寄り添う二人を引き裂け。
On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the two who are close.
これはエヴァ様たちのことを指しているのでしょうか。
Could this be talking about Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama?
悔しいけどそうだと判断せざるを得ない。
Painful as it may be, we must reach that conclusion.
そして母さんたちを殺した犯人は続く第三の晩の言葉を手紙に書きその場に残したんだからね。
And after the culprit killed them, they left the words, the third twilight, in the letter there.
そうだな。第二の晩を実行し第三の晩をその場に残した。
That's right, after carrying out the second twilight, they left the third twilight in that place.
第三の晩はまさにさっき夏日おばさんが読んだ通りだぜ。
The third twilight was, just like Aunt Natsuhi just read. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. If you read it this way, it just keeps going on, doesn't it? On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. Gouge the head and kill. George Aniki's parents were killed with those demon ice picks gouged into their heads. But if they were the second twilight, someone else must have been gouged in the head.
じいさまだ。
That's grandfather.
焼却炉の中で焼かれてたからそっちに目がいっちまって気づかなかったが。
He was burned in the incinerator, and our eyes were so drawn to that part that we didn't notice.
じいさまも眉間に。
But his forehead.
いや、頭をえぐられてた。
No, his head had been gouged.
じいさまが第四の晩の犠牲者。
Grandfather was the victim of the fourth twilight?
じゃあカノン君は。
Then Kanon-kun was.
第五の晩に胸をえぐりて殺せ。
On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill.
カノン君については犯人との突発的な遭遇による犯行だと思ってたけど違う。
We thought Kanon-kun's case was an unexpected encounter with the culprit, but that's wrong.
誰か一人をおびき出し胸を貫くことを初めから狙っていたんだ。
From the very beginning, they planned to lure someone out and drive something through their chest.
もし犯人がこれをなぞっているとしたなら
If the culprit had followed the epitaph this far,
まだ3人が死ななければならないというのです。
does that mean 3 people still have to die? On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill.
第 確かに。
Yes.
そう読み取れますけど。
You could read it that way.
いや、そいつはどうかな。
Well, I wonder about that.
あと3人が死ねば第9の番になる。
After those 3 die, it reaches the 9th twilight.
見てみろよ。
Take a look. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive and none shall be left alive.
私たちはベアトリーチェにみんな殺される。
We're all gonna be killed by Beatrice.
わけがわかんねえ。
I don't get it.
結局何人いようが最後には全員死ぬってことじゃねえか。
Won't that mean that everyone dies no matter how many people there are?
じいさまは何が目的だったんだ。
What was grandfather after?
この儀式じゃじいさま自身何をどうしたって生き残れねえじゃないか。
Doesn't this mean the ceremony would kill him too no matter what?
誰も生き残れなくていいんだよ。
It's okay if no one's left alive.
第10の晩には黄金鏡にたどり着く。
On the 10th twilight, we finally arrive at the Golden Land. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures.
おじいさまは死を恐れてなんかいなかったんだよ。
Grandfather wasn't afraid of dying.
ほら、4つの宝の2番と3番を見てごらんよ。
Look at the second and third of the 4 treasures.
一つは全ての死者の魂を蘇らせ、
One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls.
一つは失った愛すらも蘇らせる。
One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost.
つまりおじいさまは自分がこの儀式の途中で死んでしまってもやがては復活できると信じてた。
So grandfather believed he would eventually be revived, even if he died partway through the ceremony?
バカバカしいぜ。妄言だぜ。
Ridiculous, that's insane.
死んだらそれまでだろ。
When you die, it's over, right? When you die, when you kill, you are died. When you are died, you are killed.
死者は生き返らない。
The dead don't come back to life.
人類が何千年もかけて追い求め、結局は未だに成し遂げられない奇跡だぜ。
Isn't that a miracle humanity's been chasing after thousands of years and still hasn't accomplished?
つまりこういうことだろ。
So is this what it means?
死後の世界で再会できて蘇ることができるとか、そういう類だろ。
Something like you'll be able to meet them in the afterlife where they'll be restored?
ジェシカの言い分通りだとするなら、こいつはつまり
If what you're saying is right now is right, that would mean
老い先短いじいさまが恋に狂っての自殺まがい。
grandfather, whose remaining life is slim and who's been driven mad by love, is committing suicide.
いや、壮大な無理心中ってことなのか。
No, a massive forced group suicide?
ケンジ、その可能性は考えられるのですか？
Genji, is such a thing possible?
わかりません。
I don't know.
親方様は時に千年の未来を見越されるほどの聡明なお方です。
The master is a man who sometimes has the wisdom to see 1,000 years into the future.
しかし凡庸な私にはそれが狂気としか映らないこともあります。
However, there are times when that appears to be nothing more than madness to commoners such as myself.
それってイエスって意味だよな。
Okay, so we should take that as a yes?
熊沢さんはどうなんだよ。
What do you say, Kumasawa-san?
私は何も知りません。
I don't know anything.
知りませんとも。
That's right, I don't know.
知っていたなら今日この島にいると思いますか？
Do you think I would be on this island today if I did know?
手病でも何でも使ってお休みしていますよ。
I would have faked an illness or done anything to take the day off, that's right.
おじい様の長年の友人である南條先生のご意見は？
What about your opinion, Dr. Nanjo? You've been grandfather's friend for many years.
源氏さんに同じです。金蔵さんは凡人をはるかに超越した方だった。
I feel the same as Genji-san. Kinzo-san was a man who far surpassed ordinary people.
そこにある種の人間離れした力すらも感じることはありました。
I've even felt a sort of inhumane power from him at times.
私にも 金蔵さんが何を考えてこの碑文を残されたのかわからない。
Even I don't know what Kinzo-san was thinking when he wrote that epitaph.
一つだけ言えるのは、仮にこの筋書きを作ったのがお父様であっても、実行しているのは別の人間だということです。
All we can say is that even if Father did write this script, someone else is carrying it out.
確かに少なくともじい様とカノン君を襲った犯人は他にいる。
That's right. At the very least, there's another culprit who attacked grandfather and Kanon-kun.
しかもそいつはこの碑文通りまだ事件を続けようとしている。
Furthermore, that person is still continuing the crimes, just as the epitaph says.
僕たちが深く考えなかった最初の手紙。
The letter in the beginning that we didn't think deeply about.
あれにはなんて書いてあっただろう。
What was it that was written there? We thought back to the recitation of the letter last night. Beatrice had proclaimed something inside it. She had proclaimed that, according to her contract with Kinzo, she would collect everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. But then she had also revealed a special clause. If someone discovered the location of the gold grandfather had hidden, that right would be lost. When the letter was read, grandfather was still alive. But at that time it had already been sealed with a wax by the head's ring, which meant grandfather had handed the ring over to Beatrice when he was still alive. If we take a straightforward approach, maybe we should assume Beatrice is carrying out that strange contract, with grandfather guaranteeing her that right. In other words, this was the same as saying grandfather knew of and approved of the contents of the letter. In other words, it's basically a joint message from Beatrice and grandfather, telling us that Beatrice will start collecting interest if we don't solve the riddle. In other words, 10 times he said that, grandfather and Beatrice were demanding that we try and solve the riddle of the epitaph. And if we couldn't, they were saying that the massacre would be carried out according to the epitaph. What does that mean? You just said. What do they want? I don't have a clue what it means.
ほら、ベアトリーチェからまた手紙だよ。
Look, another letter from Beatrice.
なんだって?
Huh? What did you say? Maria was pointing at the top of the table, where the canned food everyone had been eating just now still lay. A Western envelope from Beatrice certainly was sitting there. But so what? Dude, that music. What in the... Aunt Nazi let out a hysterical cry, looking between her own hands and the table, because the envelope she had just opened was still grasped in her hand. So why is there still an envelope on the table? What the hell? What's going on, Maria? Where did that envelope come from?
今見たら置いてあった。
Just now I looked and it was lying there.
うん。
私は何も知りませんよ。何も。
I don't know anything. Anything.
冗談じゃねえ。ここには俺たち8人しかいねえんだぞ。
This isn't funny. There's only 8 of us here.
9人目がこっそり忍び込んでいたなんてこともあるわけがね。
There's no way some 9th person snuck in.
俺たちがちょいと肖像画の前に集まっていたわずかの隙しかないんだぞ。
There wasn't enough time during the few seconds that we gathered around the portrait, right? Maria がベアトリーチだったりして、そうかなわからないね。そうでもないと思う。Get back! All of you! Backs against the wall! And Nazi was pointing the rifle at Genji and the others, bellowing at them. Genji-san was so overpowered, his face looking like he didn't have a clue what was going on. Of course, I felt the same, but a few moments late, I reached the same conclusion at Nazi he had. Until just a few seconds ago, there had been no letter like this on the table. And nobody entered this room. That means someone among us placed it there during the few seconds when everyone was looking away, preoccupied with the portrait. Battler-kun, open that envelope and read what's inside. I picked it up. It was still sealed with wax. Even without disturbing its contents, I realized that this was an as yet unopened envelope, an unknown envelope. Without relying on a paper knife, I tore it open and pulled out the letter inside. The contents were as follows.
金蔵様の碑文の謎をお楽しみいただいているでしょうか。
Are you enjoying the riddle of Kinzo-sama's epitaph?
すでにご存知と思いますが、皆様方には時間が多くは残されてはおりません。
As you are all probably aware, you have very little time remaining.
どうか嵐が過ぎ去れば逃げ出すことができるという甘えをおしてくださいませ。
Please abandon any naive hopes of escaping after the storm passes.
このゲームには私と皆様方のどちらが勝つかの結果しかない。
This game can only end with my victory or yours.
時間切れは私の勝ちとなる。
When time runs out, I will win by default.
引き分けはありません。
There will be no ties.
そこをどうか誤解なきようお願い申し上げます。
Make sure that you do not misunderstand your current situation.
って内容だぜ。
That's what it says.
この手紙を誰が置いたかは明白ではありません。
It isn't clear who put this letter there.
ですが、疑わしき人物を絞ることはできました。
However, I've been able to narrow down the list of suspects.
あなたたちです。
It's all you.
奥様。
Madame.
それはあんまりにございます。
That's just too horrible.
私は肖像画の前に行く直前、ここに缶詰を置きました。
Just before I moved towards the portrait, I set a can of food down here.
その時、このような怪しげな手紙は決して置かれていなかったことを確認しています。
At that time, there definitely wasn't anything as strange as this letter there.
そしてその時、すでにジェシカとジョージ君、バトラ君は肖像画の前に行った。
And at that time, Jessica, George-kun, and Balor-kun were already in front of the portrait.
そして彼らはこの手紙が現れるまで肖像画の前を離れていない。
And they didn't leave the spot in front of the portrait until the letter appeared.
つまり、あなたたち4人の中にその手紙を置いた人物がいる。
So the person who set that letter down is one of you four.
ベアトリーチがいる。
Beatrice is here.
おお、ベアトリーチャはマリアたちじゃない。
Ooh, we aren't Beatrice.
ベアトリーチャはいるもん。
Beatrice exists.
お黙りなさい。あなたたちの中の一人が疑わしいのか、全員が疑わしいのか分かりません。
Silence. I don't know whether I should suspect one of you or all of you.
しかし、確実にあなたたちの中に犯人が混じっている。
But without a doubt, at least one among you is the culprit.
そうだぜ。
That's right.
19人目なんかいるわけがない。
There can't be a 19th person.
魔女なんかいるわけがないんだ。
There's no way witches exist.
カノン君を殺したのだって。そうさ。熊沢さんなら説明できるよ。
Even when Kanon-kun was killed, yeah, that could be explained if Kumasao-san was the one who did it.
熊沢さんは本当はカノン君と一緒にボイラー室に入り殺したんだ。
The truth is that Kumasao-san entered the boiler room with Kanon-kun and killed him.
そして後から来たらもう倒れていたと嘘をついた。
And then she lied, saying he had already fallen when she got there.
誤解です、お嬢様。
You're making a mistake, milady.
私がなぜそのようなことを。
Why would I do something like that?
母さんたちをどうやってあの密室で殺したのかは見当もつかない。
I don't have the slightest idea how my parents were killed in that closed room.
でも母さんたちが殺された時、使用人の人たち以外の全員にはアリバイがあった。
But when they were killed, everyone except for the servants had an alibi.
なかったのは使用人の人たちだけ。
The only ones who didn't were the servants.
でも本当に疑ってもいいんだろうか。
But does that mean it's okay to suspect them?
確かにそれを言い出したら全ての件でアリバイはないが。
Yes, now that you mention it, they have no alibi for any of the cases. Milady. How many deaths so far? No new ones. No new ones yet. Hello, Aveline. How you doing? Should we really be so quick to make that judgment? But this time, in this room, in this place, in this moment, in this minimally small bit of time and space, it's obvious. Only one of the four of them could have set the letter there in our blind spot. We can't tell who put it there, but it's obvious that one of the four did it. By 4, 1, 2, 3. And who else? Maria? Hello, Milos. Maria's one of the ones? Oh, God. Natsuhi-san. Please, calm yourself. A lot has happened today. A lot has happened today. I understand how much strain is on your mind right now.
南條先生をお疑い申し上げるのは非常に心苦しいです。
Dr. Nanjo, it truly pains me to call you suspicious.
ですが、お父様の主治医として、唯一無二の親友として、長くお父様と共にあられた。
However, you are father's personal doctor and his closest friend. Hello, Juge Bush. This game is awesome, really. KKS? Kicks? Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it so far. Maria, Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. Maria was the one who pointed it out. But I think it's Nanjo. I think it's Genji.
ベアトリーチェのことも知っているかもしれない。
You have been by his side for many years, and you might even know about Beatrice.
何かの古いしがらみを知っていて隠しているのではありませんか?
Could you be hiding some kind of old obligation?
そんなはずはない。
Of course not.
落ち着きなさい。
Calm yourself. It was pitiful to watch Dr. Nanjo frantically pleading his innocence. It was probably a normal reaction that anyone would give if they were suspected. Kumasawa was the same. Ever since Jessica voiced her suspicions of Kumasawa murdering Kanon, Kumasawa had been totally flustered. That's why Genji's still calm appearance looks so bold. Aunt Natsu pointed the barrel of the gun.
Genji. あなたはお父様の一番の部下です。
You were grandmother's number one subordinate.
ベアトリーチェとはあなたがお父様に見せた幻想で、あなたこそがその実行者だったのではないのですか?
Was Beatrice an illusion you showed father with you as the performer?
そうお疑いいただけるのは、
If by
奥様が私を親方様の一番のしもべだとお認めいただけたということで。
If by suspecting me, you recognize me as the master's greatest servant.
このような場ではありますが、とても名誉なことだと存じます。
Then I count it a great honor, regardless of the circumstances. Very sus.
しかし、この手紙を置いたのは私ではありません。
However, I am not the one who put the letter there.
それを私が鵜呑みにできると思いますか?
Do you just expect us to accept that?
お前が首謀者に決まっています。
You must be the ringleader.
あるいは熊沢も南條先生もその共犯かもしれない。
Maybe Kumasawa and Dr. Nanjo are your accomplices.
マリアちゃんもです。
And Maria-chan too. Not content to suspect just the adults. Aunt Natsu pointed the gun relentlessly at Maria too. But Maria acted as though nothing had happened. Or maybe she thought she would be fine even if she was shot.
マリアちゃん、今この場ではもう幼いから疑いの枠から外すという段階にない。
Maria-chan, by this point we can no longer remove someone from suspicion just because they're young.
だから誰もが昨夜からずっと持ってきた疑問をもう一度ぶつけさせてもらいます。
So for the last time, let me ask the question that everyone had since last night.
昨日バラ庭園であなたに手紙を渡したベアトリーチェは誰です?
Yesterday, who was the Beatrice who handed you that letter?
マリア、ごまかすんじゃねえぜ。
Maria, don't dodge the question.
この際はっきりさせろ。
Make it clear.
お前に手紙を渡したのは誰なんだよ。
Who gave you that letter?
だから何度も言ってるよ。
How many times do I have to tell you?
ベアトリーチェだよ。
It's Beatrice.
1000年を生きる黄金の魔女なんだよ。
The 1000-year-old golden witch.
姿を知りたければ後ろを振り返ればいい。
If you want to know what she looks like, just turn around.
ほら、そこにいるよ。
See, she's right there.
ベアトリーチェが。
Beatrice is.
してんのかてめえ
Don't mess with us, Maria.
よせジェシカ、マリアもよせ。
Enough, Jessica. Maria too. 夏日ずっといい人だったのに急にブチギレるじゃん。ブチギレるじゃん。ブチギレる。そう、でも、Thank you for the follow, Juge Bush. Thank you. And そうだね。でも仕方ないでしょ。これはみんなクレイジーになっちゃうからね。こんな状態なら。誰でもクレイジーになっちゃう。The first cap is so cool. I'm playing cap 3. It's so crazy. Let you play this game, only you'll be able to enter the golden land. Hello, Pirotica.
状況が分かってんのか。
Don't you understand the situation?
そんなこと言って何になるってんだ。
What are you hoping to gain by saying stuff like that?
無意味な挑発はよしやがるってんだ。
Stop stirring each other up pointlessly.
マリアにはわかんないんだよ。
Oi.
バトラたちは誰が犯人ならいいの？
I don't understand. Who do you want all the culprit to be? Who do you want the culprit to be?
自分たちの中に犯人がいると信じたくない時だけベアトリーチェを信じて。
You only believe in Beatrice when you don't want to suspect one of your own.
親しい人を殺された恨みを晴らしたい時だけ暴力をぶつけられる人間の犯人を信じたがってベアトリーチェを否定する。
When you're trying to settle a grudge because someone who's close to you has been killed, only then do you believe in a human you can attack with violence and deny Beatrice.
だから見えないんだよ。
That's why you can't see her.
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists.
お前たちには見えない。
You all can't see her.
黙りなさい。あなたが犯人だと決めつけたくはありませんが、この状況を不愉快にさせて楽しんでいる利的行為者であることはもはや疑いの余地もありません。
Silence! I don't want to label you as the culprit, but there is no longer any doubt that you enjoy making the situation unpleasant and are providing assistance to the enemy. Oh my god, that's funny. Nani kore? Do nani?
土星論。
土星論。土星論だね。夏日さんは土星論じゃない？土星論な人。
ならどうするの？
Then what will you do?
マリアを撃つ？
Shoot me?
別にいいよ。
I don't mind.
もうすぐ黄金鏡の扉が開かれる。
Very soon the door to the Golden Land will be opened.
そして全ての死者が蘇る。
Then all the dead will be resurrected.
今や死は恐れるべきことではないんだよ。
Right now, death is nothing to be afraid of.
母さん、やっぱりこいつは怪しいよ。
Mom, she's really suspicious.
一緒になんかいられないよ。
We can't keep her with us.
でも夏日おばさん、どうか落ち着いて。
But Aunt Natsuhi, please calm down.
マリアちゃんを撃つ理由は何もない。
There's no reason to shoot Maria.
どうか冷静に。
Please remain composed.
手紙は挑発するけど、何も恐れることはない。
The letter was meant to provoke us, but it's nothing to be afraid of.
犯人だって明日が怖いんだ。
Even the culprit is scared of what will happen tomorrow.
警察が怖いんだ。
They're scared of the police.
この島は今無秩序に支配されているけれど、それは台風で隔離されているからだけに過ぎない。
Right now, this island is free from the reach of the law, but that's only because it's isolated by this typhoon.
台風が過ぎれば秩序が戻ってくる。
Once the typhoon passes, the law will return.
だからおばさん、撃っちゃいけない。
So you mustn't shoot.
なんでジョージ兄さんはそんなにも冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm, George Nissan?
この4人の中に犯人がいる。
One of the four is the culprit.
いや、あるいは4人が全員来るかもしれない。
No, maybe all four of them are working together.
この中にエヴァおばさんたちを殺した犯人がいるかもしれないってのに、なんでそんなに冷静なんだよ。
How can you stay so calm when one of these four might be the culprit who killed your parents? マリアの犯人が届けて欲しい時だけ自分たちの中に犯人がいると思って言うも、なんだっけ
土星論。
土星論。そっか。そうだね、そうだね。マリアちゃんのせいだから、マリアちゃんのせい全部は。みんなクレイジーになっちゃうのは。本当にみんな、マリアちゃんのせいでみんなイライラになっちゃうんだね。
僕だって犯人を見つけて殺してやりたい気持ちはあるさ。
Even I have the desire to find the culprit and kill them. Hello, Lawrence.
でもそれは単なる蛮行だ。
But that would be simple barbarianism.
僕は罪の裁きを秩序に任せる。
I will leave the judgment of crimes to the law. Very bold.
だからどんなに疑わしくても引き金を引いてはいけないんだ。
So no matter how suspicious they are, you mustn't pull that trigger.
ジョージの兄貴に同じだ。
I feel the same as George Aniki.
夏日おばさん、ここはちょいと冷静になろうぜ。
And Natsuhi, get a hold of yourself for a second.
とにかく撃つのはまずいぜ。
It'd be bad to shoot.
こういう時はよ、頭を後ろに反らしてクールになれって3回唱えるといいらしいぜ。
Coolになる. In times like this, I hear you should tilt your head back and say, "Stay cool" 3 times.
はっきりさせておきます。魔女などいない。
Let me make this clear. Witches don't exist.
ここは六軒島で、ここは後宮家の本家屋敷です。
Not on Rokkenjima, not in the Ushiromiya mansion.
後宮家代表、後宮夏日として宣言します。
I declare it as Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family.
ここには魔女などいない。
There is no witch here.
ベアトリーチェなど認めない。
I won't accept Beatrice.
何を企もうとも、娘たちには指一本触れさせない。
No matter what you're planning, I won't let you lay a finger on my daughter or the rest of them.
それが母としての、当家代表としての務めです。
That's my duty as a mother and as the representative of the family. Blah, 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 blah. Those words were the final words of farewell that settled everything. To protect her daughter, Aunt Natsuhi would regard any suspicious person as an enemy. The only reason George Aniki and I were standing on the side was because, by coincidence, we had a clear alibi regarding the letter. If I hadn't approached the portrait, I would also be at the other end of that gun barrel, treated like a criminal. But even though part of me thought that, part of me was thinking that chasing all the suspicious people from this room would finally guarantee our safety. Geji-san and Kumasawa-san and Dr. Nanjo. All of them were on grandfather's side. Maybe you could say that once Maria started blindly believing in Beatrice, she was also on grandfather's side. That's right, they're all suspicious. But is this really okay? If we throw out all the suspicious ones in such a lawless way, will we still have the right to defy the lawlessness of the witch? I don't know. 人が死んでいるのにヘラヘラしてるからね。そう、めっちゃなんか、キヒヒヒヒとか言ってるんだね。What's happening? Everything calm? More calm? Cool? And Natsuhi didn't tell them to leave it with her own words. But with wordless pressure, she induced them to say that themselves. Because if Dr. Nanjo didn't say those words, this cold silence would surely continue forever.
落ち着きなさい、ナスヒさん。
Calm yourself, Natsuhi-san.
だが気持ちはよくわかる。
Still, I understand your feelings well.
わしだって今朝からの異常な事件続きで頭がどうかなってしまいそうだ。
I myself feel like there's something wrong with my head after all of these strange repeated incidents.
だからわしらを疑いたい気持ちもよくわかる。
So I understand well why you want to suspect us.
もし本当に南條先生が無関係なら、私は無礼極まりないことをしているのだと思います。
If you really have nothing to do with this, then my actions now would be beyond rude.
ですが、今だけは分かってください。
However, please understand just this once.
わかった。
Very well.
わしらは部屋を出ましょう。
Let's leave the room.
どうですかな、源氏さん。
What do you say, Genji-san?
客間に戻ってチェスの続きといきませんかな。
Shall we return to the parlor and continue our chess game?
それをお望みでしたら、ぜひ。
If that is what you wish, by all means.
私は嫌ですよ。
I don't want to.
だって、この中に狼がいると分かってて部屋から追い出されてしまうんですよ。
After all, that means we'll have to leave this room knowing that the wolf is among us, right?
嫌ですよ、奥様。どうかお許しください。
I don't want to, madame. Please forgive me. It was obvious what Kumasawa-san was trying to say. If she was innocent, then she was being ejected into dangerous territory along with the culprit. In the current situation, urging her to leave this room along with the suspects was almost exactly the same as letting her get killed. However, Kumasawa-san was suspicious just for being the first one to discover that Kanon-kun had been murdered. Excuse me. At that time, everyone except Kumasawa-san had an alibi. Unless we could prove the existence of some contraption or the existence of some 19th person, Kumasawa-san was by far the most likely suspect. I didn't want to believe it. However, Aunt Natsu and the rest of us were in such a difficult situation that we could not help suspecting her as well. So we didn't say anything to stop Aunt Natsu from trying to oppressively chase them from the room. We had stopped her from shooting, but we were passively agreeing to chase the others out of the room. On top of that, Maria spoke to the fretful Kumasawa-san.
大丈夫だよ。ベアトリーチェは敬う人には優しいから。
It's okay. Beatrice is kind to those who respect her.
熊沢さんはベアトリーチェがいるって信じてるもん。
You believe that Beatrice exists.
だからきっと大丈夫だよ。
So it'll definitely be okay. 悪い子なのは間違いないね。間違いない。この顔見て、ごらん、見てね。やばいでしょ、この子は。
マリアは客間でテレビを見るよ。
I'll watch TV in the parlor.
一緒に見ようよ。
Let's watch it together.
ここ、テレビがなくてつまんないもん。
It's so boring here without TV. It looked like Kumasawa Kumasawa found Maria's roguish laugh very frightening. However, the three other people had agreed to leave the room. Kumasawa couldn't fight the flow and had to agree, crying as she went. 顔がもう、何これ。
それでは
性格悪い。性格悪いでしょ。ちょっと頭が変わってるんだね、この子。Well then, Natsuhi-san.
今夜はこれで。
That will be all for tonight.
また明日お会いしましょう。
Let us meet again tomorrow.
今夜だけは分かってください。
Yes, please understand, at least for tonight.
警察が来たら全員に今夜のこの無礼を必ず謝罪しますから。
When the police come, all of us will surely apologize for our rudeness.
チェスもよろしいでしょうか。できたら安全なところに。
You may play chess, but do it in a safe place if you can.
ゲンジ、頼みます。
Genji, I leave them in your hands.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
仕方ありませんね。
It can't be helped, can't it?
子連れの熊が一番恐ろしいと言いますから。
They always say that the most frightening bears are those with their children.
ゲンジも熊沢も本当に申し訳ありません。
Genji, Kumasawa, my sincere apologies.
また明日お会いしましょう。
Let us meet again tomorrow.
マリアちゃんも
Maria-chan too.
冷たいおばさんを。
Please forgive your cold aunt.
おう、マリアは許す。
I forgive you.
奥様、この部屋の鍵です。
Madame, the keys to this room.
2本すべてをお預けします。
I will hand both over to you. Genji-san pulled 2 golden keys from his pocket and handed them to Aunt Natsuhi.
それから私が持っているお屋敷内の鍵束もお預けいたします。
And I will also hand over my bundle of keys to the inside of the mansion. He took out a bundle of about 10 keys of various shapes and handed it over. To the servants, those keys were probably proof of their position. Being placed in charge of these keys means they were trusted, relied upon. When they were forced to return them, it meant that they had lost that trust. Thinking about it this way, Takeji-san, who had worked here for a span of many years, there could be no greater shame. However, Genji-san's usual indifferent expression remained on his face.
源氏、私はお前をお父様がお亡くなりになったら長年の苦労をねぎらって退職を許すつもりでいました。
Genji, I had planned that after father passed away, I would reward you for your many years of hard work and allow you to retire.
なのにこのような仕打ちを
To treat you like this
私は心より恥じます。
makes me feel ashamed from the bottom of my heart.
私は親方様よりすでにご恩を受けております。
I have already received the master's favor.
今日までの日々はそれに対するご恩返しの日々であっただけです。
Everything I have done until today has been in repayment for that.
どうかお気に病まれませんよ。
Please do not worry over it.
それでは参りますかな、皆さん。
Well then, shall we, everyone?
おやすみなさい。
Good night to you all.
おやすみ。バトラもおやすみ。
Good night. Good night to you too, Battler. Ooh.
あ、マリア、ちょっと待て。
Maria, wait a sec. Knowledge of guilt made me call Maria back. I groped around in my pocket and took out that scorpion keychain.
これ、魔除けなんだろ。
This repels magic, right?
身につけとけ。
Wear it.
おバトラ、確か落としてなくしたって。
Didn't you say you dropped it?
あんときゃ、なんか尺になって、なくしたとかほら吹いただけだ。
Back then, I got ticked off and just bluffed that I'd lost it.
お前の大切なお守りを、なくすわけねえだろ。
There's no way I'd lose the precious charm you gave me. Maria silently took the charm. I was unable to say anything after that.
それでは皆様、おやすみなさいませ。
Well then, everyone, good night to you. We watched them leave, our expressions completely worn out, and we weren't even able to respond. Until the door closed and we heard the auto lock, we were unable to breathe. Is this a good time for me to stop and make a smoothie? Is this a good time for me to stop and make a smoothie? Yes? How much longer of the game do we have left? I'm just wondering if any of you guys know. How much longer is it? Anytime is good for a smoothie? You're right. You're right. Good hello, Fizz. Good morning. How you doing? Not much until credits and after credits. The episode ends soon. Oh god. I'm nervous. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Okay, I'm gonna go make a smoothie really fast. We can have, we'll just have the music playing. We'll just have this music playing. I'll be back in a little bit.
Or chat. Who's gonna die next? You. Well, that was rude. My apologies, Nakuna-sad.
Watch your profanity.
What does a sprinter eat before a race? Nothing, they fast.
I'm back.戻ってきた。スムージーと一緒に。
Sniff, sniff. Uh-oh. Stinky.
What's stinky? Hi, streamer. Stop calling me streamer. Stop calling me streamer. How are you guys? Battling flies? You had to kill flies? Nice. I made a smoothie and it's pretty good. Very nice and good. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hi, VTuber. Oh my god. Hand over the drink, streamer, or else. Or else what? Or else what? Gun? Mama がいない間にみんなおならしてた。そうなの？おならしてたの？めっちゃおならしましたね。嘘、知らなかった。嘘、めっちゃおならしたんだけど、めっちゃめちゃ臭いじゃん。めちゃめちゃ臭い。Chat stinky. Chat no. A blood smoothie? Oh my god. Uso? Nani ga uso? Kusai ne. We had community Taco Bell tonight? Oh my gosh. I would love to have... You know what, guys? Let's have McDonald's together at some point, okay? During my 12-hour stream, I might take you... no, I can't take you guys with me, but... I kept saying I want to get McDonald's. Let's have McDonald's together. McDonald's, McNuggies. Yeah, McNuggies. You'll go for your McDonald's for the McNuggies. Onara shimasen deshita. Shita yo. Yes, you did. You're not lying to me, Fizz. I'm gonna get McDonald's myself for the full immersion. Yeah, get McDonald's with me. Maybe during my 12-hour stream. I'll walk over there for a little bit and go grab it and come back. It's like a 10-minute walk away from my house, baby. 5 to 10 minutes. Show the redeem I did. Okay, maybe it wasn't you, Fizz. Maybe it wasn't you, but it was definitely other people in here. Okay, let's go. Kuchai. Kuchai yo gomen ne, Kaori-chan. Kuchai ne. Kuchai. Is anyone else gonna die? Then we were finally allowed to take a breath. After that, I noticed that Beatrice's letter, which I had been gripping the whole time and which was soaked with my sweat, actually had 2 sheets. The paper had been tightly stuck together, so I mistakenly thought that there was only one. You bozo! You motherfucking bozo! There were no characters on the second sheet. The thing drawn there was a magic circle, written with a red line ink of blood. Ink like blood. Just like how every magic circle up until then had been different, this magic circle is one I'd never laid eyes on before. Inside the circle, a large triangle and a small triangle were fit together in a simple design. But just as before, there was writing in Hebrew, and it seemed clear that it held some kind of meaning. I wanted to know what it could be, but we had just chased Maria, the only person who could understand the meaning of magic circles, out of the room. Though, I thought of this magic circle as Beatrice's second message. What does this magic circle mean? Damn it. After chasing out all the suspicious people, all we had to do was stay barricaded until the morning and everything would probably be over. Once the typhoon had passed, when the seagulls cry, will everything be resolved? But the letter, which had unexpectedly appeared in the study, forced us to reject that naivety. It had made it very clear that if time ran out, it would mean the witch's victory. When time runs out, is the witch planning to take on the offensive? This time, is she planning to display some fearful magical power? Maybe something that could have been used to kill 6 adults at once? Hello, Saki! And thanks to Morsi for that gift sub! Hope you've been doing good, Saki. I just made myself a smoothie. Yummy. in my smoothie, I always use bananas and frozen strawberries, and I used some yogurt in it this time too. It was good. Wait, when is time supposed to run out anyway? I don't know anything. With this, we should finally be safe. Finally. Definitely. Even as she said that, Aunt Nazi couldn't stop gripping that rifle. There was no release in the tension of her expression. Of course, none of us felt like breathing a sigh of relief. At least not until we could hear the cry of the seagulls once more. But you know, it sounds like... Oh. Almost 12 o'clock. It's 11:30 p.m. Maybe once 12 o'clock happens, it'll be over. Kodomo no koro. Nani kore? Ah, oya. Oya ga.
Onarashi.
Oh, それはおならした人が手が、黄色いって言ってた？手が黄色いの？そうなの？それ私聞いたことないの。聞いたことないな。なんか、おならの漢字はめっちゃ変だね。ごのご、ごのおのごとなる。だね。めっちゃ変。Very mixed knives. It's gonna be over one way or another, that's true. After we chased them out, nobody wanted to say anything. All of the suspicious ones had been driven away. Even though we knew there might be some innocence among them, we still did it. We chased them out of this paradise, where people don't have to suspect each other. But our motive for chasing them out was suspicion of one person towards another, the worst kind of crime for a human. If we had accepted the existence of a 19th person of the witch, then we all might still be talking face to face, trusting in each other. In that instant, we had agreed to chase out all of the suspicious people. But had that been the right thing to do? During this endless silence, we could do nothing but be quietly tormented by that sin. Aunt Nazi faced the door without letting go of her rifle for even an instant, sitting far back in the sofa. She would probably spend the night staring at the door without a wink of sleep. George Aniki gazed through a gap in the closed curtains by the window, looking down at the courtyard and the mansion that surrounded it. I didn't know whether he was checking to see if a suspicious shadow would become visible through the window, or whether he was wondering to himself about something. Jessica was sitting sideways on the sofa next to Aunt Natsuki, with a dead expression on her face. And every once in a while, as she thought she'd remembered something, she'd take out an inhaler she had used during her asthma attack and stick it in her mouth. ブラジル人が子供がおならした時に誰がしたかわかる方法だよ。絶対おならした子供は自分の手を確認する。一番黄色い手がやっちゃったっていうことか。それは面白い。私の手は全く黄色い色じゃないからね。だから私絶対に私絶対に大丈夫でしょ。I just heard it from Aniki. But apparently Jessica liked Kanon-kun. It was apparently so vague that she hadn't realized it herself. You know? It's the kind of thing other people tend to spot before the person in question realizes it. Which means she might have first learned of her feelings when the person she liked died. It must have been so terrible, so sad. Come to think of it, Kanon-kun was the one who handed her that inhaler. Maybe she was remembering that. I was fishing around Grandfather's study, thinking I'd researched the meaning of the magic circle in the letter second sheet. Even though we were shut up in here in a defensive position, my rebellious nature made me want to find some key, some way to resist. After all, we've got plenty of time before tomorrow morning. Who could fault me for how I used that time? No one else showed that much interest in this magic circle. Its meaning was unknown, and once we understood it, we were sure to find some message that would cause us unnecessary anguish. I felt the same. いや、黄色くはないんだけど、やっちゃった人が、って確認したって、誰かバレちゃう。あ、そっか。そっか、そっか。手で確認するか。面白い。初めて聞きました、それ。英語では、アメリカではどうだろう？一番おなら匂いした人がやっちゃったそうです。However, I couldn't just ignore it, so I killed time by going through the motions of researching it.
熱心だね。
You sure are enthusiastic.
何か手がかりになるようなことは見つけられたかい？
Did you find anything that might serve us as a hint?
さっぱりさ。
Not a thing.
そもそも日本語で書かれた本を探すことからして骨だぜ。
The first tough part is finding a book written in Japanese.
じいさまは一体何カ国語を読めたってんだ。
Just how many languages could grandfather read?
大したもんだぜ。
He's incredible.
バトラ君は眠くないの？
Aren't you tired, Battler-kun?
誰かが起きていてくれてるうちに休んだ方がいいよ。
You should take a rest while someone else stays awake.
夏日おばさんは寝ず番をしてくれると言ってるけど、体が持つわけない。
Aunt Natsuhi said she'd stay up all night for us, but there's no way her body can handle that.
ローテーションで休んだ方がいいよ。
We should take turns sleeping.
じゃあ兄貴が先に休めよ。
Then you sleep first, Aniki. Oh, yeah, it was incredible, huh?
俺は眠気が来るまでちょいと調べ物をしてるさ。
Then you sleep first, Aniki. I'll keep researching till I get sleepy.
さっきの魔法陣？
You mean that magic circle just now?
どうせ時間は腐るほどあるさ。
Yeah, we've got plenty of time to kill.
ベアトリーチェ様がどういうメッセージを込めやがったのか面白そうだと思ってよ。
I thought it'd be interesting to find out what kind of message Beatrice-sama put in it.
よせよ。
Give it a rest.
そういうのやってると妙なのに取りつかれちまうぜ。
Mess around with that stuff, and you'll end up getting possessed by something weird.
安心しろよ。俺はマリアにお墨付きをもらってるぜ。
Don't worry, I've been certified by Maria.
俺には霊的才能はからっきしなんだとよ。
She said I've got no spiritual talent at all.
マリアのこと邪険に
We were too cruel.
しすぎたかな。
Oh, were we too cruel to Maria?
ジェシカ、今はそれを考えてはなりません。
Jessica, you mustn't think that now.
でも母さん。
But Mom,
もしもマリアが無関係で犯人が他にいたなら。
But Mom, if Maria wasn't involved, there's a culprit beside her.
犯人は襲いやすい相手を狙うに決まってる。
Then she's obviously a soft target for the murderer.
それで殺されたなら。
If she's killed because of this,
私たちは見殺しにしたことになるよ。
then we've just left her to die. A gloomy silence settled once again. It looked like Jessica regretted letting her emotions take hold of her and snapping at Maria. She's always been like that, always acting tough and regretting it later.
気持ちはわかりますが、マリアは犯人と接触し、
I understand how you feel, but Maria was in close contact with the culprit.
こともあろうか、その肩を持つように煙に巻く発言を繰り返しています。
And she might have been siding with them, talking like that over and over to further confuse matters.
私はこの部屋から追い出せて清々しています。
I am relieved that we chased them out.
夏日おばさんって結構きついっすね。
That's pretty harsh, Aunt Natsuhi.
9歳の女の子のザレ言かもしれないじゃないっすか。
Couldn't it have just been the nonsense of a 9-year-old girl? It probably wasn't very convincing to hear that coming from me. I myself thought Maria was creepy on several occasions, even doubting her true nature. And when Maria was chased out of the room, I couldn't deny it felt some relief.
もしそうだったなら、
If that is the case,
明日謝罪します。
then tomorrow we will apologize for what we did.
彼らをこの部屋から追い出したのは全て私の責任です。
I will take full responsibility for chasing them out of this room.
だからあなたたちが気に病むことはないのです。
This isn't something the rest of you have to worry about. I could feel a tragic determination in Aunt Natsuki's words. To protect her own daughter, she had resolutely chased out the suspicious ones. And if, as a result, she had to watch the people who had unfortunately been suspected die, so be it. She was prepared to take full responsibility.
なんでマリアって
Ooh,
あんなこ
ooh.
とばかり言うんだよ。
Why does Maria have to keep saying stuff like that?
自分で自分の首を絞めてるぜ。
She's bringing about her own ruin.
もともとマリアちゃんが魔女や魔法に傾倒するようになったのは
I think the reason Maria adores witches and magic so much
僕はローザおばさんのせいじゃないかと思ってる。
might be Aunt Rosa.
ローザおばさんのせい？何がどう関係してるってんだよ。
Aunt Rosa? What does she have to do with this?
バトラ君だって気づいてるんじゃないかい。
Didn't you realize it too, Battler-kun?
マリアちゃんの本当の父親はずいぶん昔に蒸発してるんだ。
Maria-chan's real father ran off somewhere long ago.
おばさんはそれを海外出張とか言ってごまかしているけどね。
Although Aunt Rosa tried to confuse the issue by saying he's on a foreign business trip.
後宮家ではローザさんたちに関わる話はタブーとされているところがあります。
Talking about Rosa-san's family has become a taboo in the Ushiromiya family.
おばさんは再婚だって考えたと思うよ。
I think Aunt Rosa thought about remarrying.
でもマリアちゃんの存在が枷になって非常に難しかったんじゃないかと思うんだ。
But I also believe Maria-chan may have become her shackles and made that quite difficult. When is this over, guys? When is this over? Oh my god. I have to know. I'm getting impatient. I'm getting impatient. He just went to get cigs. It's very far away, okay? Ooh, ooh. I'm getting impatient. Ooh, ooh. You guys are always like, soon, soon. But it's been a long time. And they just keep talking. They just keep talking. Someone tell me when it ends. He come back with the milk, don't worry. Been soon ages ago, right? AO War? Oh my god. It ends when it says it ends? You guys. You guys. Just hit that fast forward until you see credits. Easy. Oh my god. No one's giving me an actual ending. No one's giving me an ending. Soon, for real, for real. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I want to drink my smoothie. Let me drink my smoothie. All they do is talk.
だっておばさんは時折
After all, she sometimes
ものすごく感情的にマリアちゃんに当たっていたから。
got really emotional and hit Maria-chan.
それについては同感だぜ。
I agree with you there.
ローザおばさんはマリアを好きになろうと努力してるように見えた。
It looked like Aunt Rosa was trying hard to like Maria.
ってことはつまり
Which means
好きじゃないってことなんだよな。
that she didn't really like her. Oof.
再婚の妨げになっているマリアに思うところがあったんだろうよ。
She might have thought of Maria as someone who stood in the way of her remarrying. Plays visual novel, complains when they talk a lot. What else am I supposed to complain about when I play a visual novel? What else am I supposed to complain about? Why don't you drink it? Cause I wanna play it. I wanna play it.
Her 母親の感情的な拒絶がきっと彼女の幼い心に深い傷を残したと思うんだ。
I think that emotional rejection from her mother must have left some deep scars in her young heart. Why must you always complain? Why must I always complain? You're right. Why must I?
そしてどこかでオカルト趣味と出会い、心の隙間を埋めるように没頭していく。
So she learned about this occult hobby from somewhere and immersed herself in to bury the holes in her heart. I don't know why they're going on and trying to theorize about this when they don't even know if it's true.
知ってるかい？
Did you know?
マリアちゃんにとって魔女のイメージは決してネガティブなものじゃないんだよ。
To Maria-chan, the image of a witch isn't negative at all.
ほら、昨日海岸でマリアちゃんのノートを見せてもらわなかったかい？
Remember yesterday at the beach when she showed us her notebook?
ああ、 なんだか楽しそうな落書きでいっぱいだったぜ。
It was full of all those fun-looking scribbles. Yesterday when we were down by the beach, doubting the witch, Maria got all riled up and started explaining about witches. And not one of those pages had shown a picture of an ugly witch. They were all brightly colored, beautiful, cute witches who looked like they were having fun. There was absolutely nothing sinister about them, like a boy might have imagined. They were being adorned with beautiful dresses, who could grant anyone's dreams with their mysterious magic, and who made everyone happy. The sorrow of not being loved by her mother. Had Maria sought help from witches as beings who could give her happiness and save her? Someday a witch would come, and using her wonderful magic would bring Maria happiness. Even though she believed that, as she grew older, she had to face reality as her fleeting dreams were sliced to ribbons one by one. If something claiming to be the witch of Rokkenjima appeared in front of a girl like that, whispering that she'd take Maria to the Golden Land where Maria could be happy.
僕は今頃になって胸中を告白するよ。
Now that it's come to this, I want to confess what's in my heart.
マリアちゃんを
Throwing out Maria-chan.
いや源氏さんたちを追い出したのは
No, Genji-san and the rest too.
多分いけないことだったんじゃないかな。
Was probably the wrong thing to do, I think. Ugh.
気まずくは
It wasn't
あるぜ。
pleasant. Since Jessica had been one to face them and slam them with words of rejection, her conscience must be tormenting her a lot right now.
なら皆さんはあの手紙をどう説明するのですか？
Then how do you all explain that letter?
私の後ろにいた4人以外の誰にも置くことはできなかった。
No one could have said it there except the 4 people standing behind us.
それは私がこの目ではっきり確認しています。
I made sure of that with my own eyes.
あの4人が潔白だというなら、どうやってこの密室の8人もの人間がいる中で手紙を置けたというのですか？
If those 4 are innocent, how was that letter placed in a closed room with 8 people?
そうなんだよ。
That's right.
その話が始まっちまうと、確かに4人は怪しいってことになっちまう。
When you put it that way, those 4 really do seem suspicious.
だが、全然ダメなんだ。
But it's all useless.
ああ、全然ダメだぜ。
It's all useless.
ダメって何がだい？
Useless? What is?
ああ、もう今さら何の役にも立たないかもしれねえが、またチェス盤をひっくり返させてくれ。
Right, it might not be worth anything anymore, but let me spin the chessboard around again.
つまり、あの4人が本当に犯人だってんならよ。
In other
おか
words,
しいんだよ。
in other words, if one of the 4 really was the culprit, isn't that weird?
そうだぜ。
That's right.
あんなテーブルの上に堂々と置いたら、この中に犯人がいますよと告白するようなもんじゃねえか。
Wasn't setting that letter openly on the table the same as confessing that one of them was the culprit?
そうだよ。おかしい。やるなら、例えば扉の隙間に置いて、廊下側から差し込まれたように見せかけるとか。
You're right, that's weird. If they were going to do it, you'd think they'd put it in the crack in the door, for example, to make it look like someone had slipped it in from the outside. Chessboards are not meant to spin around. The chessboard would be spinning like a Beyblade at this point. Oh yeah, it'd do.
そうだよ。部屋の外に犯人がいるように見せかけなきゃ、自分が疑われてしまうことが分かってたはず。
Of course, they should have known that they'd be suspected if they didn't make it look like the culprit was outside the room.
ああ、そういうことなんだ。
Yeah, that's exactly it.
あの4人の中に犯人がいたとして、テーブルのど真ん中に手紙をポンと置くことは、リスクばかりで何の意味もないんだ。
If the culprit was one of the 4, setting that letter right in the middle of the table would be both risky and meaningless.
だが、どうやってそこに手紙を置いたかのトリックは置いといて。
But putting aside whatever trick was used to set it there.
あの4人以外の誰か、すなわち、この部屋の外に犯人がいたと仮定したとき。
But if we assume that the culprit is someone other than those 4, in other words, someone who was outside the room,
あの手紙には大きな意味が生まれる。
then they had a lot to gain from that letter.
よしなさい、バトラク。今さら些細な問題です。
Enough, Battler-kun. It's meaningless to discuss such matters now. Natsuhi quickly guessed what I was getting at. No, maybe she had thought of it long before I had and simply held her tongue.
この部屋の外に犯人がいて、俺たちが外からは手出しをできない密室に立てこもっちまったらお手上げだ。この部屋からじいさま、自分から出ていくという説。
It's if the culprit's outside the room, then they'd be totally stuck the moment we shut ourselves up in a closed room like this. That's right. It's the same as the theory about how grandfather disappeared from this room, isn't it? That theory was that grandfather left the room of his own accord.
自分から出ていくような何かの細工を犯人がして、まんまと外へおびき出していたのだとしたら。
If the culprit used some tactic to lure him out and grandfather left of his own accord, then... Come to think of it, when we found the scorpion magic circle on the doorknob in the study, Maria said it herself. Beatrice couldn't get through this door, but she could induce someone to leave of their own accord.
だとすると、
Which would mean
私たちは犯人の罠に見事はまって、
we fell for the culprit's trap completely
新しい生贄候補を送り出しちまったことになるぜ。
and sent out some new potential sacrifices.
源氏たちもバカではありません。
Genji and the rest aren't fools.
身を守ろうと思うなら、この部屋の次に安全な場所をすぐに思いつくでしょう。
When they try to protect themselves, they should find the next safest place after this room.
そこできっと身を潜めています。
They will definitely be able to hide themselves there. Make some shit up again and lie to gain an argument. They should check under the bed just in case. Yeah, they should. Who knows who could be there? And Nazi hadn't answered the question. And Nazi herself had realized that if the culprit wasn't in our group back then, that letter would make sense as a trap. However, it wasn't worth the risk of calling back the people she had once thrown out. To Aunt Nazi right now, her greatest and only duty was to protect the children. By her thinking, in order to do that, a few sacrifices were unavoidable.
なあ、夏日おばさん。
Hey, Aunt Natsuhi.
きついこと聞くぜ。
Let me say something a little harsh, okay?
もしあの時、たまたまジェシカもおばさんの後ろにいたなら。
At that time, what if by coincidence, Jessica had also been standing behind you?
おばさんはこの部屋からジェシカも追い出してたかい？
Would you have chased Jessica from the room too?
確かに残酷なところはあったかもしれない。
It's true that a lot of brutal things have happened.
でも、夏日おばさんは母として娘を守りきろうと思った。
But as a mother, you thought you should protect your daughter no matter what.
その責務から自分がやがては糾弾されることを覚悟で彼らを追放したんだ。
Because of that duty, you chased them out, even though you knew that you'd eventually be held responsible for it.
俺は別にそれを責めてえわけじゃねえ。
It's not like I'm condemning that.
ただ、
But,
ジェシカはいいお袋を持ったなって、
I was
そう思ったのさ。
I was just thinking about what a great mother Jessica has. Hanging in the ceiling and dropping the letter? Yeah. The other four running to the next house like it's Left 4 Dead. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
そうだね。夏日おばさんは朝からずっと続いているこんな事件の中でも冷静さを失わずずっとみんなを牽引してきてくれた。
That's right, you've been dealing with these incidents since morning, and you've been pulling all of us along the whole time without losing your composure.
もしおばさんまで混乱していたら僕たちは今頃全員犯人の手にかかっていたかもしれない。
If you were all confused too, the rest of us would probably be in the culprit's grasp by now.
だから僕たちはおばさんに感謝しなくちゃいけないと思う。
So I think we all have to thank you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
バトラたちの言いたいことは、
So what you're
マ
trying
リアの
oh.
母でもあってほしいって。
So what you two are trying to say is that you want her to act as Maria's mother too?
私、マリアのことを実の妹みたいだとずっと思って可愛がってきた。
I always thought of Maria as a real little sister that adored her.
なのに、
And yet,
いろんなことがあって、ちょっと混乱しちゃって。
a few things happened, we got a little confused.
ひどいことをたくさん言って傷つけてしまった。
And I've said a lot of mean things to her, hurting her.
母さん、お願いだよ。
Mom, please.
マリアも
Let's stay together with Maria.
みんなも
No,
一緒
everyone.
にいようよ。私たちの中に犯人なんていなかったんだよ。
There was no culprit among us.
この事件の犯人は
The culprit in this case is
魔女のベアトリーチェでいいじゃないか。
the witch Beatrice, okay?
だからもう疑い合うのはやめようよ。
So let's stop suspecting each other. Aunt Nazi closed her eyes for a short while. Was she coping with her throbbing headache again, or was she thinking of something?
ジェシカは主人と結婚してから12年もかけてようやく授かった。
You are
大切な娘です。
You are my precious daughter, the one I finally received a whole 12 years after I married my husband.
私はジェシカを守るためならどのような鬼にでもなります。
I would become the worst kind of demon to protect you. これでジェシカ死んだらやばいよね。めっちゃやばいと思うけどね。めっちゃやばいと思う。お母さんがめっちゃ怒られるし、銃も持ってるし、大変じゃない？ That was some pretty strong language at the end there. She realized very well that her words were an idealized view of what a mother should be. But even so, she was strongly resolved to protect her daughter, even if she had to become a demon. But that was her guilty conscience tormenting her. Today's been so long. It has. So many things happened in one day, and we've been driven into a corner so thoroughly. I wonder if we have the right to greet tomorrow the way we are now. There it is. I found it. It's this magic circle. Inside the book I'd been flipping through, I had found the same magic circle that had been drawn on the second sheet of the letter. George Aniki peered at it as well. This magic circle's name was the third magic circle of Mars. The Hebrew written on it was from Psalm 77, verse 13 of the Old Testament. What God is so great as our God? The meaning of the magic circle was Discord. Hello? The messaging app Discord? Discord. Agitate internal divisions and cause the enemy to bring about their own downfall. Balor be the wielder of the Triforce, or that. Wait a sec. Seriously? Could there be a more fitting way to describe our current situation and mental state? We couldn't help but be stunned into silence. So this letter was a trap? How did they place it here? There wasn't anyone in this room except the 8 of us, right? Anyway, let's ignore how they got in here for now. The culprit was after just one thing. They wanted to spread the seeds of doubt inside this impregnable room and use us to throw the sacrificial sheep out. In that case, they're after the people who went out of the room. Mom, what should we do? Those 4 are in danger. It wasn't surprising that Aunt Nazi remained unpleasantly silent. Even if this was all a trap by the culprit, even if the 4 who had been chased out of the room were in danger, it had nothing to do with the safety of the 4 people in here. And there was no way to prove the innocence of the 4 people we chased out. If we were willing to let them die, then we shouldn't leave this room no matter what. That way is the safest. At that time, suddenly the piercing sound of a phone rang through the room. It was the antique extension phone set on the table in Grandfather's study. It had rung right after we started talking about the letter being a trap. Wait a second, wasn't there... Just wait for it. Wait for the telephone. What's happening with the telephone? It was natural we think of it as an SOS from the ones we chased out. But then Natsuhi spoke. Why a phone call? The phone should be broken down and unusable. That doesn't matter. If that's Maria calling for help. If the problem with the phone was the culprit's work in the first place, then this call is... probably. With that one sentence, the ring of the phone, which had once sounded like a scream for help, now started to sound like a ghastly lure from some unknown person. And Natsuhi hesitated over whether to pick up the receiver. Let's pick it up, Aunt Natsuhi. The phones might have been fixed for some reason. It could still be an urgent call from Ria-chan and the rest. That's right, and if it actually has a call from the culprit, bring it on. You guys, you're like, how long are they gonna keep the phone ringing? Just pick it up, just pick it up, just pick it up! Why don't we listen to what they've got to say? It's just a phone call. No matter what they babble through the receiver, it's not like it's gonna hurt you. Pick it up! Oh, pick it up! Pick up the phone, please! Please pick it up! I'm going crazy! I'm going crazy! If you don't pick it up, then I will then pick it up! Big spikes shoot out of the phone, impaling their head. Let me drink my smoothie. Moshi moshi. I stretched out my hand to take the receiver, but Aunt Natsuhi grabbed it before I could reach. We all held our breath, trying to figure out who the person on the other end of the phone was. But for a while, Aunt Natsuhi kept saying hello. A silent phone call? Please, no! There's no way Maria and the others would do something so creepy. Thank you for thank you for the clip. Oh my god, I gotta watch this. Pick it up! Oh, pick it up! You can hear the anger in my voice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, pick up. I've never felt so helpless playing a game. Could this phone call possibly be the police? Really be? Natsuhi stopped repeating hello and strained her ears. Because she thought she'd heard something far away than at the other end of the receiver. Mecha bikurishita yo. Gomen ne. Gomen ne. Gomen ne. Mental state lost. I am gone, Aowar. I am gone. I've never felt so helpless playing a game in my life. Ooh, the desperation in my voice. Ooh. What was that? Huh? Is someone... singing?
歌って何ですか?
I thought it was gonna be the police and it would be the credits and we would be done. Let me enjoy my smoothie really fast. It's a good smoothie. It's a good smoothie. What smoothie is it? Strawberry banana with... It also has some peach, what's it called? Peach yogurt in it. So I guess it's strawberry, banana, and peach. It's very good for you. You guys should drink smoothies too. It sounds delicious. It is yummy. It's better than what you can get at fucking Jamba Juice or whatever. They don't have Jamba Juices here. It makes me sad. Bananas are my weakness? As in what way? Are they good or bad? Oh, I'm enjoying my smoothie. I'm almost done with it. Just give me a little bit longer. That was good. That was a good smoothie. Yamedo? Sorry. I apologize. Sorry for drinking my smoothie. Sorry, Fizz. I don't think Fizz liked the noise of the smoothie. Just put the smoothie over there. Sipping ASMR. That was a good smoothie. What do you mean singing? I don't know. Faintly, from the other end of the phone, I can hear someone singing. I wonder what it could be. Give it here for a sec. Hello? I half forced the receiver from the stunned Aunt Nazi's hand and pressed it against my ear. At first I didn't hear anything, but because I had been told about it beforehand, I noticed. It sounded far away from the receiver, rather than someone speaking in a quiet voice. And it sounded like a girl singing a song. Oh, it could be... That voice did sound like Maria's, but that just made... Sorry, but that just made the situation even more inexplicable. At the very least, the only one who had made the phone call hadn't been Maria. After all, Maria was singing some song far away from the receiver. In that case, the only one who could make the phone call should have been Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, or Dr. Nanjo. And yet, they weren't saying anything. Why? For what reason? The person who made this phone call. Who was it? Hey, hello? Who is it? Answer me. Is that Maria singing? Answer me. What's happening? What is it? I don't know. All I can say is... This is probably a trap and Maria's in trouble. And Nazi took the receiver again, but after yelling into several more times, she realized that she wasn't getting anywhere and hung up. After that, she dialed quite quickly. Then she clicked her tongue. That's right, if the phones are working, we should be able to reach the police. But judging by Aunt Nazi's reaction, the outside telephone line still didn't connect. Let's go. Even if we know it might be a trap, we have to go. Yeah, definitely. Jessica, Aunt Nazi, stay here. When Aniki and I tried to dash out, Aunt Nazi stopped us. Hold it, I cannot let you go alone. I will go too. Jessica, wait here. Wait, so I'll be the only one left out? Nice try, but I'm going too. Yeah, it might be better that way. If the goal of the phone call was to split us up further, it wouldn't be a good idea to leave someone to watch this room. Maria could totally have called and then walked away singing. That's very true. Did you watch the anime or read the manga, Kenki? I wonder. I read the wiki some more after I got spoilered. Uh-oh. This is a great idea. Just gonna stay here. That's the dumbest idea. It is. It is a dumb idea. There's no time to argue. Let's all go. Aunt Nazi raised the rifle high and took the lead. I couldn't go unarmed myself. I found a 3-pronged candle stand and readied it. Although the pins on it used to fit candles were short, it was almost like a 3-pronged spear. Kinzo hiding in that armor? For real, though. Well, we're outside. Then the 4 of us left the study. We left the study, which should have been the safest place inside the mansion. By doing this, we had been lured out, even though we had barricaded ourselves in a safe, closed room. Perhaps we were doing exactly the same thing Grandfather had done when he disappeared from his room. Maria, where are you? Answer me. I listened closely, but I didn't hear anything. The mansion was vast, and since the passing typhoon was making its last stand, the sound of the rain was even noisier than before.
Maria-chan wa確か客までテレビを見たいと言ってたよね。
Because I used to have issues with spoiling things for myself via reading wikis. Someone told me about Genji and I went a bit too far. Oh, someone told you about Genji? Interesting. Oh my gosh. Neguri Khan. Hello, thank you for the raid. Hello, thank you for the raid. You were playing Mr. President?
Okay. Oh, got him. Got the gator. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh, well that sucked.
I think I killed its son.
Hello, how are you doing? How are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. How was Mr. President? Gator got the VTuber. Gator got the VTuber. Real bad. Right on the leg. Where's the dog from Red Dead Redemption 2? I don't know. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Gator did indeed got the VTuber. It did. How was your stream, Nerugi? Nergui, sorry. Thank you for stopping by and thank you so much for the raid. For the raiders around here, if you guys need to go take a break, get some food, go relax, please feel free to. Nergui, beautiful pronunciation, legit. Nergui Khan. Thank you so much for the raid. We're playing the last remaining bits of, at least I thought it was the last remaining bits, but we've been going for almost 3 hours now. Of the first part of Umineko. This game went well. The game physics can be janky, but it's fun. I'm glad that your game went well. I'm glad. It's pretty funny. It sounds like it would be a funny kind of game, Mr. President or whatever. Sounds like it would be funny. I'm glad you had a good time. You're almost there in the end, for real, we swear. I don't believe you. I don't know how much longer I can play this game today. Ouch, Kaori-chan, itai yo. Maria-chan said she wanted to watch TV in the parlor, right? Let's try going downstairs. That's right. Let's try there. Everyone, be mindful of your surroundings. With that Nazi in the center, her rifle readied and her finger on the trigger. We moved in a group, our backs together, checking our surroundings in all directions. It was just as though the magic of that magic circle designed to spread discord had worked. We had split up and furthermore had been dragged out into dangerous territory. In other words, even now we were doing just what the culprit wanted us to do. This was a separate world where it wouldn't be odd for anything to suddenly occur. Aunt Nazi nervously pointed the barrel of the gun at every dark spot and shadow. It felt like that motion was out of fear rather than caution. But the rifle she held in her hand should have been a trump card that the culprit feared. Stop talking and just get there. If you can speak Japanese... 買っていますか? This isn't a type of game that you can win. Is that... Hey, why isn't it working? Is that kateimasu ka? No, it looks different. Hold on. Yeah, it is. It's not really a game you can win, to be honest. It's a visual novel, so we're just reading through it. And it's almost done, for real, for real. We're almost at the end, for real. You know, I've been thinking.
カノン君のように胸にあのアイスピックを突き刺すことは不可能ではないと思う。
It wouldn't be impossible to stick one of those ice picks into someone's chest like Kanon-kun's case.
でも母さんたちのように頭蓋骨を打ち抜いて眉間に突き立てるなんて簡単なことじゃないと思うんだ。
But splitting the skull and sticking them into the forehead, like in my parents' case, wouldn't be that easy. I was lying that this is the true 50% of episode 1. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Now Rika from Higurashi shows up and kidnaps everyone. Oh my god. You see, that doesn't win, but you see, it's been almost... Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's been almost done for quite a while. Here, I'll give you a follow back. You think the culprit had that kind of animal strength?
多分あのアイスピックを飛ばす、あるいは打ち込む射出機のような武器があるんだよ。
They probably had some kind of weapon, a device that can shoot or pound in those ice picks.
人力だけであれだけ深々と衝突するにはあの絵は短すぎる。
That handle was too short to be driven in that deeply by human strength alone.
いずれにせよ、頭蓋骨を打ち抜くほどに強力です。
Either way, they have enough force to break through a skull.
カノンの傷も肺にまで届いていたそうです。
I heard Kanon-kun's wound reach as far as his lungs.
もし相手の姿を見ても決して前に出ないように。
If you happen to see your opponent, don't go forward.
私の後ろから出てはいけませんよ。
You mustn't move away from my back. Just how sinister and frightening was the weapon that could shoot those creepy ice picks? And could I do anything to combat it with just a candle stand in my hand? In the first murder, the culprit probably assaulted all 4 of our parents at once as they discussed the inheritance problem in the dining hall. And there were 4 of us here now. Apparently, I wasn't the only person thinking this. George, Aniki, Jessica, and of course Aunt Natsuhi were stretching their sense to the utmost limit in the highest and worst state of tension, slowly advancing one step then another. What have we done? Because of the seed of doubt spread by that one letter, we threw Maria and the rest into the middle of this terrifying world. We finally reached the first floor. The parlor was just across the hall. When we listened carefully, we could hear it faintly. Maria's eerie singing voice. She wasn't singing naturally, as though she were in a good mood. She was singing mechanically, like she was at a graduation ceremony and she'd been ordered to. The song she sang was just a common folk song, one that everyone has probably sung in school at one time or another. But why that, in the middle of the night, alone, with all her heart, over and over? Why? Right after leaving the study, we had called out in loud voices, asking Maria if she was there. But at this time, no one even said a single word. We hid our breath in the sound of our footsteps, and intensely focused on our surroundings to the point of being completely high-strung, we stepped forward. The door to the parlor was closed, but we could hear Maria's singing voice through it. Aunt Natsuhi put her hand on the handle of the doorknob when George Aniki stopped her.
扉は僕が開ける。
I'll open the door.
夏日おばさんとバトラ君は武器を構えてて。
Aunt Natsuhi, Battler-kun, ready your weapons.
わかりました。
Understood.
気をつけて。
Take care.
開けると同時に攻撃してくるかもしれ
They
ない。
might attack as soon as we open it.
ジョージ兄さん、注意して。
George Nissan, watch yourself.
じゃあ行くよ。
Then I'll open it. Huh? He tried to open it, but immediately felt hard resistance of the lock. And Natsuhi took a bundle of keys from her pocket and gave them to George. There were about 10 keys, and none of us had a clue which was which. Because of this, George had to fumble around loudly and test several of the keys. Since we had hidden our footsteps preparing to make a surprise attack on the room, this felt almost fatal. The whole time we could hear Maria's voice from the parlor, singing the same song over and over. It was like a broken, crazy cassette tape. We've been in that room almost constantly since morning. All the frightening things that occurred outside that room. That had left us with the impression that only this room was safe. That baseless impression was quickly falling apart. It's open. Thank you. George kun, Jessica, move behind me.
おばさん、一気に飛び込んで左右に分かれよ。
Aunt Nazi, let's jump in at the same time and split up in different directions.
扉を開けてボサッとしたら、例のアイスピックがど真ん中に飛んでくるかもしれねえぜ。
If we just stand around after opening door, those ice picks might fly right through the center.
承知しています。
I agree.
いいですか?
Ready?
やっぱ嫌だって言いてえな。
I really wish I could say no. I readied myself. If they're gonna be throwing ice picks, I'll whack them with this candle stand. Go! And Nazi and I rounded to the door before flying into the parlor. Quickly splitting up, left and right, and searching the parlor for someone who might be waiting for us. But what our eyes laid upon was an incredibly strange sight. The parlor was stained with blood. This place where we spent almost the entire day, where we pressed in together to protect ourselves from some unknown malice, had been stained with fresh blood, had become an ocean of blood. On the floor lay Genji-san, Kumasawa-san, and Dr. Nanjo, their entire bodies stained bright red with blood. But the only way we could identify them was by their clothes. Found in the parlor, he had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of his stomach, and his face had been smashed. At the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. Found in the parlor, her calf had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it, and her face had been smashed. At the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Found in the parlor, his thigh had a weapon resembling an ice pick sticking out of it. His face had also been smashed. At the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. That was because, that's right, this is how the whole Hadra tragedy started. Their faces, just like our smashed up parents in the shed, you couldn't tell where their eyes stopped and their noses began. It was as though they'd rudely plunged their faces into tomato pots, all squished up. Ooh-ah! And that wasn't all. Their bodies had other wounds. It was those demon ice picks. They were in Genji-san's stomach, Dr. Nanjo's thigh, no, his knee? That's right, of course, in his knee. In the epitaph, the sixth twilight was the stomach, and the seventh, the knee was gouged. So after seeing one of them stuck near Kumasawa Bachan's cop, I couldn't help masochistically laugh. Ah, that's right. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Now even the eighth twilight is over. And the next one, the ninth. What was it again? Maria was there. She was facing the wall in the inner part of the room, standing stock still, completely alone. She faced away from this horrible scene, standing by the wall, singing her favorite song over and over. There was nothing else in the room. Just the corpse of the three who had been brutally killed, and the phone receiver, which was still off its hook, proving that this was the room the call had come from. Just that, Maria had her back to the scene and she kept singing while facing the wall. We couldn't even scream at this bizarre scene. We could only stare shocked, with our mouths hanging gluteally open. Maria, and nani ga okita? Wakannai ne. Ragu on the walls. Nani ga okita n darou? Minna shinje shimaimashita ne. Jessica called out to her, but Maria showed no reaction. Alone, she kept singing on and on. We had come here trying to save Maria from some approaching danger. So now that we had found her, we should have been running up to Maria, hugging her, joyous that she was safe. And yet none of us could do that. Everyone thought it, but they couldn't say it. After all, because that's right. Even if that's crazy. No, it couldn't be. Maria! Stop singing! Are you listening? At some point, Aunt Nazi and I had pointed our weapons at Maria's back. I yelled at Maria in a violent voice, but there was no reaction. She just kept singing. With the candle stand still readied, I ran up to her and violently slammed my hand down on her shoulder. Then I pulled on her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Maria's small body was quickly pulled down and fell. And as though unhappy at having her singing interrupted, Maria looked into my face with her usual expression. Even in this gruesome situation, she was just like normal.
Maria,
Maria, what is this? Who did this? Toire ittara Maria, nani?
狂ってた。
狂ってた。マリアちゃんのせいじゃないかもしれないけどね、これは。ビアトリーチ。
いい加減にしろ。
Cut that crap. I threw the candle stand I'd been holding against the wall. The violence of that reckless sound should have gone straight into Maria's heart. But Maria's expression didn't change at all.
よすんだバトラ君。
Quit it, Battler君。
マリアちゃん、今度こそ君は3人を殺す犯人の顔を見たはずだよ。
Maria-chan, this time you should have seen the face of the culprit who killed these three.
犯人は君に手紙を渡したというベアトリーチェなのかい？
Was the culprit the same Beatrice who gave you the letter?
ベアトリーチェ。
あ
あ、ならこれで確定したぜ。
Well, in that case, I'm certain.
19人目はいるんだ。ベアトリーチェは実在するんだ。
There is a 19th person. Beatrice does exist.
じゃあマリア、これくらいは教えてくれるよな。
Then Maria, will you at least tell me this much?
奴はこの3人をどうやって殺したんだ？
How did they kill these three people?
何をどうやったらあんなむごい殺し方ができるんだ？
What did they use to kill them in such a brutal way?
知らない。
I don't know.
知らねえってことはねえだろ。
How could you not know?
この部屋での出来事だぞ。
It happened in this room.
歌を歌うのに夢中で気づかなかったとか言い出すんじゃねえだろうな。
Are you trying to tell me you were so absorbed in singing that you didn't notice?
落ち着いてバトラ君。
Calm down, Battler-kun.
マリアちゃん。
Maria-chan.
僕とお話ししよう。
Talk to me.
ね。
George Aniki, as he always did, crouched down next to Maria so that their eyes met and talked to her very kindly.
マリアちゃんはどうして壁を向いてお歌を歌っていたのかな？
Maria-chan, why were you facing the wall and singing?
ベアトリーチェがここでね、壁を向いてお歌をずっと歌っていなさいって言ったの。
Beatrice said to face the wall and keep singing for a long time.
じゃあベアトリーチェがここへやってきたんだね。
So did Beatrice come here?
その時にはまだ源氏さんたちは生きていたんだよね。
Were Genji-san and the rest still alive then?
みんなで客間に来て座ってた。
Everyone came into the parlor and sat down.
源氏さんはちゃんと鍵をかけてたよ。
Genji-san made sure to lock the door.
確かに鍵はかかってたが、じゃあどうやってベアトリーチェは客間に入ってきたってんだよ。
It was locked when we got here, but then how did Beatrice get into the parlor?
でもベアトリーチェは魔女だから鍵なんか関係ない。
Beatrice is a witch, so locks don't matter.
蝶々になって扉の隙間から通り抜けてきたんだよ。
She turned into butterflies and came in through the cracks in the door.
はあ？冗談も休み休み言いやがれ。
Calmly joking at time like this?
そんなわけねえだろ。
Like how that happened?
お前は何を言ってやがるんだ。
What are you saying?
信じられないよね。
You can't believe it.
だから言いたくなかった。
That's why I didn't want to say it.
どうせ言っても信じないもん。
No matter how I say it, you won't believe it.
でもベアトリーチェは魔女なの。
But Beatrice is a witch.
不思議な魔法で何でもできるの。
She can do anything with her miraculous magic.
だからベアトリーチェは鍵のかかった扉なんか全然関係ないんだよ。
That's why Beatrice doesn't care whether a door is locked or not.
それで現れたベアトリーチェは、そしてみんなはどうしたの？
And then, after Beatrice appeared, what happened to everyone?
ベアトリーチェは言ったよ。
Beatrice talked to us.
おじいさまの書斎は強力な力に守られていてどうしても入れない。
She said Grandfather's study was protected by a powerful force and she couldn't enter no matter what she did.
だからあと3人の生贄はこの客間の4人の中から選ぶって。
So she told us she'd select 3 sacrifices from the 4 people in the parlor.
みんな嫌だって言ったよ。
Everyone said no way.
熊沢さんは嫌だ嫌だってすごい言ってた。
Fluffy Lavenders, hello, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kumasawa-san kept saying no way, no way.
でもベアトリーチェは選ぶよ。
But Beatrice chose.
そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはマリアはいいよって言ってくれたの。
And when she did, Beatrice said I'd be fine.
どうしてだと思う？
Why do you think?
バトラがマリアの安全を祈って念を込めてくれたあの火星の5の魔法陣のサソリのお守りがあったからだよ。
It's because of the scorpion charm with the 5th magic circle of Mars, the one battler used to pray for my safety, the one he put his feelings into.
だからその力でベアトリーチェは私にだけは何もできなかった。
Because of that power, Beatrice couldn't do anything to me, and me alone.
だから生贄はマリアじゃない3人に決まったの。
So she decided to use the other 3 as sacrifices.
そしたらね、ベアトリーチェはね、言ったの。
After that, Beatrice spoke.
さあさあ、壁に向かってお歌を歌って聞かせなさい。
Come, face the wall and sing a song for me. Who does this voice sound like? It sounds almost like Ava.
あなたはたくさんたくさんお歌を歌うから、何が起こっても何が聞こえても聞こえない聞こえないわからない。
You will sing lots and lots of songs, so no matter what happens, no matter what you hear, you won't hear, you won't hear, you won't know.
さあさあ、楽しいお歌をわらわにたくさん聞かせておくれ。
Come, sing lots of fun songs for me.
だからマリアはずっとお歌を歌ってた。
So I was singing the whole time,
ずっとずっと歌ってたんだよ。
over and over.
だから何も聞こえない、わからない。
So I didn't hear anything. I didn't know anything.
そしたらバトラたちがやってきたんだよ。
And then all of you came.
うん。
それを信じろってのか？
Are you asking us to believe that? Hold on.
バカにするんじゃねえ
You
ぜ。
think we're stupid?
じゃあ今度は誰を疑う？
Then who will you suspect this time?
マリアを疑う？
Will you suspect me?
マリアをこの場で殺してみる？
Gonna try killing me right here?
そんなことしてもベアトリーチェはいなくならない。
Sakuno K, hello, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Even if you do that, Beatrice won't stop existing.
これで第8の番は終わったよ。ベアトリーチェは蘇る。
Now the 8th twilight is over and Beatrice will revive.
ふざけんな。もうそんな話は金輪際ごめんだぜ。
Are you serious? I've had enough of that talk.
魔女なんているもんか。煙に巻かれてたまるか。
As if wishes could exist, as if I'd let myself get tricked.
俺は認めねえぞ。ベアトリーチェなんていいね。
I won't accept it. Beatrice doesn't exist.
絶対に俺が認めねえ。
I definitely won't accept it.
だから存在なんかさせねえ。蘇りもさせねえ。
So I won't let her exist. I won't let her revive.
伝説は永遠に伝説のままだ。
The legend will remain a legend forever.
この俺がそんなことを認めねえ。
I won't acknowledge something like that.
よせよバトラ。
Quit it, Battler.
マリアが殺したわけでも見殺しにしたわけでもない。
It's not like Maria killed them or let them die.
ベアトリーチェが来てマリアは抵抗できず
Beatrice came and Maria had to obey, was unable to resist.
あれ夏日おばさん
Huh? Aunt Natsuhi?
おばさんがいない
She isn't here.
あれ
Huh? What?
母さんどこ行ったの
Mom? Where did she go?
さっき手紙を読みながら一人で出て行ったよ。
Just now, she left by herself reading a letter. A letter? That makes sense. The culprit must be so exhilarated now that we've reached the 8th twilight. They might have left a letter so they could brag even more. We were so wrapped up in questioning Maria that we forgot to look for a letter. But even as well-armed as she was, why had she left the room by herself in this dangerous mansion after reading it? Jessica tried to chase after her and tugged at the handle door, but it resisted strangely and wouldn't open. Mom! Mom! What's going on? Open up! Open up! It was only natural. Natsuhi had picked up the candle stand, which Battler had thrown at the wall and which had fallen to the floor. She had then skillfully wedged it between the doorknob and the double doors like a bolt, holding them closed. The intricate design of the candle stand caused it to get caught solidly, and it really did make a sturdy seal on the door. The tragic scream of daughter for her mother. Did it reach Natsuhi's ears or not? Whoa, what's with this weird music? Natsuhi's figure was alone in the entrance hall. It was the place decorated by the portrait of Beatrice. Natsuhi threw down Beatrice's last letter, the one she had read in the parlor. Readied her rifle again, and in a voice that rang clear, yelled in the massive space that was the entrance hall. I'm Ushiromiya Natsuhi, representative of the Ushiromiya family. Rayant Knight, thank you for the follow. Wow, thank you so much, I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Show yourself. Golden Witch Beatrice. The entrance hall was dimly lit. Other than a faint light which shone in the center of the room, everything was blotted out by jet black darkness. In that darkness, butterflies glittered in gold, squirmed, twinkled, and sneered. Natsuhi gave one more huge gulp and pointed the cold barrel of the gun at the gold butterflies. So you have finally shown yourself. I still can't believe that something like you really exists. But that isn't a problem. Both I, who bear the title of representative to the Ushiromiya family, and you, who claim to succeed the headship of the Ushiromiya family, are here right now. At this point, whether you are a witch or not is a trivial matter. Come, let us settle this. Which one of us will truly succeed the Ushiromiya family? I, Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Or you, Beatrice. Allow me to respectfully accept your request for a duel. I gotta say, Natsuhi, the gold butterfly slowly formed a human shape, which walked into the dim light. I told you! Natsuhi readied the rifle and glared. The witch raised her golden staff overhead. and laughed. Natsuhi's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. And go! Battler made an all-out dash at the door and rammed into it, crushing the candle stand that had been barring it, making it possible for a big gap to be opened in the door. He kept kicking the candle stand through the gap, and the door was finally released. At that time, they heard it. They certainly heard the crisp sound of gunfire ringing out once. Jessica-chan, you mustn't run off by yourself. What was the sound of a gun? Was that the sound of a gun just now? Did Aunt Natsuhi shoot? At whom? At the culprit. The noise had come from the entrance hall. At the entrance hall looked like a stage. Like the heroine of a tragedy, on the ground and bathed in light. Arrayed in the beauty of that silence, Aunt Natsuhi lay face up, crumpled on the floor. Half crazed, Jessica ran up to Aunt Natsuhi. On Aunt Natsuhi's forehead, it was almost as though a sparkling shard of pigeon blood ruby had been placed there. I never knew there was such thing as pigeon blood ruby. Found shot to death in front of the witch's portrait. How impudent of her to challenge a witch with nothing but a mere gun. Of course she'd end up like this. Aunt Natsuhi is my favorite character. Pigeon Blood Louis isn't as aesthetic as they think it is. And from it, on one stream of blood makeup passed by her eye and began to traverse her face. The faint smell of gunpowder smoke came from the barrel of the rifle that Natsuhi still grasped. Huh? Then she shot herself in the forehead? Why? Mom! I don't get it. Why did Aunt Natsuhi run away alone? And why did she shoot through her own forehead?
Maria-chan,
Maria-chan, Aunt Natsuhi left the room after reading a letter, right? There's no letter here. Damn it, what did Aunt Natsuhi read and why was she lured out here? I don't know. Who cares about that? What the hell? Why did she kill herself? Why did she leave me all alone? Maria sus? Maria sus janayo. Oh my god, Lawrence, thank you for continuing that gift sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jessica clung to her mother's corpse, crying earnestly. Thank you so much, Lawrence. My body was consumed with an anger I didn't know what to do with, and I snatched the rifle from Aunt Natsuhi's hand. I spun around, pointing the barrel of the gun into the darkness on all sides, as though I was pointing a light from a lighthouse, trying to find the culprit. George Aniki, even in this situation, was trying to calmly figure something out, but that might have been a fruitless effort. And only Maria was completely indifferent. So this is all supposed to be some kind of predetermined fate? No, that's not it. This is all a prelude to a wonderful world. The door to the Golden Land will finally open.
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive.
そして第10の晩に旅は終わり、黄金の里へ至るだろう。
And on the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time.
これで全部終わったね、ベアトリーチェ。
With this, everything is over, Beatrice.
おめでとう、おめでとう。
Congratulations. Congratulations.
だからマリアを導いて。あなたの話してくれた黄金鏡へ。
So lead me. Lead me to the Golden Land you told me of.
今こそ。
Right now. There, all of the dead will be revived, and even lost love will be restored. So in Maria's eye, it's just as though all of today's tragedies didn't happen. It's as though all the time she spent deprived of love never happened. Stop it! What's so fun? What's to be congratulated? There were 18 people on this island. 14 are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. I'm definitely not gonna die. Until the night is over. No, until the typhoon passes and the seagulls gather again at the harbor, I'm definitely not gonna die. I'll stay alive. I'll stay alive no matter what.
よしなよ、バトラー。
Give it up, Battler.
ベアトリーチェに銃なんて意味ないよ。
Guns are useless against witches.
それに、生き残るも何も、もうおしまいなんだよ。
Survival and all that stuff doesn't matter, because it's over.
もう、旅は終わったんだよ。
The journey has already ended.
ほら、時計を見てごらん。
See? Look at the clock. Huh? The clock? Hearing those words, I looked at my wristwatch. Oh no, wristwatch. Both needles were almost touching near the top. Very soon it will be 12 at night. In other words, 24 hours. When you think about it, isn't 24 a strange time? It can be called 24, and it can also be called 0. It's the hour at the accumulation of the previous day. And at the same time, it's the hour 0 as the next day begins. Maria suddenly called out happily and ran towards the darkness. It was almost as though Beatrice was somewhere in the darkness and Maria was running up to her. As Jessica hugged her mother's corpse, as George Aniki stood there confused, I looked down the barrel of the rifle, gazing into the darkness. The space in front of Beatrice, sorry about that. The space in front of Beatrice's portrait lay in that direction. And the thing Maria was running up to was the portrait's subject. You've got to be kidding me. This is just impossible. Like I'd fall for something like this. Witches don't exist. I won't accept it. Something like, you shouldn't exist. Because this is a human world. You think I could accept something that's not human? I definitely won't accept it. When I pulled hard on the rifle's lever, the cartridge was ejected, fell on the floor, and a new cartridge was loaded. Then I sighted the witch down the barrel. Maria turned around. Still clinging to the golden witch, she turned around.
だから意味なんてないってば。
Didn't I tell you it was meaningless?
ベアトリーチェに鉛玉なんて意味ないってば。
Mere lead bullets are meaningless against Beatrice.
バカだね、人間は。
Humans are so stupid, aren't they? I won't accept the existence of witches. Who are you? Just try moving one step. Just try moving one finger. I'll blast you away. As the witch, no. The witches laughed. Even the large clock in the hall joined in on their laughter. It was probably telling us that the time was 24. It was both a tone telling us that we had reached the accumulation of this day, and a tone informing us that all had returned to nothing. The rule that the witch would win when time ran out had already been revealed.
バトラー、ジョージ兄ちゃんにジェシカ、旅は終わって、魔女は蘇ったよ。
Battler, George Nichan and Jessica, the journey has ended, and the witch has revived. See? And none shall be left alive. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the golden land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Is it over? I told you it was not Joe, that bastard. Owari? Owari-ka. It's over? The storm passed, and the leaden clouds that had enshrouded the island for so long cleared away. From the rifts between the clouds, sunbeams shone, and yesterday's storm seemed like a lie. Just as someone had wished, the seagulls returned to the harbor once again and let their lively cries be heard. Afterwards, the police come and conducted an investigation of the scene. The corpses of the children, who were thought to have survived until the very end, were never found. However, because of the body parts that were discovered at the unimaginably gruesome nature of the scene, the police were forced to conclude that the chances of survival for any of the 18, even the children, seem hopelessly dim. I read that as fast as I could. Everyone died. Just how gruesome was the banquet of the witch, and how beautiful was the golden land. They were the ones who not got to hear the tale. Not tales were told to the humans who arrived after the banquet was over. The best they could do was imagine what might have happened during those 2 days. However, the witch was fickle. She made a point of leaving behind this tale, which didn't need to be heard, and it was allowed to spread. Then many years later, a strange wine bottle that had drifted onto the waves of the pier of a neighborhood island was pulled out by a fisherman. Inside it was a thin, tightly rolled notebook fragment. Written upon it, cramped small letters, written there, was this tale. Through this notebook fragment, people finally learned the truth of the mysterious and riddled Philadelphia of October 4, 1986. This incident was later called by many names, such as the Rokkenjima mass murders or the 18 killings of Rokkenjima, around the world known as the Witch Legend serial murders. Lovers of the occult claimed it was a result of immortal ceremonies that had sealed off the island, and those 2 mysterious days were savagely embellished by the many different. So we began to spread far and wide. However, not one of those interrupted or allowed to show furthermore. The fragment described the mysterious incidents do not reveal the truth of what happened there, or perhaps even if the writer didn't know what the truth was. According to the writer, her name was Ushiromiya Maria. Incidentally, as the result of the all-out police investigation, part of Maria's body, a piece of her jaw, was discovered. It was one of the rare instances where a corpse was identified thanks to the dental records. This gruesome scene, there had been many body parts that couldn't be identified beyond. It's probably fair to say that this jaw was an extremely fortunate find. Because of this jaw had been separated from the body, police judged her chance of survival to hopelessly dim. Body parts were found. And so let us conclude this tale with the final section of the notebook fragment of the Ushinomiya. By the time you have read this, I will probably be dead, although there may or may not be a corpse. You have read this, please find out the truth. That is my only wish. Ushinomiya Maria. To this very day, the truth of the Witch Legend serial murders has not been brought to light. So Maria is kind of like Rika. First game, Legend of the Golden Witch result. What do you mean result? Bad end result? Well, this is the first one, so of course it's gotta be bad. Damn Nanjo, you mastermind of a villain. So it's true that the witch does exist. The witch will praise the wise and should bestow powers for their gold on there. They chose to reveal the souls of the dead and love that have been lost. After all, only might have desired it would have been out for the grass. George chose to lose his fiancée. Jessica chose the boy she liked. Maria chose the loss of her mother. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice. Time ran out before even one of the 18 people could solve the riddle. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Checkmate, atheist. Well, we finished it. Yoku wakaran kedo. Hidoi hanashi da. So da ne. Hidoi hanashi. Mina ga nakunarimashita. Mina ga nakunatta sou desu. Epilogue. There's an epilogue? The one time you want to read the credits, they're too fast. I couldn't read them. The Golden Witch has prepared a gift for you in the commemoration of you can find these new features in the title screen. That's nice. Dude, it was too fast. The last bit was so fast. Oh, tea party. Should we read the tea party? Purgatorio.
Oh, minna. Well,
I didn't finish it, but yeah. Hey everyone, congrats on finishing Umineko no Naku Koro ni. Man, I still didn't have a clue what was going on when the story ended. So, just what happened? Was that basically the bad ending where time runs out before the culprit gets exposed?
Oh, きっとバッドエンド。
きっとバッドエンド。
そうだね。1日目の夜にマリアちゃんが読んだベアトリーチェの手紙に碑文の謎を解いてみろとちゃんと予告してたもんね。
That's right. Beatrice's letter, which Maria-chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
僕たちは自衛や犯人を探るのに忙しくて全然その謎に挑まなかったし。
We were all so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it.
そうですね。
Look guys, Shannon's back. That's right.
ちゃんと碑文の謎に挑んでいたら違う結末もあったのでしょうか。
If we had actually tried to solve the riddle, maybe things would have ended differently.
それはどうかな。
I wonder about that.
シャノンちゃんもお疲れ。
Shannon-chan, you did good job too.
お茶の給仕なんてしなくていいぜ。
You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea. What is this 2020 hindsight happening? For real, what is this 2020 hindsight? Oh my god, everyone loves Shannon-chan. Shannon-chan died. Shannon-chan had died. She had died before, so that's why you didn't get to see her. You don't have to be our waitress and serve tea.
何しろここはお疲れ様会なんだからよ。
After all, this is a rap party.
ひでえ目にあった者同士、仲良く傷の舐め合いをしようぜ。
As a group of people who met our horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. It should have been George. It's okay, George did die. Check out the kid sheets. Oh, right. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land, a single fool refused to believe in the witch, and all the magic disappeared. She was then chewed to bits by demons and went to hell.
Thank you.
It's Proxy. It's Proxy. Hello, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Missing. Even though everyone was getting along so well after being reunited in the Golden Land, all of the magic came to nothing because of a certain hard-headed fool. Afterwards, the demons chewed him to the bone and he went to hell. This fool made the world where everyone could be happy all come to nothing. Though Beatrice is extremely angry, she also seems to be enjoying herself immensely. It's almost as though she's waited 1,000 years to get her hands on a toy as fun as this one. Hopefully even this fool will be able to see you before too long. I hate that character so much. Why do a lot of people hate Maria? A lot of people really hate Maria. I don't hate Maria. In fact, I think my favorite character was Aunt Natsuhi. My favorite character was Aunt Natsuhi, I think. What do you mean, why she's creepy? But I liked her. People don't like kids, and Maria is hard to understand in episode 1. I liked Maria. I thought she was a very cool part of the story. I was always happy when she would become like all crazy and creepy. I was like, oh yeah, give me that good shit, man. She was right from the start, you're right. This kind of kinetic novelist means you can't make decisions. It's true, you can't. You can't make decisions in this. Maria becomes an amazing character, I bet. Where can I read the next one? You gotta buy it. You can buy it on Steam or GOG. I believe you can buy it on Steam or GOG. Yeah, the questions arc is the one you want. Umineko questions arc. Oh my gosh, can we just pause the game for a second? I want to look something up. Oh wait, I can't look it up.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
Thank you for the water, Kaori-chan. Mizu arigato. Don't spoil yourself. I know, I was about to spoil myself. I stopped myself, don't worry. So there's 7 or more games. They're all the same game, but they're all just like different parts. As a group of people who met a horrible fate, let's all get along and lick each other's wounds. Bero bero bero. Bero 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 bero. Speaking of a horrible fate, Shannon beats the rest of us, hands down, doesn't she? She was such a beautiful character, so I thought she'd definitely survive until the very end. But she was killed right in the beginning, and on top of that, what was it? Half of her face was smashed, right? That's the worst. That was my role, so, there was no way around it. Ne-san, it's nothing for you to worry about.
ラストのエピローグを見る限り相当悲惨な最後を遂げられたようだしね。
Judging by the last epilogue, even Milady and the rest of them met an extremely tragic end.
どうもそうみたいだね。
It seems so.
なんだか全身を食いちぎられてバラバラにされたみたいな恐ろしい描写があったような気がするよ。
I think I remember seeing this horrible picture, kind of like my entire body had been eaten apart and dismembered.
それを言ったらカノン君の最後が一番かっこよかったと思うぜ。
Speaking of which, don't you think Kanon-kun's last moments were the coolest? I thought Aunt Natsuhi's were pretty damn cool too.
返り討ちとはいえ犯人と一騎打ちだろ。
Even though he had the tables turned on him, it was a showdown with the culprit, right?
俺らのよくわからん最後よりは数段マシだぜ。
It's a whole bunch better than our confusing last moments, right?
結局何も歯が立ちませんでしたが。
Though in the end, I was unable to get a solid hit in.
でも、カナン君の死は大きなヒントになったと思うな。
The newest release said I made the goal in 1 plus structure chapters. Oh, really? Still, I think Kanon-kun's death was a big hint.
だって、あのせいで19人目の存在が明らかになったんだから。
Because of that, the existence of a 19th person was made clear. Wait, really?
そうだね。
That's right.
あの時点では全員の所在が明らかだった。
At that time, everyone's location was obvious.
だからカノン君を殺せるのは未知の19人目しかありえない。
So it was impossible for anyone other than some unknown 19th person to kill Kanon. So it is true that there is a 19th person, and it is Beatorici, right? Well, I don't know if it's Beatorici or someone else, but it's definitely someone out there to kill them, and it's not any of them. It's very interesting.
おお、マリアは最初からベアトリーチェだってずっと言ってる。
I said it was Beatorici from the beginning, over and over.
知 信じたくはねえけど、ベアトリーチェを名乗る魔女が犯人ってことになるんだろうぜ。
I don't want to believe it, but that does prove the culprit was a witch calling herself Beatrice.
そうですよね。人にはできない不思議なことがいっぱいありましたし。
That's right. There were many strange things that happened that a human couldn't do.
おお、エヴァおばさんの密室殺人とか魔女にしかできない。
Only a witch could do things like murdering Aunt Ava in that closed room.
人間にはできない。
A human couldn't do it.
19人目が存在することが明らかで、しかもその人物は人間では考えられない力を持っている。
Not only is the existence of a 19th person clear, but it's also obvious that this person holds a power that humans can't even imagine.
となれば、その人物をベアトリーチェと呼んでも差し支えはねえだろうぜ。
In that case, I don't think there's anything wrong with calling this person Beatrice.
多分僕たちはラストで出会っているよ。
We probably met at the very end.
黄金の魔女にね。
Met with the golden witch.
だからマリアはベアトリーチェがいるってずっと言ってる。
Like I kept saying, Beatrice exists.
みんなずっと信じなかったからダメだった。
It all went bad because no one ever believed.
信じないと奇跡は起きないって友達の魔女も言ってる。
Even one of her witch friends says that miracles won't occur if you don't believe.
そうですね。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様は
I'm Henry. Hello.
そうですし。
I'm Henry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We just finished this game and we're on the little tea party, after party, whatever. That's right. Beatrice-sama is generous to those who respect her.
マリア様は恐ろしい事件が次々と起こっていっても、最後までベアトリーチェ様の脅威からは外されていたように思います。
It seems to me that Maria-sama was never a target of Beatrice-sama's wrath up until the very end, despite the horrible crimes that occurred one after another. The after tea party is in the afterlife, for real though.
マリアは一番の最初からベアトリーチェを信じてたもんな。
Well, Maria believed in Beatrice from the very beginning.
でもそれじゃあ同じように信じてたカノン君たちも殺されたのは納得がいかないぜ。
But if that's the case, how do you explain why you and the rest were all killed? You guys believed in Beatrice just as much, right?
それは多分ベアトリーチェ様なりのご都合があられたのでしょう。
Beatrice-sama probably had her reasons.
碑文の歌がベアトリーチェ様の復活の儀式を意味するものなら、大勢の生贄が必要だった。
If the song of the epitaph represented Beatrice-sama's resurrection ceremony, many sacrifices were needed.
その一人にご指名をいただけたということなのでしょう。
He must simply have been designated to be one of those.
シャノンちゃんはひどい最後だったよ。
Shannon-chan, you met a horrible end.
せめてもう少し綺麗で安らかな方法もあったろうに。
At the very least, I wish your death could have been more peaceful and pretty.
痛かったわけじゃないですし。
Well, it's not like it hurt when you fell from heaven.
それに、ほら、今はこうして全然平気ですから。
Anyway,
こちらです。
right now I'm perfectly fine, so don't worry. After seeing him stroke Shannon's cheek, which had been crushed during the story, everyone laughed out loud, smiling. Wow.
でもこう言っちゃなんだけど、僕はてっきり本格ミステリーだと思ってたからね。
Well, it feels a bit weird saying this, but I was sure the story would fit into the standard mystery genre.
ファンタジーだと分かってちょっと驚いてるよ。
I'm a bit surprised to find out that it's fantasy. I'm not considering Higurashi. Am I got that Riz? No, I
外
don't.
界から隔絶された孤島の洋館ものなんて推理物の王道だと思ってたからさ。
Sorry, I'm yawning a lot again. After all, a Western mansion set away from the outside world on an isolated island with an inheritance problem on everyone's mind, it sounds just like a typical mystery novel to me.
ファンタジーじゃない。
It's not fantasy.
ベアトリーチェはいるの。
Beatrice exists.
ええ、分かっています。
Yes, we understand.
ベアトリーチェ様はいらっしゃいます。
Beatrice-sama, it does exist.
そうですね。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様は いらっしゃいます。
Beatrice-sama does exist.
悔しいが認めざるを得ねえよな。
I hate to admit it, but I've got no choice.
19人目の魔女の関与は明らかだしな。
Because it's obvious that a 19th person, a witch, was involved.
人間には不可能なことをいくつもやってのけてる。
Many things happen that'd be impossible for humans.
劇中の僕らはそれを否定したくてあれこれと考えたけれども、
During the story, we tried to deny that in all sorts of ways.
今ならはっきり言えるよ。
But now I can say it for sure. Higurashi was so good too, right? I loved Higurashi. It was so good. I only watched the anime, but I really enjoyed it.
どれもいずれも全て人間には不可能な犯罪だった。
Each crime, every single one, would have been impossible for a human. Now, I have a question about the anime. I have a question about the anime. What does the anime span? Like, how much of the story does the anime span?
魔法の力を使いこなす魔女のベアトリーチェにしか成し得ない犯行だよ。
They'd be impossible to carry out unless it was the witch Beatrice using all of the power magic could provide. Oh, question mark until episode 4. Oh, so we can't watch it. We can't watch it because we'd be spoiled. Damn it.
犯人は魔女だった。
The culprit was a witch.
その一点において何の曇りもねえぜ。
That point is perfectly clear.
ベアトリーチェ様万歳ってわけだ。
Long live Beatrice.
みんな信じた。マリアは嬉しい。
Everyone believed. I'm so glad.
神様も魔女も怖がる人には恐ろしい存在かもしれませんけど、
Gods and witches might seem terrifying to people who are frightened of them.
信じ敬う人にとってはきっと慈しみのある存在に違いないと思います。
But I think they must be affectionate to those who believe in and respect them. They jammed 4 episodes into 12 episodes, I know, right? Like the first 2 or 3 chapters of Question. They could watch up to episode 4, but that's episode 1 of the VN. But yeah, that's what Kenki said. Yeah, it sounds like it's hilarious. I kind of want to watch it just for fun. Maybe we could do a watch along in Discord or something. Maybe.
姉さんの言う通りだと思います。
I think you're right.
じゃあさ、せっかく殺人事件ごっこは終わったわけだし。
So this murder case game is finally over.
ここで気を取り直して、ちゃんとベアトリーチェの言う通り、碑文の謎に挑戦してみねえか?
Now's the time to put ourselves together and try hard to solve the riddle of the epitaph, just like Beatrice said, right?
賛成。きっとベアトリーチェも喜ぶ。
I agree. Beatrice will be happy, or something like that.
劇中ではみんな無視してたからね。
Everyone ignored that letter during the story.
せっかく出題されたのにほとんど無視されて。
Even though it was thrust right in front of us, we almost completely ignored it.
なんだかかわいそうですね。
I
ベアト
kinda...
リーチェ様。
Why do they feel sorry for her? I kind of feel sorry for Beatrice-sama.
碑文のメモがある。
I've got the epitaph written right down right here.
みんなで謎解き、みんなで謎解き。
Let's all solve it. Let's all solve it.
物語は多分この時点から間違ってたんだろうね。
The story probably went wrong ever since that time.
そうかもしれません。私たちはベアトリーチェ様のご指示通り碑文の謎に挑むべきだったのかもしれません。
That may be so. Maybe we should have tried solving the epitaph's riddle from the beginning, like Beatrice said.
まあ、すっかり遅くなっちまったけどな。
Well, it's a little late now.
今からでも再挑戦するってことで、魔女様には許してもらおうぜ。
Even so, let's try solving it now and see if the witch forgives us.
さ、碑文の謎に挑戦してみよ
う。Let's go. Let's try to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
なに懐かしき故郷を貫く鮎の川。
A bit late, isn't it? I'd sleep to the sound of murder. A bit late, isn't it? I'm not saying we are gonna do it today. I'm just saying at some point we could do it. Hello, Greedzilla the Grand Great. Gets post-traumatic flashbacks of Higurashi. Yes. Great time doing their nails with Shion and Mion. Oh my god. Rena and even Kechi. Doki Doki Literature Club. Doki Doki Literature Club is kind of dumb in my opinion. It's a little too much, you know, it's way too much. It tries too hard. It's like, okay, we get it. We get it, Doki Doki Literature Club. You're trying to be like Higurashi. You're trying to be some sort of edgy bullshit, but like, I don't know, it's too much for me. I thought it was pretty cool. It was way too much for me. Maria put her notebook on the table and opened to the page where the epitaph was written. Everyone stared at it, getting ready into as they started guessing this and that about the riddle. Surrounded by the smell of black tea and freshly baked vanilla cookies, they spent time comfortably and happily. Damn, I want to be like that. I want to be like that. Hold on a sec, you guys. But Battler spoke in a way that cut through the conversation. His expression looked a little unhappy. What could he not like about all of this fun? I've been listening to you guys for a while, but why did you all stop thinking? Why are you so sure that the witch was behind all this? Don't you realize something like that can't exist? Oh my god. Oh my god. With just those words, the happy atmosphere surrounding the tea party evaporated in an instant. George and Jessica, and Shannon and Kanon, and Maria, all of them stared blankly, wondering what in the world Battler was talking about. Even the foolish, arrogant Battler realized that he hadn't chosen his words well. Because isn't it clear that these crimes were impossible for a human? That's right, that's right. None of the cases would have been possible for a human. Oh, we've never seen this face from her. That's true. After all, wasn't it full of things that humans couldn't explain? I don't understand what you're saying, Battler-sama. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. I'm the one who doesn't have a clue what you guys are talking about. Isn't it obvious that humans committed these crimes? There's no way something like a witch exists, right? Then what about when I was killed in the storehouse and something horrible was done to half of my face? If the culprit was human, how could they have accomplished it? That's, well... It's hard to imagine how they did something that awful. But what about the Rose Garden storehouse? But that was the Rose Garden storehouse, right? I'm sure there were plenty of weird tools in there. Let's say they use some electrical tools like a grinder or electric saw. That's,
じゃあバトラー、じいさまが密室の書斎から消え去っていたのはどう説明するんだよ。
Then Battler, how do you explain Grandfather's disappearance from the study when it was a closed room?
扉は封印されていたのに、じいさまは忽然と消え去ってたぜ。
Even though the door was sealed, Grandfather just suddenly disappeared, right?
その話は劇中でも出ただろう。
We talked about that during the story.
じいさまが何らかの方法を使えば、レシートをごまかすことは不可能じゃない。
It's not impossible that Grandfather used some trick to fool the receipt.
あるいは窓から出て、あるいは落ちて、夏日おばさんが窓を内側から施錠した可能性もある。
It's also possible that he went out the window, fell down, and at Natsuhi locked the window from the inside.
別に魔法を使わなくたって、他にもいくつか手は思いつくだろうぜ。
I could think of a bunch of tricks you could use without relying on magic.
それはそうだけどよ。
That makes sense, but
ならバトラ君、
in that case, Battler
僕
kun,
のお母さんたちが客室の中で殺されていたのはどう説明するんだい？
how do you explain the way my parents were killed in the guest room? Some might be plausible, but not all deaths are possible. Physically impossible? Yeah.
扉には鍵もチェーンもかかってた。
The door was sealed by the lock and chain.
無論窓もね。
Naturally, the window was sealed too.
どうやって人間に母さんたちを殺せたって言うんだい？
How do you think a human could have killed my parents?
まあ確かにそのトリックは劇中でも保留になったままだったな。
Well, we did have to leave that trick alone during the story.
とにかく犯人は鍵だけは持ってる可能性が高いからな。
Anyway, there's at least a good chance the culprit had a key.
チェーンに許される程度の扉の隙間は確保できたわけだ。
And it was possible to look in through the crack on the door the chain allowed.
非常に苦しい話だが、その隙間から何かの仕掛けを施した可能性はあり得るな。
I know this is a stretch, but it's possible some device was used through that crack. I doubt it.
いや、あるいはその隙間から何かを出した。
Like, maybe they stuck something through it?
確かにチェーンってのはえらいシンプルだが、密室を構成するでかい要素だな。
Well, even though the door chain is incredibly simple, it's a big factor in setting up a closed room.
だが、密室トリックなんておよそやり尽くされてるんだ。
So there's probably some closed room trick they could have used.
そこいらの書店で密室ミステリーを数冊買ってくりゃ、どうせビンゴなトリックが見つかるだろうぜ。
If you bought some closed room mystery novels from the bookstore, you could probably find some trick that fit perfectly.
とにかく、俺には思いつかねえが、どうにかやりくりすりゃ、人間にできないことはないだろうって断言できる。
Anyway, I can't think of one now, but I claim that there's nothing humans can't do if they try hard enough.
それはひどい暴論じゃないかい？
Isn't that argument horribly irrational?
説明できないのに人間に可能だと断言できるなんてめちゃめちゃだよ。
It's just ridiculous to claim that it's possible for a human to do something, even though you can't explain how.
何がどうめちゃめちゃなんだよ。
Why is that ridiculous?
兄貴たちは何を思考停止してんだよ。
Why did all of you stop thinking?
一見できなさそうに見えても、どうせできるんだよ。
Even something that looks impossible has to be doable. The fact that it's possible is what's important. Same person could pull it off. And what about the sound? Nobody ever screamed. No tool noises. No nothing. Impossible. Seems impossible to me too. Magic is the answer if you can think of how a human could do it, leaving the possibility of magic to be being involved real. Don't stop thinking? I don't know. I feel like I've stopped thinking.
俺がお約束ってもんだろうが。
Doesn't it always work like that?
めちゃめちゃなのはバトラの方だぜ。
Battler, you're the one being ridiculous.
人間にできるってんなら説明してみろよ。
If you think a human could have done it, try explaining how.
できねえだろ?
You can't, can you?
できなきゃすぐに犯人は魔女ってことで落ち着くのかよ。
And you're okay with saying the culprit is a witch just because I can't explain it?
その論法で言っちまったら、世界中の未解決事件は全部魔女が犯人ってことで決着しちまうぞ。
With that argument, all the unsolved crimes in the world could be resolved by saying a witch is the culprit. Blah, blah, blah.
バトラは問題をすり替えてるし、何も説明してない。
Battler, you're sidestepping the issue and you aren't explaining anything.
マリアたちは人間にはできない。
We're saying a human couldn't have done it.
だから人間じゃない存在が犯人。
Therefore, the culprit is something that isn't human.
それが魔女だとそう言っている。
And that something is a witch.
なのにバトラは説明できないけど魔女はありえないとか一方的な決めつけで言ってる。
And yet you keep arbitrarily deciding that witches are impossible even though you can't explain anything.
まるで無知な時代の人類のようだね。
It's almost like humanity was during the Dark Ages.
地球が回ってるはずがない。説明はできないけど。
Like those fools who claimed the heavens spun around the earth.
宇宙が地球を中心に回ってるんだと言い張る愚か者のよう。
Those who said that the earth couldn't be spinning even though they couldn't explain why.
なんだか気に入らねえ論法だが。
That kind of argument kind of pisses me off.
つまりお前らはこう言いたいのかよ。
So this is basically what you're trying to say.
人間に可能だと説明できないなら。
If I can't explain how a human could do it,
ベアトリーチェであることを受け入れろってことかよ。
then I must accept the culprit is a witch?
そこまで押し付けているわけではありません。
It's not like we're forcing you to go that far.
ただ、バトラ様が何を根拠にそのような世まい事を言い出すのかと思いまして。
We were just wondering on what basis you can say such nonsense.
世まい事って。
Nonsense?
なあ、俺ってさっきからそんなに変なこと言ってるか？
Hey, have I really been saying something that weird just now?
おかしいのは俺なのか？
Am I the one who's crazy?
さっきから不愉快だぞ。
You guys are really starting to freak me out.
バトラ様、僕は自分が死んだ時、ボイラー室で存在しないはずの19人目に殺されています。
Battler-sama, when I died in the boiler room, I was killed by a 19th person who shouldn't exist.
それが人間の仕業だと説明できるのですか？
Can you explain how a human could have done that?
あの時、18人の所在は全員がはっきりしていました。
At that time, the location of the 18 were well known.
にもかかわらず、僕は殺されている。
Even so, I was killed.
その件も劇中で言ってるぜ。
We talked about that in the story as well, right? And yet they are alive again in the next episode, making it clear magic exists for the reader. You're not wrong about that. You're very correct about that, Kankimaru. You're very, very correct about that. Yes. And you're left to wonder, how is this happening? What's happening? Why is it happening?
例えば、熊沢のばあちゃんだ。
We talked about that in the story as well, right? Kumasawa Ba-chan, for example.
カノン君がボイラー室に降りてからすぐ後を追ったと言ってるが、実は嘘かもしれねえ。
She said she followed right after you and headed down to the boiler room, but we can't know for sure whether that was a lie or not. Okay, but you have to admit that she did die. She did end up dying at the end. So, I don't know.
一緒にボイラー室に入って、不意をついてぶっすり行っちまったのかもしれねえ。
For all we know, she might have entered the boiler room with you and caught you by surprise.
あるいは、ボイラー室に踏み込むと、何かのトラップが発動して、例のアイスピックが打ち込まれるように仕掛けられていたのかもしれない。
Or maybe when you stepped into the boiler room, you activated some kind of trap, one that might have been set up to hit you with one of those ice picks.
何しろ、焼却炉からはじい様の遺体の悪臭だ。
After all, the stink of grandfather's body was coming from the incinerator. I could explain what this place these characters are in, but I want to let the star of the show herself do it. Who's that? Kanan activated a trap card. Okay.
必ず誰かがやってくるわけだから、仕掛けだけ施せば、犯人はその場を離れ、カノン君の死亡時刻にアリバイを作ることは十分できる。
Someone was bound to go and check, so if the culprit just set up a trap beforehand, they could easily have stayed away from that place and used the time of Kanan-kun's death to create an alibi.
ボイラー室のトラップってどんなのですか？
You talked about the trap in a boiler room, but what kind of trap could that be?
そうだよ。あの後、すぐみんながボイラー室に駆けつけた。
That's right. Following his death, everyone immediately ran over to the boiler room.
でもそんな変な仕掛けは見つけられなかったじゃないか。
But we didn't find any kind of weird device, did we?
さようです。
That's correct.
バトラ様、どんな仕掛けで僕は殺されたというのですか？
Battler-sama, what kind of trap could I have been killed with?
いや、それはわからね
え。Well, I don't know that.
でも、とにかく、何かの仕掛けをうまくやってたな。あるいは、誰かが嘘をついて。
But anyway, they must have used some kind of clever trap, or maybe someone's lying.
こうも考えられるぜ。
Or what about this?
そもそもあれは、カノン君の自作自演だったとかな？
Kanan-kun, what if the whole thing was just you play acting?
そうだ！自作自演だ!
That's it, you were Twitch acting. He's a Twitch actor, guys. He's Twitch acting. I just learned about that today. I still don't really get it, but he's Twitch acting, guys.
エヴァおばさんたちも自作自演なんだよ。
And Dave and Uncle Hideyoshi were also play acting.
自分で密室を作り、死んだふりをした。
They made the closed room themselves and were only pretending to be dead.
バトラー。
Battler.
お前、さっきから頭、大丈夫か？
Has your head been, feeling okay?
冷たいお飲み物でもお持ちしましょうか？
Should I bring some cold drinks?
そこまで荒れみの目で見られるほど妙なことは言ってねえだろ。
Don't look at me with those pitying eyes. I'm not saying something that crazy, right?
俺はあくまでもトリックを考える上での可能性について言っただけだぜ。
I'm just pointing out some possibilities you might find if you think of it all as a trick.
それにほら、死者が実は死んでないなんて推理物のお約束じゃねえかよ。
Look, isn't it a pretty classic trick in mystery stories to have one of the victims just be playing dead?
お約束って？
A classic trick.
つまりだ。カノン君が殺された時、確かに俺たち全員の所在ははっきりしていた。
In other words, when Kanon-kun was killed, we knew for sure where all the rest of us were.
そして、熊沢のばあちゃんも嘘はついてないとする。
And let's assume that Kumasawa Bachan wasn't lying.
でも、それは生存者だけの話だ。
But that's only counting the survivors.
もし、死んだふりをして犠牲者に混じり、姿をくらましていた犯人が別行動をしていたとしたら、すべては説明できる。
What if the culprit pretended to be dead and joined a group of real victims so we'd lose track of them and then acted on their own later? Everything would be explained.
つまり、エヴァおばさんたちが犯人だと言いたいわけか？
So are you trying to say that Aunt Eva or one of the others was a culprit?
でも、おばさんたちの死亡については、南條先生が医者として判断してるぜ。
But didn't Dr. Nanjo confirm all of their deaths as a doctor?
そうです。南條先生は、すべての犠牲者について確認しています。
That's right. Dr. Nanjo checked all of the victims.
もしバトラ様の説を採用するなら、南條先生も犯人ということになりますか？
Battler-sama, for your theory to work, wouldn't Dr. Nanjo have to be one of the culprits too?
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, that's right.
南條先生が犯人の一味で、嘘の死亡宣告をしていたかもしれないと考えりゃ、話は変わってくるぜ。
Once you consider that Dr. Nanjo might have been the one of the culprits and faked the proclamation of death, the whole story changes. Obviously, she should sue for more progress. See, that's also a classic trick in mystery novels, isn't it?
でも南條先生も殺されたよ。
But Dr. Nanjo was also killed, right?
それはだな。
About that.
そうさ。南條先生は偽装師なんだ。
That's right, Dr. Nanjo faked his death.
何しろ、南條先生以外に検視ができる奴はいねえし、あの時はもう混乱してる状況から。
After all, there wasn't anyone except Dr. Nanjo who could examine corpses properly, and everyone was really confused then anyway. Oh.
本当に脈が止まってるかなんて、のんびり確かめてる暇もなかったぜ。
We didn't have any spare time to check and see if he still had a pulse.
この論法なら、死者は誰だって歩き回れたことになる。
With this theory, any one of the dead people could have been walking around.
私たち最初の6人は難しかったんじゃないかと思います。
I think it would have been hard for the six of us who died in the beginning to do that.
だってシャッターを閉められた上に内側からは開けられない南京錠をかけられちゃいましたし。
After all, the shutter was closed and there was a padlock that couldn't have been opened from the inside. The knife sticking out of her face was fake. He's a doctor, so he just knows how to stick a knife into his face without causing any damage. Well, Nanjo didn't have anything stuck into his face. He did have his face completely mauled, though. Battler, who is currently dead, still fucking arguing. I know! I know, he's still arguing. He's like, witches don't exist, and I'm like, shut up, bruh. Shut up, you're grinding my gears.
そうだぜ、その鍵は母さんが預かった。
That's right, Mom was holding on to that key.
じゃあ、母さんも犯人の一味だってのかよ。
So was Mom one of the culprits too?
いやいや。最初の6人は無理そうだが、エヴァおばさんたちは外から鍵をかけただけだろ？
Maybe it was impossible for the first 6, but in that case of Aniki's parents, the door was only locked on the outside.
なら内側から開けられるし。
So they could have opened it from the inside.
そうさ、俺たちが部屋を出た後、窓から飛び出してボイラー室に先回りしたとか。
That's right, after we left the room, maybe they jumped out the window and got to the boiler room first. You know, guys, I'm not even paying attention to this right now. I'm thinking in my head that I want to do a cooking stream at some point. I know I said I wouldn't show my face until after I was done with chemo, but that's gonna be a while. And honestly, I'm sorry, I'm not even that I'm just like, maybe during the 12-hour stream. I'm sorry. I was zoning out when I was reading. This doesn't normally happen, but I was zoning out when I was reading. You know how you're reading like on autopilot sometimes and in your brain you're thinking of something else? That's what I was doing in my brain. Amaya's just done with this game. It's not that I'm done with the game. I think that my patience for it today is quite low for some reason. Like, sometimes I feel like a few times I could read this game for like hours upon hours without even worrying. But today, my fuse is short. I'm paying full attention. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just today, and I don't mean to like suddenly like break my, you know, I'm just thinking, I kind of want to do a cooking stream. Because I was just thinking about how great it is that I live right next to a grocery store. I was thinking all of this while I was reading. And like, time for fuse burned up, time for cooking. I've been reading for 4 hours, fair enough. I have been reading for 4 hours, even more than that, probably. Well, I'm saying none of the deaths were particular magical. I'm always not ruling it out. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. You don't need to rule it out. You can be like Battler-kun. You can be like Battler-kun and not rule it out. I'm gonna rule out. I'm gonna say it's fucking magic, man. Oh, whoa, whoa, it's magic. You know. You know? You know? But anyway, if I were to do a cooking stream, what kind of food should we do? We've made...考察もしっかり長いね。このゲームの、なんていう、説明仕方がすごく長くて、私、急に集中できなくなっちゃったね。今、読んでいる間に、ちょっと、私めっちゃ近くに、スーパーがあるので、ラッキーじゃない？なんか、クッキングストリームやりたいなと思ってたね。読み取り中で。Make barbecue? That's a little hard. Udon's too easy. I will say that this is actually important for the story. Give me just a second. 飽きてるやん。めっちゃ今ちょっと飽きてる。この話。そう。I need to think of something to make for food. Tempura set? Oh my god, we could try tempuraing things, but tempuraing things is kind of scary. I have done omu rice in the past. I have actually done omu rice in the past. Tempura is also very loud. Tempura is a little bit scary because of all the oil you have to use. Though I do enjoy making tempura. Maybe I could try to make tempura. Would you be interested in making cheesecake? The problem with cheesecake is that I can't bake. So it'd have to be a no-bake cheesecake. I don't know about Japanese food, but whatever it is, it'll be fun. It doesn't even need to be Japanese food. It doesn't need to be Japanese food. It can be anything. I'm just thinking. I need to think. Okonomiyaki も作ったことあるよ。実は配信で、クッキング配信でやったことあります。Okonomiyaki. Burger. Burger could be interesting. Make mashed potatoes? We could make mashed potatoes with something else. Non-baked cheesecake? Let's stick to like food. Baking stream would be fun, but alas, let me just say, Chloe, I would love to bake. I would love to bake. I would love, love, love with all my heart to bake. I think I would become fat because of all the baking I would love to do. But I cannot bake because I don't have a fucking oven, and it makes me really sad. But let's make taco pa shio. We can make takoyaki. でも takoyaki のパンじゃない。なんていう、作るもの、なんか焼いてるもの持ってないから、タコパーティーできないです。Implying non-baked cheesecake is not real food. I love non-baked cheesecake. I love it. But I'm saying it's too easy to make. So let's make mashed potatoes, and maybe we can make a burger. We can make mashed potatoes and a burger. And maybe some salad on the side. なんか、mashed potatoes とバーガーしようかな。あ、たこ焼き、そうそう、ないのか。そう、それない。これ。
し。
それは中国語。
き。
たこ焼き器。それは日本語で。たこ焼き器。Fucking burgers. We can make burgers. I'll send you the recipe for personal use. Thank you. たこ焼き器持ってないね。そうそうそう。ちょっとで、買いたくないし。Secret redeem? Okay, Fizz, I got you. Because last time
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
Thank you for the water. Last time I wasn't able to do a secret redeem because of all the people around. I thought it was embarrassing. But yeah, so we can try and make a burger next time. We'll make burgers, mashed potatoes, and a salad. And, yeah. Secret redeem and heart. No worries. Thank you, Fizz. I think Drew and Kala would be down for a triple secret redeem. Oh my god, they probably would be, but I didn't want to force them into it. I didn't want to force them into it or anything. I want a burger now. I kind of do too. So I'll go ahead and look up some I'll look up some recipes for burgers. I think I'll make it an avocado burger. We'll put some avocado on my burger. We'll do a normal, should we do a cheeseburger or should we do a normal hamburger? Actually. Cheeseburger might be good. A crazy burger? In Japan, people put like eggs on their burgers. Cheeses. Should I put some cheese on the burger? Put an egg on it? We could put an egg on it, but I'm not very good at that. Oh, but I actually think we're gonna avoid putting an egg on it because I can't have raw eggs and I'd want the egg to be raw. Not raw, but runny. Egg is weird on burger. It's very common here. Really? It's very common in Japan too, but in the States, you never see it. It's very good though. I do enjoy it. We'll put avocado on it. Let's put avocado and cheese on it. Cheese and avocado burger. I love egg on burger. Me too, Junk Ramen. How you doing, by the way? I just put egg on my burger here in the States. Egg on burger is good. Runny egg. Ew. No, runny egg, great. Especially when the yolk is raw. Exactly what I'm saying, Junk Ramen. Which is why I don't want to put the egg on it. Because I can't have a raw yolk right now. Runny yolk as humanly possible. Basically, make it raw. Make it fucking raw. She's a runny yolk fan. Of course I am. Yeah, Kage, you're in the wrong here. You're in the wrong. Make that white firm. Nah. Runny yolk is the best. Yeah. Bacon is a rarity, but most local places use eggs on burgers, but I personally don't like it. I feel like it steals the flavor, and egg makes me burp so much. Really? Egg makes you burp? It's fucking raw. I gotta say, bacon on a burger is also pretty good, but I don't think I'll put bacon on my burger. Just because of the way that bacon is here, it's not good here. But yeah. Kage? Didn't Kage raid earlier? Do you guys forget? I don't know what my body has with eggs. You know, my body's a little bit weird with eggs when they're fully cooked as well. I kind of understand your feelings. Now I want eggs. Like cheesy eggs. Cheesy eggs are so good. Mmm. What else goes on a burger? Well, a tomato, some lettuce, maybe some cucumber. Yeah. Some ketchup and mustard, but I don't know if I can find mustard. I do have ketchup. But I don't know if I can find mustard. Kage rated? Yeah, Kage rated. Onions? I'm not gonna put onions on my shit. Okay, I don't like onions. Kotailry, you can have fun with your onions, but I'm not gonna have fun with onions. Wait, I bought Answers Arc? What about Question Arc? What about questions? You need the other... Look, there's more questions arcs, though. You need more questions arc. This is the question? No, it's not. Here, look, let me show you. Hold on. I saved the game, so we can go back to this. No, let me show you. See, we press start. We only did episode 1. There's 2, 3, and 4 that we haven't done yet. So we finished episode 1 just now. So we need to do 2, 3, and 4. And then you go on to Answers Arc. Yeah. So if you bought answers only, you also need to buy questions, or else you'll be very confused, I think. But I'm excited to read this by myself. It'll go by so much quicker, too. Do you need to complete episode 1 to do 2? You could just click the unlock button. You could just click the unlock button. It'll remove the lock, and you can click yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, I don't want to start it. No, no. No. Whoa, it changed some stuff. Uh-oh, we went too far. We went too far. Hello, Chow Master. It's okay, we're not looking at anything. We're not looking at anything. We're back here, we're back here. That didn't ruin everything forever, did it? I was just showing you. I'm good. Ignore the ominous main screen. I shall ignore it. It's rewind time. Okay, let me write down what I'm gonna make for next cooking stream. Mashed potatoes and burger. Mashed potato and burger and salad. What goes in mashed potatoes? Don't worry about it. I can make a mean mashed potato. Don't forget fizzy drink. I don't like fizzy drink, Fizz. There's a tea party, but significantly shorter, and when you're actually done with episode 1 forever. How much longer is this, Chloe? How much longer is this? My energy is spent on this game for today. Like, it's really spent. There's something that, like, taco in the potatoes. No, there's no taco in the potatoes. And we'll have a salad because we're gonna have to buy, like, some tomatoes and some lettuce for the burger. So we'll just make a salad out of the rest of that stuff. Like some cucumbers. We'll just make a small salad out of that. Taco? I do like tacos. We could do a taco making stream at some point too. Yeah, we could do a taco making stream. But I think we'll do a burger making stream this time. Not taco like that, T-A-C-O. Taco tacos, T-A-C-O, like Mexican tacos. You can just skip around Valor denying magic really hard. The important part is when the best girl shows up. Okay, well, so we'll just I'll just skim it. 5-minute taco making stream. Wait, do tacos only take 5 minutes to make? I doubt it. I doubt it. Tacos don't take 5 minutes to make. You gotta prepare stuff. Tacos are fast except for the meat. That's true. Tacos take like no time. Well, okay. Well, burgers don't take that much time either, if you think about it. That's why we're also making mashed potatoes. Well, anyway. Maybe we'll do tacos with something else or something. We'll make 2 types of tacos or something like that, you know? It could be more than just like a taco. 50-minute stream. Well, cooking streams aren't always that long, you know what I mean? We spend like a quarter of the time cooking and then the rest of it like eating and talking. You know what I mean? You try different kinds of burgers or different kinds of tacos. Yeah, exactly. We could make like 2 different tacos or 3 different tacos. Like one's a fish taco, one's a beef taco, one's a vegetable taco. Yeah, we could try it. I'm not very good at, I mean, for now we're gonna make the burger and mashed potato one next. I'll probably do that, I don't know, a week or 2 from now, I guess. We can do that during the 12-hour stream. Like making lunch or something. Yeah. Here, let me skip around a little bit.
苦しいかあるいは南條先生もほら自分でも剣士は誤信率が高いとかってうまく偽装したとか身代わり死体を用意したとか方法やトリックはこれから考えるとしてとにかくましてやそれだけは断じてや
バトラつまりバトラは
そういうただその安易に19人目を肯定はできねえしそれら全部を否定しきった最後の最後で苦し紛れ魔女なんてなんでさっきからみんなは魔女そりゃ身内に殺人犯がいると思いでもあれだけ大勢を殺した憎き兄貴だってジェシカだってカノン君の敵をシャノンちゃんだってなんでこうパーンとお前らさっきから何なんだ
12-hour stream in a week or 2? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. It's gonna be a thank you for 2.5k. Let's do a 12-hour stream for 2.5k in like a week or 2. Battler denies magic, explains all the deaths can't be done by human person. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. She's reading like a Genshin quest. Yeah, I am. I'm reading it though.
バトラはさっきから支離滅裂なことをだからそれで人間にどうや具体的にはそう聞くと決まってバトラは今は思いつかないけどとかむしろ知りたいどうしてベアトリいるのにどうして
いねえからだ魔女なんかいるわけがね
えまるっきりだだっこのわがままだぜ
What else should we do for the 12-hour stream, I'm wondering? We're definitely gonna do some cooking. I'm gonna have to give this some thought. Marbles? Okay, we can do marbles. I'll give it to you, Chloe. I'll give it to you. Marbles on stream. I'll have to think about it. If it's after the 12th, you could stream some Zelda. We should probably make it before the 12th. After you fix your capture card. It should probably be... Oh. But on the 11th, I'm super busy with appointments. Are we gonna want to stream Zelda? Okay, we can make it past the 12th then. Then Zelda. We can do Zelda then as well. Yeah, that's fine. Because I think that I have stuff to do on the 11th and we can do it like on the 13th or something. Wait, let me look at the time. Let me look at the calendar. Now we could do like the 13th. Please fix the sound issue. I'll try to figure it out. I need to think about that. I really don't know what causes it.
バトラさん、お気持ちはわかりますが。
ベアトリーチェ様は。
バトラ君、これほどまでに状況証
説明できどうして電球が明るく違うだろ 魔法じゃなきゃ説明がつく。魔女だの魔法だのって兄貴たちはわからん。そうだろ。
やっぱりバトラだけはどうしても信じないね。誰か一人でも信じなかったら、だからバトラのその猛邁な思い込みを改めさせなきゃ。
なあ、ようやく言った。つまりお前らは俺に全員が認めた嘘。そういうこったろ。ここばかりはあいにくだが、お前らが俺にそう詰め寄るからこそ、だからこそ全然ダメなんだ。
You guys are all pressing me and that's why it's all useless?
悪いが最後魔女の存在を俺に。それは魔女が魔法でやってみせた。さらにだ、誰か一人でも信じなかったら真の奇跡は
He's rebellious.
誰が
Yeah,
信じ
he
ようと
is.
信じまいと勝手に起こる。
Balor's gonna fuck it all up. He already fucked up everyone from going to the Golden Land. What a bitch. Being so selfish.
たとえ俺一人がだからこそ俺が信じれば成立する奇跡も
The uneasy mood following Battler's ignorant rant was blown away by a very soft and light laugh. Whose laugh? Battler was surprised. He had never heard that voice before. When he looked at George and Jessica, at Shannon and Cannon and Maria, he noticed that they had suddenly gone respectfully silent. She's here! She's here, guys! She's here!
Yoi.
What a beauty. We did it, we did it, she's here! Beatrice-sama is here, guys! Beatrice-sama ga iru tte! Iru! Ooh!
久しぶりに愉快な人間に出会えたものよ。
How amusing. I haven't met such a charming human for quite some time.
お前
Who
誰だ
are you?
招かれた茶会のホストも知らぬか。
Don't you even know the host of the tea party you were invited to?
よいよい。
How amusing indeed. I like how she has like a little tooth.
こちらのお方は1000年を生きる黄金の魔女
This is
ベアトリーチェ様にあらせられます。
Gomennasai. This is Beatrice-sama, the golden witch who has lived for 1,000 years.
ご機嫌うるわしゅベアトリーチェ様。
It is an honor to be graced with your presence, Beatrice-sama.
バトラ君の暴言をどうかお許しください。
Please forgive Battler-kun's ranting.
こいつは頑固です。まだ自分の置かれた状況が分かってなくて。
This guy's just stubborn and he still doesn't understand the situation he's in. Look at her face.
よいよい。
What a treat this is.
1000年も生きると大抵の魔女は生き飽き。
Most witches get tired of living after the first 1,000 years.
そなたのような気骨ある男も時には良い。
How nice it is to meet a man with a backbone such as yourself every once in a while.
ベアトリーチェがお姿を現してくれるのはとても光栄なことだよ。バトラ。
It is quite an honor to be present when Beatrice shows herself, Battler. Yo, what you gonna do, Battler?
こりゃたまげたぜ。
How astonishing.
そこまでして俺に魔女が。
Are you really that desperate to make me believe that a witch,
19人目が犯人だと思い込ませてえのかよ。
that a 19th person is the culprit? Yes! Yes! She compliments me so much as a man. This is so amazing. Oh my god.
ますますに気に入った。
This is starting to get interesting.
だから全然ダメだぜ。
And it's all useless.
お前はマリアたちが主張する魔女ベアトリーチェの幻影というわけだ。
You must be the illusion that Maria and the others call the witch Beatrice.
そして全員がその存在を信じることで
And-
ようやく存在を許される。
And you'll only be allowed to exist if everyone believes it.
そういう虚構の存在なんだろ
You have that kind of half existence, right?
だから俺にも信じさせたい
That's why you want me to believe too.
俺だけが信じないから存在できない
You can't exist because I alone don't believe in you.
そうなんだろ
Isn't that right?
魔に通じぬ凡夫の分際にしては
Interesting.
理解力は悪くない
Your powers of comprehension aren't bad for a mere commoner who knows nothing of magic.
なるほど。どうやらそなたは生まれながらにして魔力に強い抵抗力を持つらしいな。
Yes, it seems you were born with a strong magic-resisting power, as do a lot of protagonists in anime. This sign can't stop me because I can't read. It is the same vibe.
我ら魔女の天敵。
You're a natural enemy of us witches.
どう逆さに振るってみせようとも、決して我らを信じぬ。
No matter how much we turn your world upside down, you never believe in us.
だから魔法が及ばない。
Therefore, the magic won't succeed.
お前のその態度にも納得がいこうというものよ。
I accept that attitude of yours.
何を言ってやがるかさっぱりだぜ
I've got no clue what you're saying.
わざわざお姿まで表してもらって恐縮だが俺はお前さんの存在なんてこれっぽっちも信じやしないぜ
It's very kind of you to go to all the trouble of showing yourself to us, but I don't believe you exist in the slightest.
確かにこの2日間妙なことは何度か起こった
It's true that many strange things happened during those 2 days.
さっきマリアに言われた通り俺はそれら全てにトリックの説明がつけられると思っているが
Like Maria
こ
said,
こに具体的にはまだ挙げられてね
like Maria said earlier, even though I think all these tricks could be explained, I still can't lay out the practical details of each one.
だからといって屈するわけじゃない
However, that doesn't mean I'll surrender.
俺は兄貴たちとは違うぜ
I'm different from the rest of them. Got it?
説明できないから魔女の仕業だなんて論法には絶対ならねえぜ
I'll never accept that it was the work of a witch just because I can't explain it.
ますますに気に入ったぞ。
This keeps getting more amusing.
お前は屈服させがいがある。
Making you surrender will be worth my while.
お前のような男にこそ我が名を称えさせてみせたいぞ。
You're just the kind of man I'd like to force into praising my name.
お前のような男にこそつま先にキスをさせてみたいものよ。
I'd love to try making a man like you kiss my toes. Why? Why? Why?
寝言言いたきゃ好きなだけ言ってろ
If you want to talk nonsense, talk all you want.
俺はお前なんか否定してやるぜ
I deny you exist. やばすぎ。やばいよ、こいつ。ビアトリチちゃんって。Writer's barely disguised fetish. Not disguised in the slightest. What's still confusing there right now is an outlayer meta reality where they can look at the story. Yeah, I assumed that.
全ての出来事人間とトリックで説明してやる
All of the events can be explained with human tricks. Explain the last few.
そこには一片たりとも魔女も魔法も入り込む余地はね
There's no room for even a speck of magic or witches.
よい。それでこそ千年の退屈も紛れるというものよ。
Wonderful. What a perfect way to divert oneself from 1,000 years of boredom.
ならば聞こう。
Then let me ask you.
お前は先ほどエヴァたちを殺すのに扉の隙間を利用すればよいと言ったな。
A short while ago, you said that using the crack in the door would be sufficient to kill Eva and Hideyoshi, right?
人間とトリックでどう殺してみせるのか。
Explain how they could have
説明するがいい。
explain how they could have been killed using subhuman trick.
いきなり一番辛いところから切り込んできやがったな
Suddenly jumping right into the toughest part, are you?
ってことはこのトリックが一番の自信作っ ってことなんだろ?
Does that mean this is the trick you're proudest of?
真犯人さんよ。
Miss Real Culprit? Whoa! With a shake of her golden pipe, gentle multicolored smoke trails out of the end. The smoke quickly obscures their surroundings. And they were suddenly in the hallway of the mansion. Whee! Shinichi Kuro oru. Oru? いるといいんだけどね。しんいちいる。しんいち助けて。しんいちは、真実はいつも一つ。と分かってるから。まあ、魔女が真実だけど、真実だけどね。真実いる。真実にいる。She took us here instantly. It's like magic, huh, Battler? Yeah, Battler, it's like magic. The door in the front of them, slightly open but secured by the chain, was... That's right, it's the door to the room where Ava and Hideyoshi were killed. Nice trick.
さて、このわずかな隙間からどうして見せるのか?
Very well. Show me what you would do through this small crack, Battler.
多分あのアイスピックを打ち出せる射出機があるんだ。
They probably had some device to shoot those ice picks.
そいつを使って。
If they use that.
その隙間からは見えぬベッドの上のエヴァをどう狙うのか?
How would they reach Ava over on the bed when you can't see that far through the crack?
そしてバスルームにこもり扉を閉めた秀吉をどう狙うのか?
And how would they reach Hideyoshi in the bathroom with the door shut?
隙間はある。何か方法があるはずなんだ。
There's a crack. There should be some way.
お前に思いつかぬなら、わらわがやってみせてもよい。
If you can't think of one, allow me.
ほう、魔女様ならどうやって見せるってんだよ。
How would a witch do it?
お手並みを拝見してやろうじゃねえか。
Come on, let's see your little trick.
バトラ、ベアトリーチェに口の利き方が存在。
Battler, you're being rude to Beatrice.
よいよい。
How nice, how nice.
愉快な男よ。
What a charming man.
それでこそ屈服させる楽しみが増すというものよ。
That will make it even more fun to force him into submission. Kudo Batora. Kudo Batora. Omoroi. Honto da. Kudo Batora-chan. Isn't he a teenager? She is too? She's not a teenager.
そんなに俺につま先にキスをさせてかよ。
Hey, you really want to make me kiss your toes that much?
俺が降参したらな。
Only if I surrender.
だが見てろ。きっと俺がこのトリックを暴いて、逆にてめえを俺のケツにキスさせてやるぜ。
But watch, I'll definitely expose this trick and then I'll make you kiss my ass instead. She's so generous with the compliments. Oh my god, Junk Robin. Oh my god.
愉快な男よ。
愉快な男よ. What a delightful man.
覚えておこうぞ。
I remember that promise.
弱き魔女は力を得るために悪魔の尻にキスをする。
Weak witches kiss the behinds of demons to gain power.
それを超える屈服の誓いはないからな。
Because there's no more humiliating oath.
そこまで言わせたからこそ、わらわはお前を屈服させてみたくなる。
Just being told that makes me want to force you into surrender. Paying no mind to Battler's worthless ranting, Beatrice once again shook the golden pipe. That's right, that golden pipe was her precious magic cane.
さあさあおいでなさいな、子供たち。
Come, arise, children.
我こそ、煉獄の案内人。
I am the guide of purgatory.
大罪を許せし7つの悔いを持て。
Forgive the deadly sins and hold the 7 stakes. Guided by those magic words which sounded like a command, 7 stakes gathered. They were the stakes of the 7 demons, symbolizing the deadly sins of sinful people.
ベルゼブブにアスモデウス。
Beelzebub and Asmodeus.
さあさあ、罪を許しなさい。
Come, forgive the sins.
罪人の魂を解放なさい。
Release the spirits of the sinners. The pigs of Beelzebub and Asmodeus responded to Beatorici's call. The 2 stakes of the demons were stuck in through the crack of the door like billiard balls struck like by a cue stick. Then several scattered noise refracted through the walls, making a sound like a woodpecker. And at the end, a pleasant sound could be heard. It was a small, satisfying sound, like the one heard when someone is chopping firewood and the falling axe easily slices through the wood. It was the sound of 2 picks burying themselves deep into Eva and Hideyoshi's foreheads.
ど真ん中というところ。
Right in the middle.
見てみる。
Wanna see? They definitely heard the 2 sounds of like a pair of foreheads being split open. Battler wasn't permitted to see it, since he was on the other side of the door. But the 2 had died again, and in the second time, they lay not an inch apart from where they had lain last time, with the exact same blood spray as before. You moron. That's insane. You think you can just kill them like that?
殺せるとも。
I can kill them.
このように殺せるとも。
I can kill them just like this. Suddenly, they were no longer in the hall but seated at the tea party they had started from. Everyone but Battler was seating meekly, but Kanan was moaning, fresh blood dangling from his mouth. What a rude thing to do at a tea party. Satan's stake was buried deep into Kanan's chest. Again? Battler was the only one getting agitated. George, Jessica, Shanna, and everyone else was meekly hanging their heads like students being yelled at by their teacher.
カノンはさまつな怒りにとらわれ、わらわの宴を乱そうとした。
Kanan was captivated by a trifling anger and tried to disturb my banquet.
怒りにとらわれやすいのだ。
Final Mizu 12, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Being easily captivated by anger is your deadly sin.
清め、悔いてやり直すがいい。
Cleanse yourself, repent, and do it over. At Rice-sama. No, it's Beatorichi-sama.
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 どうかお許しください。
Please forgive him.
カノ君は十分に反省したと思います。
I think Kanan-kun has repented enough.
よい。わらわは敬う者に寛大である。
Wonderful. I am generous to those who respect me.
ふざけるな!
Don't screw with me.
こんな三本芝居で俺がお前の存在を認めると思うなよ。
Do you think I'll accept your existence because of this cheap act?
何が1000年を生きた魔女だ。
Like hell you're a 1,000-year-old witch.
てめえのトリックなんざ1000年じゃねえ。せいぜい100年程度のミステリー界が作ったお約束の累積上にあるだけだ。
Your tricks aren't a 1,000-year-old. They're just the sum of a century of classic tricks from the mystery genre.
魔法なんかじゃねえ。
There's no such thing as magic.
断じてねえ。
Definitely not.
事件のすべては人間とトリックで説明がつく。
All of the crimes can be explained with human tricks.
我が1000年を人間どもの100年で語るか。
You would explain my 1,000 years with 100 years of a human?
よいよい。だからこそわらわはお前を気に入る。
Good, good. That's why I like you.
愚かなバトラー。
Foolish battler.
よすんだ、バトラ君。
Cut it out, Battler kun.
ベアトリーチェ様に逆らっちゃいけない。
You can't go against the witch. Shannon started moaning, holding her cheek. Maybe she had a toothache. But apparently it wasn't a toothache after all. A slight redness spread across the cheek Shannon was holding. It looked like that redness was causing Shannon unbearable pain. Her fingers were pressed on against her cheek and drops of sweat appeared all over her body.
Shannon! Shannon!
What is happening?
しっかり、しっかり!
Shannon, Shannon, hang in there. Hang in there.
どうしたってんだよ。くそ、なんなんだこりゃ。この赤いのは。
What's going on? Damn it, what the hell is that red stuff? It expanded rapidly, covering over half of Shannon's face. Then the stupid dunce battler finally realized.
頼む、バトラ君、ベアトリーチェ様を信じてくれ。
Please, Battler-kun, please believe it, Beatrice.
故障だから。
I beg you.
君が信じないから。信じないから。
Because you won't believe. Because you won't believe.
魔法が溶けてしまう。
The magic is dissolving. For the first time in his life, Battler heard that sound, like a pomegranate splitting. The red spray even landed on Battler's face. Poor Shannon's face had been split in half, and her last horrible moments in that storehouse were repeated once again.
Shannon! Shannon!
This is where they all get damned to hell. Battler is rejecting the magic, uwu desu. Urusa.
やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。シャを恥ずかしめるな。シャを恥ずかしめるな。
Uh-oh. This time, the redness spread across George's entire body. It was like the beautiful cloud drawn by milk when it's poured into black tea. It spread out and it extended across his entire body. As it did, it seemed to give George increasingly greater pain. Looking at this bizarre spectacle, Battler was petrified as he frantically thought with his pitifully clumsy imagination about the nature of the strange death George and the rest were experiencing. Eventually, the redness reached the nearby Jessica as well.
やめろ、やめろ、やめろ。兄貴が何をした。ジェシカが何をした。
Oh, nope, he's not gonna say that. What did Aniki do? What did Jessica do? Just stop it! But Battler, don't let the witch break your spirit. Deny her. Erase her. As long as at least one person denies her. She's an illusion that can't exist. No, Jessica's not okay. Are you okay, Jessica? Oh, Aniki! George was no longer recognizable as a human. He looked like the pile of leftover meat after the good delicious meat had been scraped off to be cooked. The only thing that even resembled a human was the shape of his lower jaw and ribcage. And it was clear that Jessica, who was covered with a steadily strengthening redness, was approaching the same fate.
Oh, Batora, 早くベアトリーチェを信じて。じゃないと みんなの魔法が。
Battler, quickly, believe in Beatrice. If you don't, everyone's magic
溶けてしまう。
will dissolve.
マリア、お前も全身に。
Maria, it's all over your body too.
わらわは魔法で全ての死者を蘇らせる。
I revive all the dead with my magic.
でもお前が信じない限り、それは真の力を持たない。
But as long as you don't believe, that magic will hold no true power.
もっともお前ほどの男がこの程度のことで屈服することはあるの？
But I'm sure that a man like yourself won't surrender to something like this, right?
バトラー、私たちは身内を疑いたくなかった。
Battler, we didn't want to doubt our friends.
現実から目をそらしたから。
We refused to face reality
魔女に屈してしまった。
and gave in to the witch.
でもパトラなら、パトラなら。
But Battler, you won't.
魔女になんか屈しない。
Give in to the witch. Jesus Christ, the noises that these people are making is incredible.
Jessica! Jessica!
Poor Jessica met the same end. Just like George, she ended up like a butcher's leftovers. George and Jessica were now so destroyed, melted, and mixed up it was impossible to tell them apart.
バトラー、泣かないで。ベアトリーチェは死者を何度でも蘇らせてくれるよ。
Battler, don't cry. Beatrice will restore the dead over and over.
だから悲しくないよ。
So there's nothing to be sad about.
だから死んでも。
So even if we die, we're still just fine. The redness began eating into the whole of Maria's body. The foolish battler watched and screamed. Not in front of my 2 pizza slices! I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. A witch? Magic? I'll risk my body and soul to deny you. No matter what happens, I can't accept you. Now that you've gone so far to piss me off, I'll never forgive you. I won't forgive, I definitely won't forgive you. You'll regret making me, Ushiromiya Battler, your enemy. I'll deny you no matter what. No matter how baffling things get, it can all be explained by humans. I'll erase every cell of you from this world. Well said, Battler, was it? That's just the thing to divert me from my 1,000 years of boredom. Come, explain. Try explaining it all with human tricks. And learn how lowly humans are. Let's see if what humanity has built up in 100 years can oppose my 1,000 years. That's what will make forcing you to submit so pleasant. So tell me, you who call yourself Battler, thank you for the follow. What about Maria's letter? How the 6 were killed? The shutter?
レシートの封印
The
は
receipt seal.
チェーンの密室は
The closed room with the chain.
カノンのボイラー室は
Kanon in the boiler room.
源氏たちの客間は
Genji and the others in the lounge.
夏日の自殺は
Natsu's suicide.
碑文の謎は
The riddle of the epitaph.
隠された黄金のありか
The location of the hidden gold.
さあバトラとやら人間の力を見せてもらおうではないか
Yes, Battler, why don't you show me the power of humans? I can't even read this font. Who decided this font was a good idea?じゃない。まだいっぱいあるけど、配信でやらないと思う。自分でやろうと思ってる。でもまだまだいっぱい残ってるやつですね。It looks normal to me. Hello, dragon. It was the moment he shot the portrait? Oh. びっくりした。こんな終わり方って思った。いや、違う。Is that why there's a gunshot? Okay, this better not be that long. How was that important? Wait, that was so important. It told you about how the witch exists and how the witch existing works. The more you resist it, the better. That was massive. It sets up the entire story. Exactly, it does. Like, I didn't know what kind of story this was gonna be, but now it's not even about whether the witch exists or not. It's about how to prove that the witch doesn't exist. Sorry, I had to buy pizza, just got back. I'm very confused. No problem, Nut. You enjoy your pizza. You're making me want pizza. Exactly. So this is much different than I expected. Okay, the first thing I was like, well, it's so easy to believe that a witch is doing this. But now you're trying to think opposite. You're trying to think, okay, a witch did do this, but how can we frame it in a way that a human did it so that we can say we don't believe in the witch? You know what I mean? Because you're trying to prove the witch doesn't exist. I get it now. It's also about much more? Okay. Turning a blind eye, pull a Zoro. The story evolves. Ooh. We try to be what? Kindaichi? Kindaichi? What is that? What sort of black tea shall I prepare next? Allow me to display every refined tea that ever was and ever shall be.
梅干し紅茶
Rika? Rika? Why is Rika here? Dried plum black tea.
梅干しは1パック200円のやつよ
The kind that goes for 200 yen a pack.
Kintaichi.
Shinichi みたいなものですよ。そうか、知らなかった。Kindaichi is a manga about a high school detective. 知らなかった。Kindaichi. 知らなかった。 Kind of, but not.
千年紅茶をたしなんだが、そのようなものは知らぬ。
For 1,000 years I have been fond of black tea, but I did not know of such a thing.
つくづくこの世は生き飽きぬものよ。
I will never tire of living in this world.
ベアト、そんなにも敵意をむき出しにしなくてもいいわ。
Beato, you don't have to display such hostility.
私は単なる旅の魔女。
I am just a wandering witch.
あなたの領地のルールを犯しに来たつもりはないわ。
I didn't come with the intention of violating the rules of your territory.
敵意などみじんも。
Hostility, I bear nothing of the sort.
伝説の魔女、ベルンカステル教に粗相がないか、気が気でならぬだけよ。
I am just terribly concerned with seeing that the legendary witch, Lady Burncastle, is well attended to.
誤解があるわね。
You misunderstand.
私は無力よ。
I am powerless.
あなたのように一人を100殺す恐ろしい力を持った魔女の前には全くの無力。
Before a witch such as yourself who possesses the dreadful power to kill an individual 100 times, I am completely powerless.
その無力な魔女殿が何人たりとも寄せつけぬ力をお持ちなのだから恐れ入る。
That a powerless lady witch like you possesses a power that none can approach is what truly is terrifying.
かの大魔女、ラムダデルタ教を短期にて退けられたのだから。
After all, that great witch, Lady Lambda Delta, was dethroned by you alone.
コンクラベに勝っただけよ。
I only won an endurance contest.
あの子が飽きただけの子。
She simply got tired. It's never explained within the story, so I can't just explain it. This character is a fragment of Rika's despair in Higurashi, but not quite her. Loose connection with Higurashi. Interesting. We get it, Beatrice. You're 1,000 years old. For real, we get it. おじいちゃんが探偵の初めて子が事件してくやついなね。おう、そっか。おじいちゃんが探偵、これは探偵？
探偵。
探偵の初めて子が事件
解決
してくるやつだね。知らなかった。初めて聞きました。その話は。She's Nahida for your Genshin JPM players? Oh, she is? Yo, my patience is running really thin. We've been going for 5 hours almost completely without any breaks, except for the one where we talked about burgers. My patience is dying here, Chloe. Help me. We found someone older than Amai lore-wise. Wow! Beatrice is. It's so close. I'm losing it. I can't go on. I don't want to. No wonder Nahida wasn't allowed outside when she is Rika. Don't fizz out. I'm fizzing out. I'm It hurts me. I'd say tap out, but you're really so close. Okay, let me just read this by myself then, really fast. Thank you for the rave. I love that emote.
ラムダデルタ教過ぎた謙遜は
Oh, there she goes.
かえって醜くもあるぞ。
あの子は一人を必ず、しかしこの世に一をいくら割ろうとも、あの子はそれを限りなくゼロに近づけ、限りなくあんな恐ろしい魔女と戦うのは。
しかしそなたはゼロでな、この世に必ずは存在しないとの恐ろしい。
一人を私はあなたの方
そなたから見れば褒めても何も出ぬとはまさにこの
世辞は滞在日替わり。私はかけらを渡り退屈からあなたが面白そうなことを始めたと聞いた。あなたが面白くなくなったら勝手に出ていくから
大ベルンカステル教にご降覧いただけしてご感想を。
ラムダデルタはとてもあなたは一見慈しみがあるけれども、だから あの子よりずっと恐ろしい。
I'm a really slow reader, to be honest. It'll all be over soon. I'm a pretty slow reader. It's kind of embarrassing how slow of a reader I am, actually. I'm a slow reader, don't laugh at me.
気まぐれなのは我が性分。許すがいい。それに、気まぐれなるサイの目に運命を託すわ。ベルンカステル教も好まれること。
私はサイを振るとき、あなたとは違う。でも、あなたにとっては、そして、どの目であっても、サイコロが何の目を見せようとも、その意味において、あなたは、あなたとだけは戦いたくないわ。あなたの中には。だから、最悪の相性よ。ラムダデルタなら、逆にあなたの無限を殺せる。
やはり紅茶を退屈しない。
ならよかった。
I'm a slow reader too. Just read faster. I can't, says slow reader, but rushes faster than me. All of it knowing slightly faster. I could slow down a little bit.
退屈は私を殺す唯一の毒なの。だから無限の魔女ベアトリ。
それがお望みならこのベアトリーチェならすぐにでも次のチェス。そなたにはどうも紅茶よりもしばし待たれ。
I like the effect of the bubbles. I think they're really fun.
あなたも厄介なのに好かれたように力を貸してあげたいのは山々だけれど。おあいにくね。でもさすがに気の毒だから少しだけ力を貸してあげる。まずあの子のこと、ベアトリーチェという名の存在を持っているけれども、だからといってそれは
You need an vote to summon TTV? Okay. I can just put it in chat and I'll go ahead and add it. Just read at a speed that's comfortable and actually makes you comprehend the stuff. Yeah. I forgot how expressionless Birkensteel is in questions arc for no reason. She's talking to me. Now she's talking to me, right? Right now she is. First of all, about that girl. She does have the name Beatrice, but that doesn't necessarily mean she is one individual woman.
意味がわかる。
Get what I mean?
つまりあれは人間の誰かじゃない。
In other words, she's not some human.
この世界のルールが擬人化した存在だということ。
Her existence is a Gijinka. Her existence is a personification of the rules of this world.
あの子を倒すにはこの世界のルールを暴き、それを解きほぐさなければならない。
To beat her, you have to expose the rules of this world and unravel them.
それは例えるならルールを知らないチェスを観戦しながら学んでいくようなもの。
Perhaps this could be likened to learning the rules of chess by watching a game.
まずはチェス盤を見渡しなさい。
First, take a good look at the chessboard.
そして駒の動きと役割に気づきなさい。
Then learn the movements and roles of the pieces. Oh god, not the chess table. We gotta spin the chess table. We gotta spin the chess table to win.
そしてあの子のゲームの勝利条件を探りなさい。
Then look for the conditions required to win at her game.
それらが暴けた時、そこにあの子の心臓がさらけ出される。
When you've managed to reveal all these things, her heart will be exposed.
あとは引き裂くも握りつぶすも
After that,
思い
you
のまま。
After that, you can rip it apart or crush it as you please. She breaks the fourth wall as part of her ability, of which of fragments. Interesting. Oh, let me see this emote. Okay, there's one problem with this emote, Fizz, and that it is literally the if you just type this, it'll just immediately do it, and I don't really like that. But we'll see how it's used in chat. We'll see if it's okay. It's kind of like the HMM, how it goes, or okay, or is how it was okay was. It's kind of like it's gonna be used in places where you might not want it actually used, and it'll confuse that. I can always do this, that's true. So we'll see how it's used. We'll see if I like it or not. I may get rid of it though. Just, or if you can find one with the same image but with a different like way to type it, then I can put that in. Reminds me of whenever I aim in a stream and it suddenly turns it into a emote. Exactly, that's what I don't want to happen. That's what I don't like. Sometimes I'll type like OMG or WTF in someone's chat and it'll go to an emote and I'm like, I did not want this. I did not want that. Please. So we'll see, we'll see. I'll keep it like that for now, but I might delete it later. I am being quite generous. In the past, when I had a human body, it took me 100 years to notice even this much. Feeling cute right now, might delete later. Can you not change the name of it? I can't. I can't. But Fizz, if you want to go and try to find a different one with the same image, then that would be cool. I don't even know if that exists, though. I don't know. It could exist, it could not. It might be fruitless to go and try and look for it. This is my meager farewell gift to you, the pitiful one captured by Bieto. It's just like a spoon. A spoon can be used for more than just drinking soup. You can use it to dig through the prison you're locked in, or as a weapon to gouge the witch's eyes out. Of course, you can also use the spoon to continually sip watery soup inside your eternal cell. Don't get the wrong idea. I have no intention of becoming your ally. I do feel empathy for you, but I won't help you. I use a spoon for bread and butter. Do you? I mean, I guess that is another way you can use it. Beatrice truly is the spoon that stirs your tea. Interesting. How about we just use a spoon for ice cream? I like that idea, Dragon. I like that idea. It's like I'm sitting in front of the television yelling at you on the other side, even though my voice won't reach you. So you understand that I am a witch, right? Nippa! 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 Oh, it's over. Burncan still says Nippa later. She does. Nippa! 5 hours of reading later. Woo! Woo, GG, guys. We did it. We made it through. We made it through. How long were we on this game? For quite a while. And now we have episode 2. Not that I didn't unlock it. Congratulations on starting the visual novel. Honestly, we did just start it. GG, we did it. We won't be reading the rest of this on stream, like I said. We will not. I don't have the patience for it. You can even see that my patience was running very thin throughout this. But if you want to play it, you know, it's on Steam, it's on GOG, it's on several things that you can look up, you know, and go ahead and play it. It's really cool. I'm excited to play more by myself. You can also read it. You can also read the manga. It's on Manga Dex, I guess. Please just don't watch the anime, says Chloe. Don't watch the anime, guys. It's cheaper on GOG. Oh. Yeah, you can play it, whatever. You can play it there, enjoy it there, please. Yeah, but now that this is over, we have to think of a new game to play. I wonder what that'll be next time, huh? I wonder what that'll be. Maybe we'll have to figure that out another time. Used to watch the anime, hated the OP and ED. It had chessboards. Oh god. The chessboards. The chessboards. It's a great tale about empathy and love. I'm not capping. Oh, interesting. Drop in suggestions? Dropping what in suggestions? The OP was iconic. Here, let me look it up. Oh, hold on. Let me go ahead and do this. Let's watch the ending too. The ending was a giant meme. Why was the ending a giant meme? I did not like the ending or opening at all, actually, to be honest. I didn't like either of them. They were kind of lame. Part where it says, oh, desire, oh. They were both kind of lame. Let me exit out of the game. Watch the fighting game? No way. I'm okay right now. Update later. I'm okay right now. We spent 43 hours playing that game. That was only the first chapter. Guys, that was only the first episode. We spent 43 hours playing it. It was only episode 1. 43 hours. Guys, you'll read faster by yourself? Yeah, I know. I will. I will read much faster by myself. Whew. Reading on your own is much faster. You spent easily double the time. Maybe, not even, more than double probably. Maybe triple even. 43 hours. I mean, Echo is a fever dream. It is so long. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. Next, maybe we'll play Cult of the Lamb again. Maybe that'll be what we do. I think next stream tomorrow, let's play Layton again. Let's play more Layton. That's why I read the manga. Maybe I'll switch. I know, because I already have both the questions and answers arc. I might as well just stick with the games since Chloe gifted them to me. Thank you for streaming episode 1. It made me really happy. I'm sorry I was a little bit impatient at the end. I'm sorry. I tried not to be, but occasionally I was. Clip detected. Click detected. Oh, you wanted me to play a random clip?
Oh, the badonka-dunkers. The bahonka-honks. Bagonkers. Wow. Wow, beauty.
Okay. Yeah, that was a beautiful clip. Context? Why do you need context for that? It's a clip. Clips are supposed to be taken out of context. Clips are supposed to be taken out of context. You want another one? Okay, one more. Time to murder babies? Come at me, babies. I like that one. I like that clip. I like the little baby like cry at the end. That just brings it to the end. Like it brings it brings it all together. I think. The wow is the best part of the clip. Wow. Beauty. The clip doesn't need context. Short but concise. We love it. We love it. Time to murder some babies. That's also a really good game, huh? Fear and Hunger Termina. Remember when we were obsessed with playing Fear and Hunger 2 Termina? I was obsessed with that game. Such a good game. I highly recommend it. You want to see more of Fear and Hunger Termina? I wonder what else I could show you. I mean, we technically didn't get the final ending for B and C. So there's that. The dev lost his laptop and now we're back to the infinite wait for the update. Right? How does that happen? That sucks. The updates got nuked. They got so nuked. Best for fun. Oh, thank you, Fizz. I feel like I'm just barely doing my best, you know? Sometimes. But I appreciate that you enjoy my streams. I really do. Let's see who's available for raiding. Oh, sorry. Let me turn on some background music. I enjoyed the screen quite a bit. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that, Kage. But yeah, so tomorrow... Thanks for the stream. Thanks for coming by, Banana. Tomorrow, Mario hasn't been on in a while. She hasn't? Oh, wow. Well, we'll make that a sub-goal, okay? We'll make that a sub-goal during my subathon, whenever that is. Who should we raid? I feel like we haven't raided Ares in a while, so let's raid Ares. But he might be ending soon. Hold on, let's see. We could just raid him anyway. Let's raid him anyway. Let's raid Ares. He's playing Dead Island 2, which I've never heard of, but I bet it's a cool game. Thank you for the streams. Yeah, you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for keeping me company today. It was a lot of fun. Thank you for reading and listening and watching me play the visual novel. I know play, whatever. But listening to me read the story of the visual novel, and we finally got to finish up Act 1 and see what the story's really about. It was really cool. It was really cool. I enjoyed it a lot. But the game had like 3 companies. It's fun this game had like 3 companies worked on. Wait, what game? Did I forget? Oh, I forgot. Secret Redeem. Hug! And more hug! And one more hug for you guys! Hugs, hugs, hugs. I've seen people finish chapter 1, be all confused at the end, and then not check the tea party for what's really happening. Yeah, I'm glad that I was showed to do the tea party next, that it was important, because it felt kind of more like an extra to me when I first saw it. But yeah, Dead Island 2 was yeeted from one company to another. Oh. Oh, I see. It was in dev hell for 10 years? Oh my. Well, I hope you guys enjoy watching it with Ares. I hope he's not gonna end stream soon. I just hope that that's not the case. But if so, then we'll just be on the raid train to another place, you know? And yeah, more stream tomorrow. We'll play Layton tomorrow. I'm excited to play Layton. Yeah, that's about it. I'll think about more about like a 12-hour stream marathon thing. It's not gonna be like a subathon or anything. It's just gonna be a 12-hour stream. We'll do some cooking. We'll play some Zelda. We'll do some marbles on stream. Sounds good. Sounds good. That'll be maybe like the 13th or something. Yeah. I'll see you guys next time tomorrow. Okay. Mata ne. Bye bye. 12-hour stream. Yes. Let me turn on the loading screen BGM. Okay, bye guys. Mata ne. Bye bye.